conversation.
Gonna have some motherfucking fun today, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, if anybody hasn't told you, if anybody doesn't know, if anybody is questioning whether your opinions are your own or your thoughts are your own, or maybe they feel you're a bit disingenuous in what you do here, or what you bring to the table, make sure to let them know that maybe we just don't know each other like that. Everybody's different. Everybody comes from different angles, but there's quite a few things that I actually want to get into, because not only are you locked in with Living Split Screen, where we go live every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, alongside our Saturday morning brothers, the Gaming Circle Podcast. Shout out to them brothers over there. They are also getting it in. But this is also the home of the RTS View. That's real-time strategy for those who do not know. When we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation right here on Living Split Screen, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Not only that, this is also the home of that ECP, Educated Consumer Perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're just two dudes who have 30 plus years of gaming knowledge behind us on a competitive level, on a casual level, and also bring our business, professional work knowledge and things that we have learned over the years into a conversation, into a industry, a perspective that is only true to us, man, right? That's the great thing about opinions, right? Everybody has one. It's like how people talk about assholes. Everybody got one, right? But the thing about opinions is, and I wrote this on Twitter as well, is that everybody should be able to respect everybody's opinions and take them for what they are. Not everybody has to agree. Not everybody needs to be cool with each other. Not everybody needs to love each other. Not everybody has to sit here and support each other. That's not what this is about. You support those who feel like you want to support, and you show love to those who you want to show love to. But the main thing is, like I wrote in that post, the whole point of having opinions or being able to respect people's opinions is truly doing that, right? Not demeaning not demeaning people, not shutting them down, not making them feel less than. And the way that some conversation is handled, had, and done, it does seem to be as though that might be the angle when certain people don't agree with you. That's not what me and Paul do here. We don't do that at any of the shows that we have ever been on since the beginning of our inception. And it is very unfortunate if anybody feels as though me and Pong are placating or pretending or saying things that we don't truly believe in, right? Whether that be defending whatever, believing in whatever. We have always said from the very beginning, there's a reason why, since I came into the community, I coined the term live, raw, and uncut. Live meaning you're getting exactly what you're seeing right now. This is not a filter that I can turn on. It's like when I go to work and whatnot, people ask me, yo, Steel, why you got so much energy all the damn time? We overnight, man, like what's going on? It's like, bro, I wish that I could turn this off sometimes, because it can be tiring. But this is just organically who I am. When you see me in person, you see me on here, this is what I'm going to give to you, right? I'm going to give you the energy. I'm going to give you the love. I'm also going to be extremely authentic to who I am, not only because it's how I was raised to be, but it's just what I believe in. Raw being, I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. It's going to be unfiltered. It's going to be right here from the dome top. You don't have to believe in it. We don't have to agree, but it's raw, right? And then uncut. Just being you, man. Just pure, unadulterated you. That's what being raw is, man. Bringing you to the table in every facet and form, no matter what room that you step in, you are you, and you have confidence in who you are as a person. Like I like to say, know not only who you are as a gamer, but know who you are as a person too, man. Me and Paul just spent some time, sorry ladies and gentlemen, for us to be a little behind, but real life always comes first. And what's also unique about this, and again, I don't want anybody out there, in case they do, feel like me and Paul don't want to chop it up with y'all or ask y'all to be on our show or whatever the case. I really need to put perspective out there, because if me and Paul don't get time to chop it up throughout the week, and as we tend to always say, Saturday morning is that time that no matter what's going on in our real lives, we can sit down with each other and have just pure gaming conversation, and really not only gaming conversation, but similar to the conversations that we're having now, make it a bit more personal, really put our heart on our sleeve and bring it to the table and hammer some things out. And sometimes behind the scenes, we got to spend some time chopping it up and seeing what, talking about real life, man, because that's how much we actually care for one another, right? This isn't one of those things where me and Paul got to get together and pretend like we're cool. No, we actually fuck with each other. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other people who do shows together, and they may feel this exact same way. But I don't want people to get shit confused. I don't want people to get shit confused, man. I'm not here to prove myself to nobody. The numbers ain't going to ever change what we do here. It's not going to change my opinion on things, the way I see things. And what's crazy to me is I always state where I'm coming from in my perspective and my history as well, right? So getting into the Game Pass conversation that we're going to get into today, I think is going to be extremely interesting because there has been times like I did for 2022, and I still stand on, where I feel like Game Pass was extremely a huge boon for Xbox in that time when they didn't really have those first party games, where others like Pong, Mav, and a lot of other people felt like, hey man, they could have had a better time. I think now a lot of those things are coming to a head because, hey, prices are being raised and questions should be asked. And I've heard a lot of interesting takes happen this week over a couple dollars, right? Again, consistency is always a huge thing for me, and I think we'll get into it. I think there's a lot to be had there, but besides that, the main thing is just letting you as the audience know that I greatly appreciate y'all for being here on a week-to-week basis. Doesn't matter if there's 50, 100, 1,000 people that ever end up tuning in. We want you guys to know that I greatly appreciate everything that you bring to the table, the conversations, the different perspectives, the angles. My DMs are always open, but I will let you know straight up. And I'm going to say it here once again for anybody that might have missed it. If you got an issue with me or Pong, you can hit us up. But I will tell you, if I feel like you're being corny, if I feel like you're doing some wild shit, if I feel like I don't agree with some of the things that you're doing, I'm going to let you know in those messages. I'm going to let you know how I feel. And I'm going to leave it at that. And if personal bias and people that you clicked up with and everything else is going to be the reason why you don't want to truly have a conversation with people that you say that you support, or say that you have some faith in, to say that you believe in, to say that you really want to get behind and understand, then did you really do that in the first place? Are you truly being live, raw, and uncut? I don't think so. The second thing, me and Paul don't do drama, man. I mean, I don't know if y'all ain't peeped or if y'all don't notice it. We're not in spaces. We're not arguing with different people every day. We're not in these long comment threads trying to prove my point to somebody. Nah. We can get into a party chat. We can get into a message. We can do whatever we need to do. I like to do everything over voice so you can hear the inflection that I give, because I try to put that in my words as well, right? But I like to talk, as you can tell. Me and Paul do it for 4 hours every week on consistently. Right? But I don't talk just to hear myself talk. I talk to try to get a message, to get a point, to get across my point in totality. So I just want everybody to know that it's always open. It's I, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere, quite literally. And when I don't see certain things pop up, I don't understand the realness people say. Some people might say that they have or feel or do or whatever the case. Have you ever want to put that in? It's up to y'all, man. But I'm always going to make it known how I feel. There's certain people that you just don't have to engage with. So, but if you like what I like what we do here, go ahead and hit that like button for us. Make sure you drop a message down for all the members. You do have a new whore divorce emote in there. Also made some changes to the choo choo MFer. Still working on those things. I'm not perfect with making emojis and whatever, but it is a start at least. Flushing some things out. Really hammering that in as well. And also, for anybody that's new, there's some giveaways that are going to be coming up, man. End of August 28th, I'm doing 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4. This is a game that most people are not going to be aware of, or maybe not known, or is going to be slept on. Me and Pong have talked about Megaton Musashi before, and this is a game that I compared to Megaton, but the more that I'm seeing from the gameplay, they're also doing a network test this upcoming week. So for, I believe it's on the 18th. I could be wrong on that, but I think 16th, 18th, something like that. But it is upcoming. So anybody that's interested, they want to try it out, slam the servers. I'm not, because I'm already convinced in when I'm playing. Definitely check that out as well. Well, with that being said, I want to, again, thank you all for being here, locked in with Living Split Screen. Let's get into and end these official intros here, because we got some games to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. But I gotta introduce my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. He's actually looking more like Wolverine. I ain't gonna lie to you. Looking like a nice, like a Hugh Jackman out here, and he's calling Pong swole out here, baby. All he needs is the Wolverine face. You see what I got on today. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you see where I'm at today with the classic Wolverine.
That's the way he should always look.
My
like
guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Yeah, that is the look that Wolverine should always have.
Yes.
That's my favorite look. That's uncanny. That
Absolutely.
is beautiful, man. That is the way it should be. Hey, everybody. And yes, Staccato, I was just sitting back. I love when Steel starts the show in not an abnormal way, because we have plenty of those moments here. But I just love when he goes off on one of his rants about different things that are going on in the community and about real life and about, you know, how people perceive others when they don't even know you for any given amount of time. They only know you from a couple tweets you made or a couple podcasts they might have checked out. And they all of a sudden think that they completely understand what you're saying when you post something or when you come across with something. They're never going to take the time. It don't freaking matter. Like Steel said, we ain't giving it energy. Steel will give it a little bit more energy than I will.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody is entitled to my energy ever. So, again, you're not going to get much from me. I got into a quick discussion over a freaking one-line post the other day in response. Yeah, in response to something, and somebody wanted to come in and like start having a full-fledged discussion about whether or not Time Bandits, the new Time Bandits, if you could say you think it looks terrible or not, and wanted to have a full-fledged discussion about it. I'm like, I'll give you one response, but you're going to keep coming. I'm done. You're not getting any more out of me. I could care freaking less about what you think at this point. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. So anyways, happy to be here, everybody. Happy Saturday or Sunday, depending on where you are in the world. We're going to have a great show. This is Living Split Screen, man. You know how we rock. We come in here with the high level energy in the morning. As Steel was talking about, we were talking about behind the scenes. My kiddo's birthday is today, turned 24. So I was hitting him up and talked to him for like almost an hour. So it's been a minute. So I got to talk to him. And so Steel and I were just chopping about stuff, man. I'm getting old. So, getting your feelings a little bit more, whatever else. So, but yeah, well, we were having a good conversation about that. But yeah, man, we got a lot to get into, Steel. It hasn't been the biggest news week, but obviously the news that did drop has stirred up the hornet's nest yet again. And Xbox is dead yet again, and they are destroying the industry yet again. And everybody was obviously right. That Game Pass just isn't sustainable. So we're going to get into that. I think Steel had another interesting little topic that he wanted to jump into. Jez, of course, of Windows Central had posted a poll, and
pull that. Actually.
We might hop into that, which is a little different take, talking about a little bit about real life and how you handle video games with the family. So both of us have gone through that or are going through that in Steele's case. So we definitely could get into that. As far as gaming goes, everybody, hey, I haven't been doing as much. Schedule's changed. Trying to get to the workouts. I haven't been gaming as much as normal, but First Descendant is what it's all about. Now, Steele has just blown by me, as everybody knew he would do. I was ahead of him for the one rare time that I'm ahead of Steele in a game. But he, gets his down week, and all of a sudden he's just beating the whole thing and just maxing out Bunny and just, now going for Ultimate Bunny, and now he's just farming.
I unlocked her, yeah.
Yeah, of course you did. So he surpassed me, so I'm going to need him to put me in his little backpack and carry me around for a little bit so we can clear that out. But First Descendant continues to be amazing. We got the news this week, too, which I'm sure we'll touch on, that they hit 10 million players in 7 days. They've got something. Yeah. I don't care who wants to disparage it. I don't care if all the little Destiny kids are up in their feels about this game, that, they stole from Destiny. They can't do Destiny. Look at Destiny. Yeah. 10 years later, okay? And I'm not saying the First Descendant is going to be around for 10 years. I'm not saying it's the Destiny killer. But what I am saying is, for a free-to-play game to come out that asks you to spend $0 to enter into it and gives you hundreds, if not thousands of hours of content, if you so wish to choose to play it, you got to respect what these devs did, right? Yeah. They've had one 4 or 5 hour period where they had the servers down early on, which happens a lot in these games. Outside of that, been pretty damn flawless, all things considered. We got full price games, full of monetization these days that come out broken. And here's a free-to-play game that shows up that a lot of people thought was bullshit when they first saw the trailer, that said there's no way they're going to hit that. And it comes out and it looks like the freaking trailer. It plays like the freaking trailer. And I've got nothing to say outside of, I can sit here and nitpick little things. It's not a perfect game. Again, I'm not calling it the best thing since sliced bread. But if you are into looter shooters and you love that loop, when it comes to farming, when it comes to just swapping out guns all the time, trying new things, powering up, this game gives you a lot for free. So really enjoying First Descendant still. Rocking out an Age of Mythology as well. Or not Age of Mythology. I just had Age of Mythology in my mind because the beta opened this weekend. I'm not jumping into the beta. I'm already sold. I don't need to jump into the beta. If you want to jump into the beta, though, you got Game Pass. They did confirm that you can just do the upgrade path for the premium version. Okay. And you can enter the beta. So if you want to play a little bit of Age of Mythology this weekend, you can just get that upgrade path, that premium upgrade path if you got Game Pass, and just jump in. I've been playing Age of Empires 4 again still. Everybody gets bored with my RTS talks, but you know what it is. They're freaking fantastic, and they continue to support that game. They've been updating it nonstop. They got another update coming out with a new map and stuff, but just been rocking the hell out of Age of Empires 4 to end the night before I go to bed. I love getting a little strategy in my head. It just calms everything down, slows everything down. And so that's that. I will say that I did touch Neon White last night. Okay. I went to bed early last night to keep my schedule, but I did get Neon White downloaded. That dropped into Game Pass for anybody who doesn't know. Neon White was on PlayStation. I think it was also on Switch and PC. It finally showed up on Xbox. I can't remember. Was it on Switch? I don't remember if Neon White was on Switch. PlayStation, PC for sure. But Neon White is kind of a runner, like it's a time trial runner roguelike situation where you got to collect cards that give you different special abilities. You're in first person. Listen, I'm not usually into it because, of course, there's platforming. Okay, this is a runner from first person. This is a platformer, but the levels are so damn short. Like so far, again, I know they get bigger and bigger and bigger because that's the whole part of the game. But the concept that you were some very bad person in real life and you died, okay, and you wake up and you're not in hell, okay, you're actually in heaven because they brought you up there. And they tell you, okay, so we got this little program for all you evildoers, right? God's going to give you a second chance, okay? He's going to let you don these masks, right? And he's going to let you give you these powers and you're going to go out and you're going to kill demons. And for the top demon killer, you get to go to heaven. You get forgiveness.
Oh, okay.
And it's set in with a anime, flashy anime style. Like, this game is cool as hell. I see why so many people loved it. Now, how long I stick with it, because again, it is a lot of platforming, but I love the idea of trying to best your times, and they have different medals and stuff for, you know, how well you do time-wise and all that kind of stuff. It is a cool, addicting loop, because you do want to beat your best time. And there's different ways you can skim off time of the levels. If you can make a jump, like if you can, you know, it's not just a set path. You can alter that path. They give you hints if you get enough medals in a level. They give you hints of extra ways that you can cut off time and that kind of stuff. Pretty freaking fun, man. So go down, again, you got Game Pass, Neon White, free, no risk. Go download it. Check it out for yourself. Worthy of your time. I see why so many people were talking about it. I see why it won some awards. Definitely an awesome kind of game to have show up in Game Pass after it's been out elsewhere. Really love this edition. So go check out Neon White. But yeah, I really don't have anything outside of that, Steel. I mean, again, it's been kind of limited during the week as far as my game playing goes. But yeah, so Steel, I know you, sir. First of all, yes, your bunny is looking incredible in First Descendant, by the way. She looks amazing, bro. She looks amazing. Even though I'm not the biggest Iron Man colors guy, they do look great together, and the way that you set her up, she looks freaking dope. So shout out to you and Bunny and what you've been doing in First Descendant. But you also jumped into Once Human. Yes. Now that's a game I have downloaded that I was planning on trying this week, but I did not, because I knew just time-wise, it wasn't going to work out. If I jumped in, I wasn't going to have the time to figure it out. I saw your DMs too as well, and I heard other people talk about it. I was looking it up, that people were talking about you got to really choose your server carefully, and you were talking about how you had to set up your controller a little bit to get it to work. Yeah. So I was like, oh, we're going to wait till the weekend. All right. And then all of a sudden I see Steel jump in. Steel, I'm going to let you talk about it, but what was interesting to me is you jumped in, like you always are willing to do. You jumped into the game. You're not the biggest survival guy game. You get that
Palworld, you know.
All the time. Sometimes you like it, right? Sometimes you like it, but it's not like it's your top way to play games, right? Top genre, I should say. So you jumped in, and I saw your post, and I was like, okay, he seems to be liking it. And then he was like, okay, well, put my time in. They got something, but I think I'm done. Just kind of like whatever. Yeah. And then I see you come back with another post going, well, actually, Once Human might be doing something right, because I'm sitting here thinking about it again.
Yeah.
And then I see you changing your character. Go ahead, grab it, steal it, run with it. Talk about the games you've been playing. What's been going on, brother?
Well, I'll start off with Once Human, since it is the game that is playing live for you guys in the background today. For those who are interested, Once Human is only available currently on Steam. I do think they're supposed to be bringing it to the consoles as well at some point. I'm not quite sure about that, but yeah, man, it's from what I've seen people kind of describe it as, and I don't have the time with State of Decay or anything like that, but it is seemingly a blend of what people were saying is some State of Decay, some Fallout 76, some The Division in there too. It's an open world survival MMO looter shooter. I say MMO, quote unquote. There is supposed to be a good amount of people within the world. I don't know how many people. You do see a bunch of fucking buildings all over the place, right? So that'll obviously let you know that there are people in their server. Now, do you see these people? No, but they could be in their house. They could be out exploring. They could be in missions. They could be, and just like how the first Descendant does it, getting into that MMO feel, there is times where you'll be out in the open world where you'll see some people. Maybe a boss drops out of the void, and y'all will get together. You see somebody shooting at this big creature, and you can go over there, join them, and fight that same creature. The other thing too that I'll give them huge bonuses for is that your loot is your loot. Right? You're not sharing it with nobody. It's not like, oh, somebody got there first and I couldn't get it. No. Well, everything is server side to you. Right. So I think that's super dope, especially on the looter side of things. But yeah, I had put 6 hours into it initially. And, well, I put a few hours into it at first. And I was like, okay, I mean, I kind of see what they're going here. And well, I'll start off with more so. I almost didn't end up playing because the first time I booted it up, I couldn't get the controller to work at all. Right. That's with doing Steam input and all the extra stuff. Apparently I had to start Steam in admin and administrator mode to get the controller to pop up, whatever. It still doesn't have native controller support. You have to go through the Steam layouts, and there is somebody who has spent, I believe they say they have 1,000 hours with this layout, or 300 plus hours, I think, is what they said they had to get this layout set up. And you can tell that they did spend some time. Once you get it configured and set up, the right stick is essentially how you move your mouse. So when you get in the game, it feels extremely organic, how you look around and stuff like that. And it feels pretty good overall. There is still some keyboard presses that have to be done because it's not extremely intuitive, right? There is work that they're going to have to do as far as making the layout understood of how to operate everything on a controller. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the devs are actually trying to do, because you do see when you go into the menus in the settings, there is a section for controller, but it says it's supposed to be in beta or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't work. If you just try to do it straight through the game, it doesn't work. So, but the devs did come out and say that they are actively looking into how they can implement controller support and everything. So that is something that they're working on. But initially, outside of the controller support almost turning me off, and people can say, oh, well, still, you're not a real gamer. You're not willing to use mouse and keyboard. Look, when I play games, I played games with mouse and keyboard for a long time, man. And almost the first 10 years of my gaming career, my gaming life, I should say, since I started the hobby when I was young. And my preferred way to play is with controller. It makes me the most comfortable. It pulls me back, especially as somebody who works on computers as well, who's on a computer a lot. It's dope to be able to just sit back with my controller and just enjoy whatever game that I'm playing. So I'm always going to be biased towards me using a controller. But outside of that, there's a lot of things that I like about what Once Human is doing, especially as an open world looter shooter type game. It's supposed to be an MMO. As far as the overall approach, the main thing, just to cut down some time, just kind of get really, really into the nitty gritty of it all, is this game is missing something. I don't know what it is. I would like to say there's some soul missing to it. And more what I mean by that, sometimes when you walk around, or sometimes when you're roaming around the open world, and again, with it being an MMO, it could just be spawn timers, it could be whatever the case. There's a lot of people running around, so people might have killed some of the enemies that are supposed to be in certain areas, and things of that nature. So maybe that's part of it. Also, the looter side of it, from what I've experienced, and also the content that I've taken in since I started the game, anything that you loot, you can't repair, right? So let's say you get a sweet piece of a chess piece, right? A sweet chess piece. The chess piece that you get out of that crate, you can put on and you can wear, but it does have durability. And once the durability is gone, if you go to try to repair it, it's going to tell you that you are not the owner of that chess piece, as an example. And it's going to do that with any gear that you get out of a crate or anything that you find in the open world. Why? The game is more so centered around a blueprint system in crafting. So what it wants you to do, if there's a gun that you find that you like, it wants you to find the blueprint for that gun. And you're not going to get the blueprint from dismantling it. You'll get resources, but it wants you to find that blueprint. It's more so it gives you an idea of what is out there, as an example, right? So at first it was a little bit of a turnoff when I found that out. That kind of put me down. I was like, man, that's fucking stupid. I don't get that. Why can't they just let me repair it? That's weird. But then as you get more into it, you're like, okay, well, I guess. You start getting more introduced to the upgrade paths, and the game, I will say, from the very beginning, for an MMO as well, and a survival game, and has all these different layers on it, it does introduce you and walk you through everything pretty damn well, I would say. I would almost consider it handholdy in some ways, but not in a bad way. Like, there's a lot of things going on within this game, so of course you'll want to have at least a baseline understanding of what you're trying to do. And the game does introduce you to those systems. I think it's done pretty fucking solidly, right? Everything the game even says that they had, when you go into the menus, it has a survival wiki, as they call it in game, right? So anything that you got questions on, let's say you forget something, you can pull it up right there. It's right in the menus. You can find exactly what you're looking for, remind yourself, and get back into the game. So on that aspect, stuff is cool. The main thing that was turning me off of it was the two boss encounters that I've had so far. One was with this ghoul he turned in. He had a minigun. It was badass. Like, and I said this in my post. The two bosses that I fought gave me feelings that I had when I played Remnant 1 and 2. When you get into the boss room and they kind of introduce you to the boss that you're about to fight, a little bit of this cutscene or whatever, you're like, oh shit, this motherfucker's real, right? Like, this, he looks dope. He's fucking, what is going to happen here? And then you get into the fight, and the best way that I can explain it is, to me, it feels anticlimactic, right? So for an example, and it might show in this gameplay at some point, because it was more so during the beginning. But for me, the first boss that I fought, I come into the room and he goes through the cutscene and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, good. We about to get to it. He's about to do some crazy stuff. And I get behind, there's pillars on either side, or barrels, whatever they are, tall ass barrels or whatever. And I get behind it and the boss doesn't get closer to me. So I already notice where this is going. This is going to be some passive aggressive. The boss doesn't really quite know how to push you. So half the fight, I was able to enter the room and then hide behind this first little barrel or whatever that I saw, and the boss couldn't do anything about it, right? He does have one move that kind of puts some poison next to you or whatever that affects you if you get too close to it. But other than that, I could have stayed right there the entire fight and he would have never pressured me, right? Outside of some of the moves that he was doing. To me, and again, I'm always consistent about that, AI is a big thing for me, right? Especially when it comes to bosses. And again, having the perspective of Remnant, I think partially ruins some of the experience that I've had here thus far, because I have a certain level of expectation, right? So when I get into this room and I'm hyping myself up, I'm thrilled, I'm like, oh snap. And then the fight turns out the way that it does. So I force myself to get close to the boss, right? Now in this room, they still have places that you can hide and stuff. That seems pretty typical. But even that can kind of be worked around. Like the boss does have other mechanics that it does force you to start moving around a bit. But for me, I think it was a weak presentation of what was going to be possible as far as bosses go into this game. Second boss, I get into same thing. I'm like, oh, okay, this is about to be crazy. And we jump up, I get into this area, I go over here on this right hand side, I put a gameplay clip of it on Twitter. I jump up and I get up on this side and I'm shooting at him. I'm getting to it. I'm like, all right, I think I'm good up here. He shoots me with a laser. Okay, this laser you can't dodge. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I never fought this boss before. I'm not expecting the world or whatever. That's cool. Sometimes bosses have mechanics that you can't dodge. Fine. So I revive myself, pick myself back up, and he does like this adrenaline shot kind of animation. I think it's super fucking dope. I like what they did with that. And I proceed to go over to the right, because I see this floating kind of space that's over here that I can also get to, that's similar to the platform that I'm on right now. I float over to it because, mind you, this game also has a mechanic to where, very similar to like Breath of the Wild and other games that you've seen, where it has like a glider mechanic. So when you jump, you can jump again and it summons this crow. It's like an alien like crow. It's super dope. Again, the whole conceptual side of this game is super dope to me. The alien side of it, some near vibes in there as well, not with robots as much, but just with some of the things that are happening behind the scenes. has a lot of interesting supernatural type things going on, right? For those who are into Stranger Things, maybe you could draw those references as well. I've only ever seen pieces of it. I've never watched Stranger Things myself, so I couldn't say that, oh, it's like this. I'd probably take it more to like X-Files kind of territory, Twilight Zone kind of territory from things that I'm more familiar with. But nonetheless, get back to what I was talking about. But I get to this, so I fly over to this platform on the right-hand side, and the game pulls me back to basically before you jump in to get into the boss. So I'm like, okay, so why would you allow me up here if I can't even use all the space that's up here? That's weird. But I was like, all right. So this boss shoots the laser again. There's a boulder that's right there where I spawn at. And I hide behind it. And I say, okay, let me see something. So I start shooting at the boss from where I'm at. I'm expecting the boss to do a mechanic because of what I'm used to. Boss slams the floor. He might summon something underneath you. He might do something above you, something to force you to move. And I shoot at him, and he keeps doing the same move over and over again. So I say, okay. And I proceed for another 5 to 10 minutes, mow down this boss this way because it's allowing me to do it. It's not giving me a reason to move. It's not telling me that I need to do anything. So I'm just like, well, okay. He got this one-shot laser move that he does. I'm not about to get closer to him. That doesn't make any sense. If I can't dodge it, I'm not about to get closer. Because you can't dodge it. It automatically homes to you. So, all right, whatever. So if this is what he's going to keep doing.
Cheese, Steel, take the cheese.
If this is what you're going to do, it's kind of what made it bad for me is I felt like I was forced into it. Right? It wasn't like, oh, he did a different move and I got to move. To me, that speaks to the AI and is a turn off for me. So after that second boss, I left, and that was at my 6-hour point. I left the game feeling like I finished him, got back to the real world or whatever. Quote unquote real world, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this game. It's doing some interesting things. Some of the open world stuff feels, I don't know. Some of the AI when it's walking around, they're very easy to approach. They're not really hard to fight. The game does well with equipping you up front to make sure that you are prepared. So I mean, again, there's a lot of positives that the game is doing, especially for a free to play game, trying to just get you into it. But from that standpoint, because of my own expectations and experiences that I've had, I was like, yeah, I don't know about this. But when I watched other people, because I wanted to get an idea of how other people were feeling about it as well, what people were saying. A lot of people are extremely positive on the game, really liking what they're getting out of it. And I watched a couple of tips and tricks videos as well. It kind of gave me a little bit more perspective on how well the game kind of sets you up and prepares you for what it's trying to get you into, right? Now, I haven't dived further. I haven't fought any other bosses since or anything like that. But I do want to I do want to show love to the team for putting a bug, at least, in me. There is something unique in this game, whether it be the motorcycle riding, which I think I like the way that they handle it in here. They give you a vehicle. You want to follow the story progression. And they give you a motorcycle of kind of this through natural progression, which is also super dope. But they did put a bug in me that makes me want to try to continue to experience this off and on to see how I continue to feel about it. Now, there are some other things that kind of turned me off as well. I think that added on when I heard about the wipes and things that are supposed to happen in 6 weeks in. After 6 weeks, apparently, it's going to wipe the world. And if there's anything that you have in your storage, you can't take that stuff with you, or you can only take so much of it with you, or there's going to be a certain in-game currency that you'll be able to use that you'll be able to pull out some of that stuff and carry it forward. But that's what I think the tips and tricks videos did as well, because the game also has mechanics in it. So let's say, unlike Starfield, so let's say you build something, let's say you build a house, you are able to blueprint your entire building. So essentially what that means is exactly how you set it up, you turn that into a blueprint. So I'm figuring whenever they do wipe the server, whatever the case might be, when you load into the next season, you can put that same house the exact same way it was set up with one click of a button. It's extremely easy. I do think the concept of that is dope. The fact that they thought of that is dope. Now, I think that does take away a little bit on the MMO side of it, because MMOs are typically more consistent, right? Where it's like, why are we starting the world over? But when you get into the game, some of the story and stuff, you start kind of understanding why they may approach it this way. There's a balance that needs to be had here, right? There's a lot of extraterrestrial stuff that's going on that affects the world and the space that you're in, that kind of explains that, hey, why this can't exist for forever. So again, I'm enjoying what I'm getting out of it so far. It has pulled me a bit back in. I thought 6 hours was going to be my stopping point. I was like, I don't really need to put more time into it, but there is something in there. I went back in and kind of adjusted my character, how we looked and everything, because I thought it was going to kind of be a throwaway. I will say, this game is everything that the day before said it was going to be. I will say that 1,000% from top to bottom. However they pitched that fucking game is in this game 1,000%. Now the buildings, not every building is accessible. Some of that's kind of like deceiving sometimes, where you'll be like, oh, can I walk in here? And it's like, no, you can only enter in the buildings that are kind of open and stuff, have doors open and whatnot. But they also have a nice teleportation system. For a game free to play that just came out, has the potential of releasing on multiple platforms, I think it has a solid start as well. And the devs they're actually taking in a lot of input as well. On their main site for Once Human, they're taking in feedback from the community, and they're wanting to adjust things. Everything in the game is not pay to win. There is PvE and PvP servers. The PvE servers are supposed to have PvP type events at some point that are optional that you can join, which is super dope for me, because that kind of gives me a reason to be like, okay, maybe Pong is able to get into it. He's able to kind of finesse through some of the keyboard and controller, because you can mostly play with controller until you start building up a house and stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, now I got to start hitting some additional keys, or maybe certain things aren't set up, or maybe because it's not going to tell you what button to hit on the controller all the time. So you're still trying to figure shit out, especially early on. But I can see this game being extremely fun with friends. Extremely fun. Going out, exploring, taking down enemies, building up places, building up your own little neighborhood or whatever. I can see there'll be a lot of fun there. So shout out to that. And then the first Descendant, man, I can't say enough about it. They hit 10 million players this week in 7 days. I don't know if people quite understand how dope that is for a free-to-play game to hit as many players as it does. Again, games coming to Game Pass, and they hit the 10 million plus, and people put that down. Again, to each their own. But for a game that is going through a lot of let's say controversy for people, how people feel about it, right? Because it is pulling from different games before it, right? I do think that there is a stupid amount of recency bias that is happening to this game. Fortunately or unfortunately, and like I said last week when we talked about it for some time, in comparison to games like Destiny, Division, Warframe did not have a trading system when it released. Warframe was convoluted when it released. Warframe was not easy to get into when it released. There was a lot of things that were turnoffs about many of these games when they first released, that the first Descendant is seemingly doing right. Now, to each their own on how you feel about that. I still feel like the cosmetics could be done better, though some of the monetization could definitely be done better, and they do need to be adjusted for sure. There's no shadow of a doubt to that, right? But for the things that they're doing right, crossplay, cross progression, performance, how the game feels when you play it, the loot, the cycle that you kind of go through, again, just how the game makes you feel while you're playing it, progression, all that stuff. I put about 40, 50 hours into the main story, and I don't see how someone like a team like IGN, a conglomerate like IGN, even by their own scale, can give this game a 5 when a 5 on their own scale says the game is not worth you putting time. If you value your time or money, that you shouldn't put time into it. I think at 50, 60 hours, 40, 50 hours after you beat the game, you can make that a well-established point. But then when you behind that, say you put 130 hours in, at what point do you say that maybe it's a 6 on your scale? Maybe it's a 7 on your scale for how you discussed it. And just because there's some recency bias on how you feel, I'm pretty sure if the Destiny, the Division, the Warframe, if those games released the way that they did back then today, those games would be a 5 for the things that they were missing, or a 6 for the things that they were missing, that should have been there, that didn't exist, how some of those things were extremely egregious, right? How repetitive they were very early on, right? Anthem, Outriders, those 2 games, I know a lot of people tried to make those comparisons, like, oh, this isn't going to live longer than Anthem did. Anthem didn't have the same bite that this game has, right? Anthem's traversal has that, and that carried that game for a long time, how it made you feel in that moment to moment, right? And I still feel like we need that Anthem 2.0. But this game has more depth than Anthem and Outriders did up front. And I think anybody who's a fan of either game would enjoy playing this game, even with some of the grind that's there. Again, this game is not meant for you to complete it on the first week releasing. And anybody who's playing the game more casually, right, is not going to be where I'm at right now. You're not going to be at a level 4 with a level 40 Descendant. You're not going to have an unlocked and ultimate Descendant. You're not going to have all these different things. You got to get through the main story first. And the main story is so much. The story is not bad. I feel like it's solidly done. I walked away from it feeling pretty damn good about it. It's well done on a CGI level and the way they tie your character into it. Again, very similar to Destiny and how they do that. Your character's more muted because everybody's going to have their own individual character that they end up using, or Descendant that they end up using when they go through the experience. So, but the customization, anything that you do to your character, it does move into the cinematics as well. And it's the attention to detail that they've done into here. Also, this team is listening, right? They've constantly have been making changes. They updated they quadrupled down on the rates on this game. They said, hey, the rates aren't random. They're actually exactly to the number that we've specified, right? And we are also taking in feedback. They've made some adjustment to the resources already. First weekend, they've already made adjustment to how you get some of these resources. Because people were like, "Oh man, some of these ciphers and things I gotta get, they take forever to jump into or to grind for, and it just feels bad." They said, "You know what? We're gonna triple the resources that you can gather from those things, and you know what? Not only that, but we'll also make it more accessible for you to get through." Let's say when you get the hard mode, because there is a hard mode after you beat the game, where you can get even more loot, you get more access to more mods, as you get your mastery rank up as well, which is just done through mostly natural progression, where that's another thing that's Warframe doesn't necessarily have. Warframe kind of makes you, hey, you need to play with all these different things if you're going to level up your mastery rank level. And the mastery rank level is literally tied to other stuff that you can get access to, and I think it's a little bit more accessible in the way that it's done in the first Descendant. So a lot of love to the team. I'm really enjoying what I'm getting out of it. About 50, 60 hours into the first Descendant now, and I do see it being part of my main rotation as far as games into the future. I'm really loving what I'm playing of it, and I can't wait to see more. I want to see how this game grows. Playing with Bunny, she feels really good. I see people talking about they need to nerf her because, man, she's got too much range, she's too strong. And the only thing that I'll say is a well-built character is a well-built character, and the devs also, Glay is extremely broken as well. if you want to get to it. She has infinite ammo. She has an infinite ammo kind of thing that you can do right now, and it's just part of her kit of what's possible. And the devs have already came out and stated like, hey, we like what we've seen. It's not something we necessarily expected, but it is within the scope of what we deemed possible in this game, and we're not quite ready to nerf anything without letting this breathe for some additional time to see what else people can create and come up with. Because again, the more information that's put out there, the more people will be able to get to experience. And guys, like, if you do hit a wall, do not be afraid to kind of look out, maybe watch a couple clips. Again, it's not going to take nothing but 5 to 10 minutes of your time to type in some information into YouTube real quick. Say, hey, first Descendant, how do I and get what you're looking for, so you have a better understanding of something maybe you missed, something you maybe don't understand. And that should be an option in this age of where we have so much accessibility to different things. So shout out to Once Human, shout out to the first Descendant, and shout out to Kinitsugami, Path of the Goddess, and also Flintlock, which are also both right around the corner. I think Kinitsugami is more so right around the corner. I think that comes out next week, which is also high on my radar. And I'm also extremely excited about to play and to try out. I don't know if it's going to end up being in my main rotation because, again, I got this balancing act of these other games that I'm really loving and playing right now. I do know Kinitsugami is not Path of the Goddess, for those who don't know, or feel like Kinitsugami is a little bit harder of a name to say. I do know that game's not a forever game. Once you beat it, you beat it. So that is a boon for that. But nonetheless, I mean, gaming is in a very great place. A lot of fun to be had right now, and to see a game like the first Descendant, cross-play, cross-progression, available on all platforms, even previous platforms. And I still haven't seen any negative news. Maybe I haven't looked for it hard enough about previous gen hardware, about anybody saying like, damn, this game is dog water on these previous consoles. I haven't seen that, at least. And again, maybe I'm missing it, but it's a UE5 game that is on last gen hardware and seemingly doing pretty solidly. So yeah, man, that's been what I've been into for the most part, getting the gaming in and dealing with stuff behind the scenes. So yeah, it feels really good.
You got me excited for Once Human.
It's dope.
I was already excited, but I like survival type games more than I think you do a little bit, right?
Right.
Not everyone hits for me, but they do. Again, I'm not big on the PvP stuff in a survival MMO game. However, I know they have PvE only servers as well. I don't know how I'm going to jump into this game, but what you were describing, it sounds like they also, for a brand new IP in a space that is very hard to gain attention in, because there's a lot of options, right? And there's a variety of different types of, MMO survival games. Obviously, Ark being one of the games that, obviously everybody is into. But I think from what you're describing, Steele, it is a game that I am going to spend a little time in and want to see about it. Again,
it's fun.
The hard part is, Steele, they're time sink games.
Yes, that's my problem now.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm never going to. I wish there was 3 of me. I wish I could have one that just plays survival MMO style games, or just MMOs in general games all day long. Like, it's just like, I'm never going to be that dude. Like, I just know that I'm going to invest time in it and I'm not going to like regret it. But at the same time, it's like, I'm never going to get to that point where that becomes like my identity, is like, right, oh, I'm that Once Human dude. Right. And you kind of like to experience everything in those games. Like, there's a lot that you do have to give out of your gaming, game playing time to do that, to fully experience the game. But I want to jump into it. And what you were talking about really got me excited, because I think there's some cool ideas in there, and I want to see it for myself. So I think I'm definitely going to hop in this weekend and check it out. I'm going to have you probably help me with this freaking controller shit setup. I hate that.
It's not too bad, but again, like, I admit it was almost a turn off. Like, I was like, bruh, what, like.
And I've said that before, right? That's why I didn't jump into V-Rising, knowing that they were going to have native controller support, even though it kind of worked. Like, I was like, no, native controller support is just such a godsend when the games put it in there. But I think I got to try it. I think I got to try it. So I'm happy to hear that. But Scott Gamer Dude, let me answer this because Scott had a question, Steel.
Oh, okay. What is it?
He had a problem with the first Descendant. He said he got to his character to 27. Then I linked my Steam account to my Xbox account and lost my progress.
The fuck? Really?
So
on both? Or were you able to go back?
So Scott, wait. Let me ask you this, Scott. Scott, did you go to Nexon's website and link all of your accounts to your Nexon account?
You have to do it. Yeah, you have to do it through Nexon.
You have to do it through Nexon. That's the only thing I can think of is that if you just linked your Xbox account
Scott
to your
said
Steam
he did.
account. Okay, so you went to Nexon and did that. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't like all the different, threads and stuff that I've read concerning First Descendant, I haven't seen anybody bring up that issue specifically that they linked after the fact and then lost Scott. All of their. Yeah, that is wild.
That's Scott. That's not good, Scott. Yeah, he said he submitted a ticket for it. Hopefully they get back with you and hopefully they're able to fix that. I would be pissed about that too, Scott. I don't play about that type of shit. That would automatically turn me off and make me not want to play the game, especially after getting. I mean, 20. To be fair, 21 is early, but to also be fair, and I like to be consistent, that would have been a turn off for me. I would have been like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing here. I thought I was doing things right, and if you're willing to give it another shot, Scott, now that you have everything combined now, hopefully it doesn't give you any issues. That's so weird.
But how would that affect? Because Steel, that. I mean, if he doesn't have his progress on Xbox, but then he goes back and plays through Xbox, is that going to screw up the Steam side of things when he goes back into Steam? Is it all of a sudden going to link? Is it all of a sudden going to take his progress? Like, let's say he gets to level 15 on Xbox. Is it going to overwrite his progress that he already had on Steam? Like, that's a problem. Like, that's a link problem. Because then you could wind up in that situation where whichever one you play all of a sudden overrides the other one. You could be losing progress continuously.
Yeah, that's weird. That is extremely weird. I hadn't heard much about that, but to be fair, I didn't look into a ton of it. Scott says, you have played my progress on Xbox and linked it after 27. And maybe it's one of those things to where you want to do it from the beginning, or it gives. I can't excuse it, Scott. There's no way to fucking excuse that. If you do end up giving another shot, hopefully it doesn't give you issues moving forward. I would, if it were me, that would make me feel like, damn, I gotta pick where I'm going to play right now, or for the fear of overriding my progress, because that would definitely piss me off. That would and again, even with it being early, Scott, it still would. Frustrating.
That's one thing that Steel and I don't play with is time. Yeah. If a game doesn't respect your time with loss of time, it's done. Like it's I completely, again, we did Redfall together and I lost. Steel kept his progress, but I lost like 5 hours of the progress that we had done. I was like, yo, no, we ain't doing this. Like that is the one thing I can't stand, is when a game has issues like that. But again, I hadn't seen that as like a massive. I haven't seen it anywhere. I haven't seen anybody talk about it. And again, I've been in places like general chats on like Reddit and stuff about First Descendant, looking up information, and I didn't come across anybody talking about that. I'm sure it's more than just you, Scott Gamer Dude, because if it happens to one, the chances are it's going to happen to more, but it doesn't seem like a mass problem. But that is shitty, man. So feel for you there, brother. So
he said he didn't get an email receipt for his ticket either. Again, when you're already in a negative place and you start noticing some of the things that they probably are falling extremely short on as well.
Yep.
Because to be fair, I don't know how big this team is. I do know that even the dev team admitted that they were working 24 hours around the clock on this damn game to make sure that it was up and running, good to go, and things like that. But I can't excuse it, right? But I would go back to see if there's a way, maybe there's a link or something that you might have missed. Again, it's crazy to see. I'm not going to put the blame on you, Scott. I'm not going to assume that maybe you did something wrong or anything like that. I have been in IT for some time as well. I spent about almost 5-6 years in IT, and I do know sometimes us as users do cause issues to ourselves sometimes, right? And Scott, you're already doing it. It could be me. Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta take. I've done it as well, right? Where it's like, oh fuck this shit. This shit is stupid. Where I'm in the business, right? And I do something to myself that's dumb or that I wouldn't anticipate doing, and boom, here we are, right? So hopefully it is something simple like that. But if not, reset progress is reset progress, and I hate that. So
yeah, I mean, I brought that up the other night, Steel, when I hopped in with you and Titanium, and the boys, and I went in and I was like, wait, why are all my mods
didn't care
off
of your
my
mods,
first
yeah.
Descendant? Right, well, that was the only, like, everything else was there, all my progress, but I'm like, why are all my mods off my first Descendant? That's weird. And then I was like, shit, did the game screw up? And I actually, moved all my mods, removed all my mods. But, at the same time, is it something, because you can click the stick and remove all your mods off your first Descendant, right? You can click the stick,
yeah,
and all of a sudden your mods all of them are off your first. So I started thinking, I'm like, well, is it the game? Because I haven't seen any other issues like in the progress. So was it more likely that I clicked my stick and removed my mods? I was like, yeah, it probably was me. But again, it's something to keep your eye on, and I hope you figure it out, Scott. And I hope that, going forward, you don't have that issue anymore. Takato said it also could have been multiple IDs. He thinks
possibly. Hopefully it's that simple.
Your IDs at the start. Yeah, hopefully it's something like that so that you don't lose any more progress if you decide to continue with the game. Again, neither Steel or I would blame you. If you lose time, that's one thing we don't play with, bro. Like I can't stand that. No matter how much I love the game, if it screws up my time,
that's it. I will put it down forever. That happened with Dark Souls. That happened to me with Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
I was playing. Me and my brother were playing that. I probably put almost 50 hours into Dark Souls 2. We were towards the end, and I signed on one day, and my save was corrupted.
Yeah,
I didn't play that game again until the DLC came out, and that was probably almost 2 years later.
Yep.
I was like, I'm not doing it. I told my brother right then and there, I was like, no, I'm not playing it. He was like, oh, but I'll help. And I was like, nope, I'm good. I don't want to fucking play this shit. I'll play something else. Nope. That is my super stop point. I'm so fucking good. And Dark Souls 2 is actually, M. Gene says, the redheaded stepchild from FromSoft. It's funny that it is because Dark Souls 2 is actually, I thought it was a pretty goddamn good game for 1, 2, and then going to 3. Of course, 1 is better than 2, and then I think 3 is definitely the best of them all overall. But yeah, so.
Yeah, to Babu Kumi too. If Nexon did confirm that they're not going to nerf anything and that they understand that this is a power fantasy and they're not going to try that, I hope they stick to that. That's the other thing. Like, again, it is a power fantasy. I hope they don't wind up ever nerfing things like we saw with like Helldivers 2 when they started messing with the guns and the weapons and that kind of stuff. Listen, I agree wholeheartedly. If the game is set up to be a power fantasy and you wind up having certain things that make certain characters or certain weapons more powerful than others, and it's whatever as they call game breaking or whatever the case may be, so be it. Let them run with that power fantasy. And just to go real quick to From Software, that's something that From Software has done very good with. They allow you to break their games, right? That's part of From Software. People can sit out here, try to gatekeep and say, oh, you're not playing right. If you play with the magician and you use the super powerful spells. I forget the sword. Let it ride. Let it run. That's what these games are about. And if somebody wants to run through it, that's on them, right? That's their time. They're playing how they want to play. Again, if it's not PvP, who the hell cares? I don't give two shits, man. I don't give two shits. But yeah, I hope they stick to that for sure because they got something special here. Yeah. So, hey guys, listen up. If you can't tell, we game, all right? And Steel got into Once Human. It might not be a game that a lot of our chat might not be running PC right now, but they're talking about maybe bringing it to console. It's been consistently, I I think last night it was like 180,000 concurrent players on Steam. We're gonna talk games here, man, and we do that. I saw Doom Reaper walk in here and go, "Are they done with? Are they actually into the show? Or are they still on their intros?" Listen,
well, you know, we had some heartfelt talks in the beginning, and then we talking about games. And
this is what we do here, man, and we let each other ride. We don't usually chop each other up, and we don't get into it. I'm gonna let Steel rock with his flow when it comes to talking about games, because the guy's giving you breakdowns that you're not going to hear a lot of other places, and it might not be a game that you're interested in, but that's how we do here at Living Split Screen, because both of us are gamers first. We're not talking heads first. We're gamers first, and then we come here, and when we're passionate about this stuff, man, we're going to talk about it. So I hope you all enjoyed that. Again, not every place is going to give you a breakdown like Steel did at Once Human. I'll tell you that much, right? So, love to hear it, brother. Because again, you got me, I was already excited for the game because I had downloaded it already and I was ready to rock and roll. So, but everything I'm hearing, I think I might jump in and enjoy the hell out of it this weekend.
It's some fun. It's definitely some fun to be had for sure.
Yeah.
And Subabu Kumi, I knew you were talking about your friend was trying to upgrade his Descendant and almost ruined his character, or did. When you invest in your characters further, especially when you start changing certain mod slots or whatever, it does reset your character back down to 1 for you to level your character back up. But the whole point of that is to have the mods that are in certain slots, like if you because some of the mods are like 11 to 16 capacity or whatever. To cut those in half, you have to invest in certain mod slots. And then what'll happen is when you put that mod in there now, it'll cut the cost in half, which allows you space to level up mods further. That's where the growth is, from you leveling up your mods further, right? Where it's like, hey, maybe you only got that mod to level 2 before, but because you vested in that slot and made it a certain thing or whatever, now you can take that mod to level 6 or whatever, because of that, which can get you, and that can get you anywhere between a 10 to 30% power boost on your character if you're going about it right. It's a system I'm very similar with from Warframe, so it's like I get how that stuff works, but it is going to be interesting to see how other people start engaging with it and be like, oh, I think I messed up my build, I'm not going to get back right. Which is why I do implore people, hey, there are tips and tricks videos that are out there. Tips and tricks specifically, I would say tune into to make sure that you're good to go. Kumi says, right, he put it in his skill module slot in the top right, which should stay untouched. Top right or top left? Because I think there's 2. Because the top left, because there's only certain types of mods that can be put in that slot. I think I know what you're talking about. Because there's the melee slot, which is in the top. There's a melee slot on the bottom left, and then the top left slot is like specific for your character. So if you do invest in that slot, it has to be the exact attribute or whatever, or exact. I can't think of the fucking specific name for it. I'm gonna call it polarity is the easiest thing that I can call it that I'm coming up with right now. But it has to be the exact polarity that your Descendant uses, or it is going to fuck up that slot because of how they have it set up.
Delroy, great to see you. Enjoy London.
Dale!
Enjoy London. Thanks for even thinking about jumping in here, man.
Hey, that's love.
That's what's crazy. When people do that, like they're on holiday, as they call it over in Europe, or you're on vacation and people still hop in and like, hey, just gotta hop in real quick, but we're out at the beach having a great time. Man, go enjoy the fucking beach, man. Hey, I appreciate you thinking about this, Delroy, man. I'm gonna be real. If I get a vacation finally at some point here, like I ain't thinking about the podcast, man. I ain't jumping in.
That's fair.
I'm gonna be real, man.
That's fair.
I'm gonna be off. But it is awesome to see it. I appreciate
that is super dope to see. Yeah. Kumi, he said that's exactly what he did. He fucked up the slot and can't go back. The one thing that I'll say, Kumi, he can go back. He just has to get the character back up to 40 so he can invest in that slot again. And he's gonna have to spend the resource to do that. It is unfortunate that they. It's unfortunate, but it's also like one of those things so they allow you the freedom to be able to do that. And I bet he won't make that mistake again, unfortunately. You know, it is, and that can be a turnoff, right? That's even allowed to happen, right? So he'll just have to level the character back up and then reset him so they can fix that slot.
I'm glad I didn't mess with it yet. Like I just took the power level increase, so I could go up to 70 on my power level, so I could just put more mods on. I have not messed with that aspect yet. So again, that's something that Sharon I've got up to level 40. I'm glad I haven't done that yet because I need to investigate that more because I played a lot of Warframe, but I didn't play that much of Warframe where I could start getting into all that stuff. So I've got to figure that out, and I'm glad I got Steel to help me.
Yeah, it's not overly complex. Once you're looking at the screen and I explain it to you, you'll get it.
Yeah, I'll get it. So, but I'm looking forward to that.
Man,
what a start to the show! First of all, attention, ladies and gentlemen. While Steel was talking and all up in his gaming mode, we had a little flyby. That's right, we had a little Tim the Sorcerer came through. Dropped off a little coal for everybody. So we got up to a Mach 2.5. So I need to make sure that everybody aboard the Splitters hype train this morning goes ahead and double check those 4-point harnesses. Make sure they're down tight. Mach 2.5 ain't nothing to play with around here because Tim the Sorcerer got on the court with an easy 5 layup. That's right. We got a new car added. Welcome aboard, all you new Splitters. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Enjoy some hors around here on us. As you can see that Yobi has spamming, and shout out to the legendary Yobi spamming his new emote in the chat. Gotta love it, man. So man, what a great morning to start this out. So choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
A little bit more, a little business on the side, because I did make a change. In case for those who are interested. Anybody that wants to end up becoming a splitter, becoming a member for what we do here. I did change the tiers. So now it is 99 cents to become a member, to become a splitter. For anybody for anybody that's interested, in case you want to support, and it's exactly that. It does help support what we do here. It gets right back invested into living split screen. But not only that, there is another tier that I think I ended up calling the naked splitters tier or something like that. I don't remember, where that was the normal rate for what we had previously. So that's just for anybody that's interested. I may end up creating a Discord or something like that. Time is just all over the place, and I'll be upfront with y'all. I do put gaming before anything else when I get in my free time. If it's not with the wife, not with the kids, not with all these different things. I'm always spending time playing these games because that's what I'm here for first. It's part of the reason why I also don't do a shit ton of podcasts and everything else, because I'd rather be spending that time gaming. That's why you don't see me active on Twitter and different chats and stuff like that. I'm always lurking. Mind you, in games like the first Descendant, allow me to lurk a little bit more, right? So that's why it's always dope when I get games that really get my attention, because they do allow me to take in more content. Because other games, when I'm paying attention, taking the story in, like I will for Flintlock, like I will for Path of the Goddess, like I will for Gundam Breaker, they kind of get me in. I'm just in those moments. So Kumi says, you pulling a Game Pass on this deal? Well, I'm not raising the price, I lowered the price. So there's a benefit. There's definitely a benefit there. So I did take a little bit of inspiration, regardless of how people feel about, oh no, it's Alex. I do like the way that he does approach some of his thing, making it really about the community, regardless of how people fucking feel about what's going on or him or anything else. Again, I'm not saying I don't support everything that he stands for and what he's about. But we can agree to some things, which I think is fair, and it's okay. And I think that's dope to take some inspiration from. So yeah, man. Anybody that wants to jump in, you're more than welcome to if you'd like. Again, it is not wanted, but it is something that we always appreciate for those who do. So much love.
Yeah. All love, man. All love. So great to hear that you put a new tier in there for 99 cents, man. 99 cents, bro. Love it. Love it. Oh man, we got to get to this chat, and then we got to get on to this upcoming week of games, and then we can get into some topics, man. Let's go. Tim the Sorcerer, I see you in here. I just shouted you out because you dropped off that bag of coal. Thanks, Tim the Sorcerer, for being here. And of course, the legendary Yobi just spamming the chat with Horde of Wars. He's so happy we finally got that in there. Horde of Wars, let's go. We got the one and only, the man with the biggest stick in town, and he ain't afraid to swing it.
Ooh,
Paul,
big
that's right.
Pauls.
The one and only Boss Mod Lethal popping in here. Mind your P's and Q's in the chat. We don't have that problem around here. We rarely have had anybody come in here and do that. But Boss Mod's in here. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us this morning. The one and only, one of the OGs, the man who does like to stir it up a little bit with different perspectives, but we appreciate him so much. The one and only Nixie's in the house. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you. We got, of course, the Decado is in here. Wouldn't be a chat without the Decado. And attention, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a couple special announcements that just popped up overhead. Please pay attention to those screens because we just got to a nice, cool, and easy Mach 4.0 early today and living split screen because the Ghost Wolf 35.99 bought himself his own ticket to the Splitters hype train. Welcome aboard, Ghost Wolf. Appreciate you so much for joining the crew. Oh man, a nice little easy swish from the side there. God, I love it, Ghost Wolf. We don't discriminate. And then we've got the Decado. I just mentioned his name, and sure enough, what does he do? He flies overhead with a 10 bomb. That's right. He got on the court with an easy 10 dunk. That's right. The Decado dropped off some coal, so we got to that Mach 4.0. So please remember, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Splitters hype train, do adjust those 4-point harnesses. We do not want you flying off. And welcome aboard to the 2 new cars of Splitters that the Decado gave us. Thank you, Decado. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. That's right. Let's see here. God, you guys are amazing. Again, never expected. Always appreciate when you guys roll through here, no matter what. Because again, the most important thing that you give me and Steel on a Saturday morning here at Living Split Screen is your time. Is your time. The fact that you choose to come here and listen to this nonsense between two dudes just talking their passion for a hobby, bro, you can't get that back, man. And that's the most valuable thing you got. And
that's
it's all
love right there.
Nothing but respect. Yeah,
unless you think the show is a 5 out of 10, you want to put 130 hours in, regardless. But also, although that means that a 5 means that it's not worth putting your time or money into. So, unless that's the case.
Hey, you got the IGN splander going on early this morning. I see the one and only Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore's in here. What's up, Joe? Thank you for joining us this morning. We got the one and only Fahim Scott, Fahim, yo, sorry to hear about your foot, bro. You were posting that in the chat. His little cousin dropped a bowling ball on his foot at the bowling alley.
Oh, man. Are you all right? Hopefully you're good.
He broke his foot.
God damn.
That ain't no joke, man. Yo, I can't imagine. Fahim, man, I hope it heals up fast, and I hope you get back on your feet, man. That is, and that pun intended, right? But man, what that's terrible, bro. So hope you're feeling all right. The one and only Doom Reaper, of course, is in the house. We got It's Temmy's in here. What's up? It's Temmy. Great to see you jumping in here as always, sir. We got Marty McFly in the house. What's up, Marty?
Real quick,
go ahead.
Scott says, woohoo, by the way, guys, I unlinked my Xbox account with Steam and got my progress back on Xbox.
Okay.
That's weird as fuck still, but
that's weird as fuck.
I mean, Scott, at least you got your progress back.
Whatever works, bro. I mean, that's great. He says, thanks, you guys, in the chat room. Yeah, absolutely, Scott, man. Anytime. I mean, again, we try to do what we can do. We got weird situations like that. I mean, gamers know. Like, if you've been gaming for any period of time, weird stuff comes up like this, especially nowadays, again, with linking, with all this kind of stuff. So great to hear, Scott, that you've figured some way to get your progress back, man. So that's what it's all about. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been paying attention to the monitors above your head, and if you have been paying attention to the attendants who are currently walking around and double checking everybody and make sure that you're all in your seats, that is, you just saw we hit Mach 5.0 because the one and only legendary Yobi, that's right, the man, the myth, the legend himself, flew overhead with the 10 bomb, got on the court with the easy. 10 dunk. That's right. He dropped off that couple bags of coal, added two more cars. Man, this is about a 2-mile-long hype train right about now. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters, because the legendary Yobi with the 10. That's right, the 10. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Mach 5.0 early on a Saturday morning.
Let's go.
Thank you, legendary Yobi. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Keeping us ad-free. And for all you new splitters who might not know, you might go to other shows and see these crazy hourly goals, daily goals, weekly subscription goals. Like, you might see all that. When you come here to the Living Split
It's
Screen,
always.
Steel, go ahead. It's always what, brother?
It's always 69.
That's right. The goal remains the same here, folks. You never have to wonder. It's going to be 69 all the time. That's right. Welcome aboard, Splitters. Thank you for being here. Thanks again, yo. We appreciate you so much, man. We got Ron Slusher in the house. What's up, Ron Slusher? Thank you for being here. I see we got the M Gene. He says, buy this G Fuel. No, I'm good. Yeah. You're keeping us ad-free around here again, but G Fuel wants to hit us up. Hey, G Fuel, we could be bought. Anyways, appreciate you rolling out through here, M. Gene. King Styles is in the house. What's up, King Styles? Great to see you in here as well. Who else we got in here? I'm scrolling. Jason Max is in the house. What's up, Jason Max? Always good to see you. Thank you for dropping in here. We got the Galveston in here. What's up, Galveston? It's like watching Saturday morning cartoons when I was growing up. Looking forward to it weekly, even if I have to catch it afterwards.
Hey, that's the way it goes. Appreciate that.
Oh, love, man. Appreciate you so much for the kind words there, sir. Thank you, Galveston. Who else we got in here? I think I gotta keep scrolling. Man, Yobi. The Horde of Vors. That's all I'm seeing is green, man. Look at you. I got to scroll through all of this stuff. It's awesome. Delroy, again, we shouted out at him. He's in London. Go England, right? Go England. Heard you guys are going to bring it home, right? Bring it home over there. I ain't the biggest football guy, but I've watched it a lot, played it a little bit back in the day. So Delroy, I enjoy London again, but thank you for dropping by again, bro. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Tubaba Kumi. God, I see all you classic people in here. Nam Obar, I gave you your shout outs already. East Side Vandal. What's going on, East Side Vandal? East Side, pause, man. Pause. He was talking earlier when I was talking about clicking my stick, bro. He said my girl clicked my stick last night. Yo, East Side.
I did see that. That should make me laugh.
Oh, man.
Much love to you, son.
Well, hey, that's good, East Side.
There you go.
Hey, I'm happy for you, brother. I'm happy for you, man. The one and only Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mal, the brother from another jumping in here. What's up, brother? Great to see you early this morning. We got the Blue Arrow jumping in here. What's up, Blue Arrow?
Blue Arrow?
Great to see you. Thank you for joining us this morning on Living Split Screen. Appreciate you jumping in the chat and saying hi, man.
Hey.
For sure. I think this is as far back as I can go. Let's see if anybody else jumped in that we've been doing. Oh, what a brother from another Psychonauts. Holding it down on the front lines at the GameStop. That's right. The one and only Psychonauts is in here. What's up, brother? Yeah, shout out to the waifus.
Yes. Waifus definitely count now, Nixie. We do love some good waifus. Why not?
Bro.
I just don't prefer mine to be almost naked. Like that, that picture that Kate sent in the DM is fucking hilarious.
I saw that.
That was hilarious.
I was trying to do something similar with Sharon, right? With those colors, I was trying to get it, but her costumes don't work exactly like bunnies, so it doesn't. The as far as what parts get customized in what slot, it just so happens they made Bunny be able to customize like that. I had seen that earlier today.
That is so fucking funny.
I love my waifus, and I don't mind skin, unlike Steel. So we can do that.
Skin.
I like real life. Again, I did say that the maid outfits for this type of game run around in battles. Yes, I know it's a little weird for me to say this, but it just doesn't fit quite right, and I couldn't do it. Like, I thought about it multiple times. But again, the other outfits give me enough too, so it's fine. But I enjoy my waifus, and shout out to the Eastern devs holding it down here in this gaming industry with classic beauty. Keep doing your thing, boys and girls. Keep doing your thing, and it is boys and girls over there developing these games. Let's not forget that. Keep throwing this classic beauty at me.
What's surprising, what a lot of people may not know, especially in anime and things, there's a lot of women who are creating these characters as well. And actually, that's what made Stellar Blade so impressive is that there was a woman that was mainly designing. Yeah, it was his wife that was mainly designing that character. Yeah. So it's like you can shit on dudes all you want, but that's not the person that's making these girls look this way. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
No, we've had plenty of women gamers. We've had plenty of women gamers come out and say they love it too. They want to have sexy characters too, right? Both male and female. Like, give us the options. But we are in a power fantasy hobby. That's what this is about. Absolutely. Power fantasy. There's certainly games that are more realistic, that are down to earth, where you have normal looking characters. That's cool. But if you're going to give me a power fantasy, I want all the power. And that includes beauty, man. And again, beauty is subjective. Everybody's going to have their different opinions. Facts. But man, these devs giving us classic beauty. I'm all about it, man. I'm all about it. And
Nixie, you are right on that as well. He says they make, but the overall culture over there is not in sync with each other. Yeah. That's true. And I think that's with all cultures, though, man. Right? We got stuff happening over here that we're just a little bit more. We just allow more open freedom with a lot of that stuff, where over there it kind of comes across more like kind of going against the grain, right? Because it's not that's not what traditional what they would expect from out of them traditionally. But again, I mean, you see the world kind of opening up. Everybody has their own perspective. Not everything has to be overly serious. And I think every bit should get love, whether you're ugly, pretty, in between, age, it don't matter. Like, there's something out there for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. As long as we understand that there is going to be differences. That's just what it is, man. Not everybody gets an award. Okay, not everybody gets an award.
Participation.
Pure and simple. Yeah, no, we ain't giving participation trophies. I hate that shit. Anyways, no, I hate that shit. Anyways,
fourth place.
Oh shit! Let's get into this upcoming week of games over here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see here. What are we at? We are at 145. Just about to hit 145. So let's do that.
That's pretty on point today. Okay.
Yeah. We're doing good, man. So let's do this. We are coming up on the week of July the 15th, mid-month already.
Flying.
Man, I'm telling you.
Birthday's coming up in 15 days. Let's go.
Let's go. Absolutely, man. What are you gonna be this year?
32.
32. That's 32. Right. Because you turned 2 years ago, man. Already.
32.
That's right.
Man.
I remember your 30th birthday because I was giving you a hard time. I told you that you're now old. You're officially in the 30s. You're out of your 20s. You're now old man. You're catching up to me. So 32 this year. That's freaking fantastic, bro. That's freaking fantastic. Love it. All right. July the 15th.
Jasper's birthday is in 2 days. Let's go.
Oh, that's right, Jaspy. Thanks for reminding me, sir. It's always good to know. I got to start putting all these in my calendar too, man. All the family.
I need to do the same. Yeah, I need to do the same.
I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Like I used to forget my parents' birthdays all the time. Like again, you go through that stage and some people really care. Like I just always forgot. Finally, once smartphones came around and stuff, and then I finally got to the point where I was sick of like, oh shit, I'm fucking forgetting birthdays. I just started really doing my calendar with birthdays and stuff, so I remember. So, because I'm bad, man. I am bad with that shit. All right, Jaspy, what are you gonna get for your birthday here? Let's see, Darkest Dungeon 2 comes out on July the 15th, Jasper's birthday. That's right out. Shout out to the lore master Jasper, touching base from space. Let's go. Darkest Dungeon 2, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Switch, July the 15th. Really enjoyed some time with Darkest Dungeon 1. It is a tough game.
Are you in the right or am I in the wrong place?
Are you in the wrong place? You're in the wrong place.
I got June for. Oh, I am in the fucking wrong place. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. I've been in
the wrong year multiple times.
I'm in the wrong month.
Let's go. You were in June?
Yeah, I was in fucking June. So we're looking at June like, oh, this isn't the game that I fucking stupid.
Yeah, no. Darkest Dungeon 2. Again, really enjoyed my time with Darkest Dungeon 1. Really tough game. Again, it's not going to be for everybody, but I can't wait to see what they do with Darkest Dungeon 2. Really cool, fun strategy, tactics type game. Obviously, side view, side scroll, side view, whatever you want to say, 2D view. But really interesting mechanics in that game. It ain't for the faint of heart. You're going to lose party members. Like they die permanently. It's permadeath. So you're going to lose them, but it is a cool ass game. So Darkest Dungeon 2 this week. Then we got Supernatural coming out on PC. Just from the cover, nope. And nope. And nope, we got some fucking scary ass demon grandma. I ain't doing it, man.
I'm good. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, she's smiling at me with all gums. She looks like MBG out here. I'm just not going to do this, man. I'm just not going to do this. Hitori the Productions is the developer and publisher of Supernatural. But if you into that stuff, go ahead and get that. What else we got here? We got Ariel Knight is back yet again. Indie dev. Shout out to Ariel Knight, who launched Never Yield. He is back with his second game. We Never Yield this time on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. A runner through and through. This is a runner, if you guys know what I mean. It's constant action, and you are in constant motion. You're never stopping in these games. Really cool, really great first game that he put out. So shout out to Ariel Knight. Yeah. He coming back with the second one again. We Never Yield. So shout out to him, July 16th. And then we got Deliver Us the Moon. It is finally showing up on Switch, July the 16th as well. And then we got Evil v Evil. Still, I don't think I even touched on this game. This came out
I like the
Future
cover
Game
art.
Show. Yeah, the Future Game Show. Right, and the Steam demo week, right? Steam Indie Demo Week. I forget what they call it. Sorry, but anyways, I did actually download this and play this. I did actually jump into this. This is PV. It's set. Okay, no, it's set up for like Left 4 Dead. Okay.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
it's like Left 4 Dead with vampires.
Oh, okay. First person action.
First person action. Yep. Different characters, different classes, right? But you're vampires and you get different powers, but you get your weapons, you get your skills up, all that kind of stuff. It is an indie game, so we're not talking about AAA here. We're not talking about that. But I actually played through some of the initial run through the tutorial and the campaign a little bit on the demo that they allowed you to play. Actually, some really cool vampire mechanics in this game, and fast-paced as hell first-person shooter, like a really fast-paced game. And actually, there's some fun to be had here. So go check out Evil v Evil. This one's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. 1 to 3 players, right? Co-op. So it's Toadman Interactive, and that launches this week. Cool game. Again, for an indie developer trying something new, and I love vampires, it's kind of dope, man. I'm not going to lie. I had some fun with that thing. So go check out Evil v Evil. Then, Steel, we got Flock. That's right. Flock is coming. It is a nice little indie game from Hollow Ponds, published by Annapurna. Annapurna doesn't really miss with their indie games. Again, not every game's going to be for everybody, but man, they get some really high quality indie games. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Go check that out. And then let's see here. Close. Why am I getting ads? Thanks. All right. And then July 16th, Let's School. Okay, let's school. This is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC from Pythia Games, published by Pythia Games and PM Studios. Hey, when do we get a studio? When do we get a publishing house? Me and Mav. I don't remember getting a PM. I don't remember getting a PM Studios. Mav, when do we get it? When do we get one of these? But this is a simulation game. It looks like you're going to be obviously doing a school. So that was already out last year on PC on July 26th. It is now coming to consoles everywhere, July the 16th. Let's School. Let's see here. What else we got here? We got Magical Delicacy, coming to Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, and PC. So this is Okay, yeah. So it's coming to Xbox Series, Xbox One, PC. August 15th, it will be coming to Switch. This is from Scowl developer. I'm probably butchering that, but that's what it looks. Whitehorn Digital Publishing. This is a platformer. And no PlayStation release. Weird. Okay, interesting. Magical Delicacy this week as well. God, these ads are annoying. What's going on, Game Informer?
Yeah, they're killing it.
Yeah, they're killing it. Let's see here. What else we got? We got Nobody Wants to Die, Steel. This game, this is on my list.
Okay.
I've watched the videos of this. This is a futuristic detective game that I'm sure if you watch the actual trailer, you'll remember that this has been shown off before. This, I believe it's in UE5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, if anybody remembers. I think this one is UE5. It's from Critical Hit Games, published by PlayOn. It's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC this week. This is on my list. This game looks freaking cool as hell. So this is an adventure game. Again, futuristic cyberpunk detective game. Looks awesome. I can't wait to check this one out. And again, PlayOn's been putting out some pretty good stuff. They've been publishing pretty decent stuff. This one looks high quality. So I can't wait to see this one in action and get people's thoughts on it. So Nobody Wants to Die is July the 17th. Let's see what else we got here. Geez.
Hey, Yobi's birthday is going to be next Saturday. So we're gonna be live.
Man, oh man. We gotta mark that one down, Steel. Don't let us forget.
I already put it in the calendar.
Okay, all right, cool. Then what do we got? We got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
This one looks good, man, but it's
Splintered Fate. Yeah. Did you play it?
Oh, no, I'm thinking about the wrong one. I'm thinking about the
new one
the
that's
other
coming
one,
out.
yeah, the 4-player one that looks. I like the art style on that one.
I don't like the art style. I'm not gonna lie. I like the old school.
It's more so following the newer show, but I like the party action kind of thing that they're going for, the way they're approaching it. But it's a different game.
This is a different game. This was a mobile game because it was out on iOS May 4th, 2023. From Super Evil Megacorp is the developer. It is coming to Switch on July 17th. So if you got a Switch and you're a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, obviously got a new game coming. Go get it. Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. What is this? Oh, I've seen this. I've seen videos of this. This looks dope. The animation style looks awesome in this. Okay, so this is an action game. Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus, got that whole Eastern mythology thing going on. Really freaking cool looking. Again, the animation in it looks really awesome. It's a minimalistic style animation to it, but the color palette is awesome. I really like how this game looks. This is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Developed by Squid Shock Studios, published by Humble Games. Again, Humble Games is a side scroller. Yeah, is this one coming to Game Pass too? Because it's Humble. We had that Xbox had that deal with Humble. I wonder if this one is coming to Game Pass. Maybe it's not because I don't remember it in their listing. It's
2.5D.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's coming to Game Pass. So, but it is coming out on everything. It looks really cool, man. I just love the style of this game. I was watching some videos the other day. Again, it's not going to be for me because it is platforming. It looks like almost like a Metroidvania too. In a way.
It is very. It looks like very.
Yeah. So, but if you are into those games, go check this one out. Yeah.
It looks super dope though. Yeah, this definitely looks super dope.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it looks really cool. So that's Bo, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I believe I am. It is Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. Then a game that is coming, Steel, to Game Pass as well as everywhere on Xbox and then on PC is Dungeons of Hinterberg, a nice indie title. This from Microbird Games, published by Curve, another good publisher of indie titles. This one has been on my radar. I'm going to check it out for sure. I think a lot of people have seen the videos, the different trailers because it's been all over Xbox showcases and ID at Xbox. Dungeons of Hinterberg coming to Game Pass this week. Again, download it, try it. No risk. I am going to be checking out Dungeons of Hinterberg. I want to check that one out a little bit. And then the one Steele's been talking about, and I did play the demo as well. Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. That's right, Flintlock.
There's a lot of games coming out this week.
Bro,
Jesus.
This week is filled. We ain't done yet either. Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. And of course, coming to Game Pass. This has been promoted for about almost 2 years now, a year and a half, 2 years.
I need
now.
this as a poster. I like that. I like that cover art they got here.
Yeah.
That cover art is sick.
That was on that latest trailer.
I need
that's
that.
That's the one thing I pointed out. This kind of almost fantasy type game, but with the new trailers, they put in this kind of modernized typeface for all the wording and that kind of. It looks dope. I love the combination of the two. So Flintlock this week. Again, I played the demo. Ultimately, it's not going to be for me. They've been out. The developer's been out really talking about how he wants people to understand that this, while it is Souls adjacent, it is not as hard as a Souls-like game. And from what I played,
did it have difficulty options? I don't remember.
I don't think so. Yes, it does. It does have difficulty options. I think I remember in the demo it does have difficulty options. I will agree with him that it's not as hard as a Souls-like. Okay, but is it still Souls-like? Yeah, it is. But I think there's going to be a lot of people that find a lot of goodness in this game, and I know, Steele, you're excited to jump in.
Oh yeah.
The little dog fox dude, I forget his name now, is super dope. The mechanics in the combat that you start unlocking and upgrading, even with him as well, and what he can do in combat for you, excuse me, are really cool. So I think a lot of people are going to find, again, it's not AAA. When I played the demo, you can tell that there is some, it's not AAA. But it is gorgeous at moments. It is really gorgeous at moments. I was playing on PC, and there's a lot of detail in some of it. So I hope everybody looks forward to Flintlock, gets out there, enjoys it. I hope this turns out to be another one of those surprise indie titles that comes along where people play it and it exceeds expectations for some people. And I can't wait to hear Steele's thoughts on it. But Flintlock this week, Game Pass, go check it out, download it, try it. It ain't for you. You didn't lose a damn thing if you got Game Pass, which is the beautiful part. So Flintlock this week as well. And then we got Nintendo World Championships NES edition coming to the Switch July 18th. This was just announced at the last Nintendo Direct. So Nintendo World Championships this week. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. You never will. So there you go. Check out Nintendo World Championships. Shim coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Shim from Ewad van der Werf. I'm assuming this is a single indie dev. Ewad van der Werf, and it's published by Extra Knife, and it is a platforming game with a cool kind of sketch style, according to the cover art here. So go check out Shim or Skim, depending on how you want to pronounce it. It probably pronounce it Skim.
Probably.
Still, man, we ain't done, bro.
Oh, damn.
We ain't done. And we're ending on two giant games, by the way. Two giant. Yes, folks, this is 1 week.
Release back to
This is 1 week.
Oh, Jesus
everybody.
Christ.
Yo, and we're ending on two giant games. Like, my X feed has been filled with people so freaking excited, and they should be, because it's been gone since 2014 was the last one. People have been asking for it to come back. It's finally here. EA Sports College Football 25 is finally hitting, and the word is
people are
on the street. Huh? What did you say?
People are liking it.
Yeah, the word is on the street. They've done right. Okay,
that's good.
A lot of the original. Right. Again, a lot of people look at it and say, oh, it's just a reskinned Madden. The facts are the facts that back in the day, you could look at NCAA and say the same damn thing. Oh, it's just a reskinned Madden until you played it.
It does. Yeah, don't play this.
And even as not the biggest college football guy, right? If I had to choose, I was a giant NFL fan. Okay. Again, I don't watch anymore. whatever. It's just, I still pay attention, but I just don't watch anymore. It's not my thing anymore. I've removed it from all sports for the most part from my life. I still pay attention, but I don't. But back in the day, I was a huge NFL guy, right? Even I myself, even as a huge NFL fan, when I played college football, right, I knew that there was massive differences. Of course, some of the college game is going to be different from the NFL because they run different formations and stuff that you can't do, like the wishbone and all that kind of stuff that they just don't do in the NFL, okay? But outside of that, that team was a separate team, and they made it a point to do things differently than Madden. And many times that team back in the day pushed Madden to become a better game because so many more people said that the college football side of things played much better than Madden. Everybody has been stuck with only Madden as a football game since 2014, bro. 10 years, a decade of Madden being even worse than it was back in the day as far as not fixing shit, just rehashing over and over and over again because they didn't have any internal competition and they didn't have any external competition. That internal competition is bad because from what I'm reading, and I've been reading a lot and I've been watching a lot of people's videos on EA college sports because I'm trying to decide whether or not I hop in at some point because I've been craving a sports game. I haven't bought 2K the past couple years. I've been craving a sports game, and I don't like Madden. I don't like how it plays. I try it every time it drops on an EA Play. I try it, and I'm like, same old fucking Madden. I can't stand it. I hate the running game. I hate the blocking schemes that they have in Madden. I just doesn't feel right. It never has. 2K5 still to this day has better run blocking than Madden, which is stupid to say, but it's true. I've been thinking like I want to get into something. I've been watching videos, been watching people talk about this college sports, and yes, they took away some things that people aren't happy with. Like you can't start out as, I think the big one is the high school. They stopped you from playing as a high school player to get signed to a college team in the road to
really?
What is it? Yeah. So they took that out. But again, what people are playing, because there's some people who've had early access to this game and have been playing it. A lot of the big influencers, they are saying that, no, you can tell that a lot of the old college football team is back making this game and that this game plays differently from Madden in all the right ways and that they have put so much attention to detail into the college football experience, even beyond what they used to, that this is setting the new bar for football. So from that standpoint, I'm all in. Also, they're bringing in Ultimate Team to this, okay? Now, everybody can groan. Yes, but they're going to allow you to have old school players from some of the best players out of college football from back in the day on your Ultimate Team. You're starting to get me. Now, I haven't seen the full list of who's going to be included, who's not going to be included, all that kind of stuff. But anytime you start giving me that option, I could build a super team from when they were in college. I'm kind of excited for this deal. I am kind of excited. But the community as a whole, again, people have been waiting for this. I'm seeing everybody just light up because they are ready. Like, this is going to be that game. Happy to see it back. Happy that it's getting a good response so far. We'll see how it comes once it hits everybody's hands. Everybody starts getting to talk about it. But right now, this is looking like it's going to be a massive hit for EA, as everybody knew it would be, because it sounds like the dev team understood their homework because they're part of the old school team and they're coming back and they're starting to go, yeah, you guys over at the Madden team don't want to do this shit. That's fine. We'll do our shit. And they're making the game right. So I'm hoping that's the case.
That's dope to see.
Yeah. Super excited. Can't wait to hear people's thoughts on it, man. Then another one on July 19th, Kinitsugami Path of the Goddess. Steel already mentioned it. We've talked about it. I played the demo. I told you all I was sold within 40 minutes. That's it. That's all I needed to play the demo. Done, over with. Blending genres together. The art style is literally, we talk about games as art all the damn time because that's truly what they are. Of course, it starts in conceptual phase where people are actually creating artwork, conceptual artwork for video games. This is all art. But there are games that come out that are living artworks. this is a living artwork when you're playing the game. It is absolutely gorgeous. The style is off the charts. There is no game like this in a lot of ways when you start playing it and you look at the action on screen and then you go into photo mode and you actually see the detail on that action. There's not a game like that. This is completely unique. This is Capcom. Capcom don't miss, Steel. Capcom is at peak Capcom form again. They have had a renaissance yet again, as we've talked about, but this is a brand new IP and they are putting as much quality into this game as you would expect out of any AAA Capcom title. Mm-hmm. They are not slacking on this at all. They are saying that this is going to be, I think they said 25 roughly hours, 30 hours.
Yeah. Well, they say that, but then
yeah, I know. We're really happy.
It's probably double that.
Price game. It's not a full price game. It's only $50.
Game Pass.
They're doing everything right. It's in Game Pass. Again, so if you're Game Pass, hey, download, try it. Tower defense mixed with action combat, right? With a little bit of RPG action to it with Eastern mythology cranked up to 12. I'm all in. Can't wait to download the full game and try it out this week. All in. This is the one I'm excited for. I even said early on when we first started seeing this game, the more I saw of it, could sneak into Game of the Year conversations. I don't think it's going to win, but this has got Game of the Year quality. The demo I played was already polished to hell. Again, this is Capcom not skimping on anything. And I think they're going to have another franchise on their hands here still. I think this will be a regular franchise. I think this is going to garner enough attention, bring some new people in who necessarily wouldn't play a straight tower defense game. I think it's going to bring some people in. I think it's unique. I think it's going to capture some people's imaginations. I think they got something here, man. I'm really excited for Path of Goddess this week.
Man, it's gonna be rough this week, man. God damn. Yeah. Flintlock and then Path of the Goddess that next day. Thursday, Friday releases. Then you got the sports football. Y'all kind of got me. It kind of got my brain kind of wandering a little bit. I haven't played fucking Madden since Ray Lewis was on the cover, I believe.
Bro,
whichever one that was. That was some time ago.
So good, bro. It's looking so good. It's like the path. I think it's Path to Glory. I think that's what the name of it. Forgive me again. I'm not the biggest college dude in the world, but whatever. They call it Path to Glory. Like you choose out of 5 starting. So instead of doing the high school thing, right, you get to choose from like 5 different levels of star recruit to start your career. Steel. If you want a challenge, you can start as like a walk-on that has like a starting like in the 60s overall. And you only have like one skill that you get special, and you have to earn your playing time. Bro, they're like that. I like that. Or you can walk in as a 5-star, right? Or you can walk in as a 5-star.
No, I like earning that spot.
Yeah. So they got that for the single player action. Bro, just the details they put into every basically like college and how their stadium is and how their mascots are, how they do their intro, how they do their onto the field, run onto the field, how they've thought of all of it. Like they thought of all of it, man. I'm actually tempted on this one. Like this is like rare for me day one sports game these days, but like I'm tempted. It looks dope, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, super dope to see. People were saying that there's nothing to play out here, man. That the gaming is dead. That Game Pass has been the bane, and I think that's where we're going to actually start our conversation. That was our upcoming games list. So let's get back to the main crux of the show here, man. Because
that was a huge upcoming week. We haven't had one of those in a long time.
No, it's definitely been. It's been at least a few weeks since we've had just a crazy
30 minutes.
Dungeons of Hindenburg as well.
Oh my god! Like 25 minutes. Jesus,
it's just so much content that is coming in that. And why it's so important to do the upcoming games, right? Before we get into the whole Game Pass conversation.
Yeah.
the upcoming games are just so important because it lets people at least get an idea of what's around, what's available, what the options are, right? I hear so much conversation of people saying, oh, I got nothing to play. There's this, there's that. And then you see all the variety that's releasing, that's upcoming. You hear all the good conversations that are also following up on, again, games like Flintlock, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, college football. I want to call it NCAA so bad. EA Sports, college football. It's just Dungeons of Hinterberg, another game that's also coming to Game Pass. There's just so much variety and selection of games. Like at this point, at what point do you kind of start asking yourself, hey, maybe I just don't appreciate the hobby the way that I used to? Right. And you see that, man. But it's just crazy to again, 30, almost 30 minutes on just upcoming games, on games that we find interesting, that hopefully you guys find interesting as well. And again, this is something that not many places do, right? Bring attention to not only what you're playing right now, with a lot of detail and follow up, and give you kind of our perspectives on things, and then to follow up with the upcoming games as well. So, but speaking of games that are coming into Game Pass, and a service that has been the talk of the town this week, Game Pass, man, the prices went up. And unfortunately, I guess this marks the end for Game Pass. People said it's they went up $2, and now this is a scientific fact that it is unsustainable. It's not proven. They had to raise the price at some point. This is the Call of Duty tax in full effect. You know, Pong, they're even going so far as to say that, you know, Xbox during the FTC trial said they wouldn't raise the price of Game Pass because of Call of Duty coming in. And now we see them turn around and raise the price of Game Pass. There's just no value to be had in it, and I don't get why they would raise the price. They haven't proven anything yet.
Context is that many of these people were the people that said that they would pay $100 for a Sony premium game. So, okay, all right. Cool.
For every game, you know, and to each their own. And I found an interesting article that outlines some of these things that are happening right now with these Game Pass price raises. In the chat, if you got anything that you would like for us to talk about specifically regarding this as well, let us know down below. But I'll just tell you the title, and then we'll swap over to our show stuff screen. The best deal in gaming has entered its in-shitification era. You like that title? I thought the title was interesting. This title is coming from gizmodo.com. Again, I like to try to reach out to different places to see how people are feeling about what's happening in our industry. So, is it a little clickbaity? Sure. I don't know. That's a unique word to use, in shitification. But they go on to say, Game Pass new pricing model, hence it will restrict more games to expensive plans. We already know where this road leads. This is by Kyle Barr. It was done on July 12th. They go on to say, Xbox Game Pass remains one of the best deals in gaming. I want to add a dramatic pause there, because Xbox Game Pass remains one of the best deals in gaming. But the best deal in gaming has entered its in-shitification era. All right, let's go. But it's getting worse. This week, Microsoft completely upended its pricing structure for its game subscription service, making everything more expensive and confusing in equal measure. We've seen enough apps and streaming services go down this road to know that this is a bad sign. Once you start raising prices and restricting common features, you're already on a path towards in-shitification. The use of this word is very unique. Anyway, with just a few emails sent to Game Pass customers, Microsoft generated a wave of confusion surrounding its new price hike. Even with an FAQ, Microsoft struggled to clarify who gets what under their new payment scheme. Okay. At the top of the list, Microsoft is doing away with the Game Pass for console entirely for any new members wishing to sign up after July 10th. Starting the same date, new Game Pass customers were now required to pay more per subscription. I thought this wasn't supposed to go in action until September. Maybe I'm off base in that.
No, September is when it starts.
Okay. US-based customers paying for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate will see a $3 increase to $20 a month. It will be $15 more annually if you've opted for Game Pass Core. PC Game Pass is going from $10 to $12 a month. That's a new tier called Xbox Game Pass Standard for $15 a month. But that won't be available until sometime down the road. That tier is effectively replacing Game Pass for console. After September 12th, existing members will see the new prices reflected on their monthly bill. But PC Game Pass is going from 10 to 12. You said it was starting the same date. Okay. Are you confused yet? We're not done. Microsoft is changing the expectations of what you'll receive depending on your subscription tier. Game Pass Ultimate remains the only tier to allow cloud gaming. But if you opt for the cheaper Game Pass Standard option, you won't expect any day one first-party games as previous Game Pass for console tier did. So, remember how Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is coming to Game Pass? If you're new to Game Pass, you'll need to be paying for a PC Game Pass or Ultimate to have it on release. You know what you could also do? Just pay for the game, full price. You can play on whatever platform that you want to. I thought that's what people were going to do anyway. I'm so confused because through this whole Game Pass argument that has been had, I've seen some people try to take the conversation in an angle that's more so coming at it like you can't get access to Call of Duty even if you wanted to buy it, which is really weird. Like Game Pass is the only option that you have to access this game. Nonetheless, if you still have Game Pass for console or PC Game Pass, you'll continue to receive day one games. Game Pass Core is still the most basic level, mostly there to access online multiplayer. But Standard seems like a pretty lousy deal compared to what you get now. Unless you sign up for Ultimate, you won't have access to day one games on either Xbox Series X or Series S. The new tier structure is ludicrous. It expects new and existing customers to parse a whole range of bullet points to understand exactly what they're paying for. You can't simply pay for Game Pass. You have to pay for the right version of Game Pass. Netflix may be devolving its tier structure by removing the basic subscription while forcing users on either Netflix with ads or Standard. But at least you have access to the same content no matter what. That can no longer be said for Game Pass. What does this mean for Game Pass's future? As a reminder, for those in the back row, enshittification is a word coined by tech blogger Cory Doctorow, who I don't know, but to describe how apps and services screw over users to benefit the company and investors before inevitably turning around and abusing those same investors. Dramatic pause. The term has gotten a lot of mileage in the past few years. Dramatic pause. You can see it with some of the most popular social media apps. If you struggle with the digital concert tickets or restaurant reservations, you've experienced the results of enshittification. They're quadrupling on this. Okay. Enshittification isn't inevitable, though it is consistent. Microsoft has been pushing Game Pass for a few years now, so much so it has started to look like its hardware has taken a back seat. During its last big game showcase, Microsoft's big hardware release for the first half of 2024 was a more expensive Series X with 1 terabyte of storage. I thought there was 2 terabytes. Maybe it was 1 terabyte.
On what?
The new Series X that they were releasing. The Galaxy
the new
one?
series. They've got the 2 terabyte now. Yeah.
Well, no, that's what they meant. According to The Verge, Tom Warren, quoting anonymous sources, Microsoft is scaling back sales in Europe. We know the Redmond, Washington tech giant has tried to push Game Pass hard, even hinting it would try to get on competing consoles. Last week, Amazon and Microsoft declared you could now play cloud gaming titles through a few Fire TV sticks. Well, it's the 23 and up version, 2023 year and up version. meaning you don't necessarily need a smart TV or computer to access the Xbox app and play the wide selection of streaming titles. Xbox head Phil Spencer hit on the central theme with the news, tweeting, "No console, don't be scared." But all that expansion hasn't seemed enough to claw back some of the $69 billion spent on the Activision Blizzard buyout. The company laid off close to 2,000 staff from its newly purchased studios earlier this year. There was the promise of seeing Call of Duty come out on Game Pass, but now that will be restricted depending on how much you are willing to pay Microsoft every month. Despite all that, Game Pass is still very, very good. Its cloud service is very smooth, and the title selection is one of the best among gaming subscription services. Though, at $20, it has to compete with the likes of NVIDIA's GeForce Now Ultimate, who they're also rumored to possibly do a partnership with, which has higher stated graphical quality with better bit rates. Yeah, and NVIDIA also likes to rake their customers over the coal for their graphics cards. So I don't think that they're much better in this, although, sure, the service is definitely better, and I would fucking hope so, for a company that wants you to pay $1,000 for a graphics card. That used to be $6 to $7. Anyway, which has a higher stated graphical quality with better bit rates. Game Pass is currently better than Sony's PlayStation Plus subscription service. PlayStation Plus also increased in price last year, with execs blaming market conditions for the move. Game Pass Ultimate is $2 more monthly than PlayStation Plus Premium. Streaming services have continuously increased fees across the board. What seems inevitable is that Microsoft and Sony will eventually demand players pay even more for their games. But what if it's worse than that? Game Pass needs loads more subscribers to be a viable replacement for a pure hardware business and recoup losses from the Activision Blizzard deal. If Microsoft can't make those returns, a worse service seems inevitable. If Microsoft can't make those returns, a worse service seems inevitable. Like streaming, the only outcome is a race to the bottom. I'm going to stop it there because there's a lot of interesting things that were said here, and there's a lot that has been said about this overall. Paul, I'll start off with you first. How do you feel about the best deal in gaming entering its inshitification era?
Oh, God. I love journalists who think that they're being cute and being smarter than everybody else because they decided to go Google some words and find one that nobody uses and then use it. We've seen this. We've seen this over these years. Anyways, you know, I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand as, again, mature adults, or we like to think we're all mature adults, to hold competing thoughts in their head at the same time. I don't understand why it's all or nothing one way or the other every single time one of these topics comes up, right? You can criticize the move,
for sure,
and yet still, as a consumer, as a gamer like me, judge the value of said price increase and decide for yourself whether or not it's for you.
Yeah.
But the facts are the facts that people out here in this community just can't do both. And it's got to be either you hate, it's just another, Xbox is dead, Game Pass is dead, it's over with, it's been a great run, everything we said was right, it's not sustainable, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Or it's, oh my God, it's still the best Game Pass. Xbox still gives you more than anybody else, and you shouldn't say shit about a $3 price increase. Listen, for me, I've been consistent in this. I am not going to pull pitchforks and torches out. I said that even before this all happened, because again, we talked about this happening a couple times in the lead up to this. In fact, we were speculating on when this was going to happen after they announced that Call of Duty was for sure coming into Game Pass. But I can sit here and say I hate it. I can sit here and say that no trillion, billion, $1 million company who brags about profits quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter should ever pass any increase to their consumers. I can sit here and say that. I can sit here and say I hate it. I despise it. I think this is the stupidest thing ever. I don't know why they're doing this. Don't know why they're making it more confusing for the consumers. Yeah. Especially new people trying to get in. I don't understand why you have a huge, and again, first of all, let's say this was not them officially making these statements. This was another situation where internally they had a fuck up. And again, I understand Microsoft is a gigantic worldwide corporation, but they are a software company. You'd think they'd be able to control when their emails go out. Like, why do you have emails going out early to your Canadian consumers telling everybody that this is about to happen and then have to come out and not do a controlled statement and yet once more be out here going, we're doing this. Like, this wasn't the plan. I can guarantee you they were planning on telling everybody that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was coming into Game Pass. They were planning on probably talking about some of the ABK back catalog starting to come into Game Pass. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to change some things on Game Pass. Yeah. But they didn't get to do that here, okay? But that's their fuck up. Okay.
Continues to be, actually.
It continues to be. But anyways, I can sit here and say that I hate this. I don't think this should happen at all. Okay. And I hate that they just had this huge promotion of a new way to access Game Pass on Amazon's Fire Sticks, the 4K Fire Sticks, right? They just made this big, huge deal about it. Amazon execs out here making a big, huge deal about it. Mm-hmm. It is a cool new entry point, even if it's not for everybody, even as us as enthusiasts go, I'm not selling my consoles and gaming on a Fire Stick. Okay. We're not there yet, but it's still a cool concept that I love that they're continuing to push forward because we believe that the tech is going to continue to get to a point where eventually that might be a possibility that cloud does do everything possible. Again, I just want to see them pushing in new directions. But you come out here with this big promotion for Amazon Fire Sticks and you want all these new people to jump in, and then you do so those people that aren't in your ecosystem that you're trying to go grab show up, roll up on their Amazon Fire Stick because they hear about Xbox Game. Oh, I just need a controller. Oh, sweet. I got my Amazon Fire Stick. Let me go try some games out. And you don't have a tier for cloud only. No. In fact, you make cloud gaming only available in Game Pass Ultimate. So somebody who wants to play on their Fire Stick has to now pay new to the ecosystem, has to pay $20 a month to play on their fucking Fire Stick. Yo. That makes zero sense to me. Yeah. So I can make those criticisms. I can look at this situation, go, you have created an identity around Game Pass for years and years. You have built this identity around Game Pass, which is flipping fantastic. Mm-hmm. But that base core idea is that you get all first party titles day and date in Game Pass. That is the biggest selling point to Game Pass.
That's what I'm going to speak to.
And now all of a sudden you've got a Game Pass tier that doesn't offer day and date. Okay. Why? What are we doing here still? And I'll let you talk on it too, because you had a post about it and it was a great post. I don't think the standard tier should exist. I understand why it does. It is there to give you an option, but when you look at that option and then you say for $5 more a month, I can get Game Pass Ultimate, which includes all of this stuff, you're strong arming people, pushing people towards Game Pass Ultimate. I get it. But I can still sit back and go, this is stupid.
Yeah, I think
okay, so you swapped out day and date games for the online connectivity, which again, paying for online connectivity, I can understand why they're not going to take it away, but it's the dumbest, most antiquated thing I've ever fucking seen in my life in this day and date. And I know, Steele, you've got very valid points as reasons why they charge for online.
Possibly. I don't know if that's the case or not, but
still, it's the easiest win in the world.
It is.
Take away pain. Keep the prices the damn same. Just say everybody come. If you buy the game physically and you want to play Call of Duty, by all means, go ahead and play Call of Duty online. But keep the prices the same, but just stop charging for online. Okay? Just do that. How many It just doesn't make sense to me. Keep your prices the same. Don't take away any prices just because you make online for free. Who cares? But just get the easy W and make online playing on consoles free. Just do it. Mm-hmm. It's an easy W. Okay. But they've made this very confusing. And I know people want to sit out there and say it's not confusing. It is confusing for people who aren't into the gaming industry. That's who Microsoft and Xbox are going after right now. Yeah. They're going after either people who are not currently in the gaming ecosystem or who are casuals out there that play gaming elsewhere that they want to bring in. People looking at these explanations, it's not the simplest of terms, and I think they could have done a much better job. In fact, they had to put out 3 pages to explain all the different scenarios. That's not consumer friendly, okay?
Yeah.
I could say all of these things, right? And I can make all of these criticisms. Me as the gamer on the other side, I can sit back and go, as a gamer, as a consumer, value-wise, for what I look for, how I play games as a grazer, right. Game Pass is still the best deal in town. I don't give 2 shits about the increase from me personally. Right. It's not going to change how I do things. I'm not going to cancel my subscription. It is still, for me, a great value. Mm-hmm. And plus, as an educated consumer, the ECP, I don't pay full price for Game Pass ever. I never have, and nobody should. There are deals on Game Pass Ultimate all the fucking time out here. And anybody in this community, unless you have a bank account that allows you to say, I don't give a shit, I just put my card out there and just let it run. Anybody else out here who has any type of budget, who is conscious of their spending, you can easily go find deals on Game Pass Ultimate where you're not spending the full price. So I have never spent the $15 a month. I have never spent the $17 a month, and I'm never going to spend the $20 a month unless something crazy happens and I just let it run and I just let it go. I will never spend that. The minute this was announced, I went to CD Keys. They had 3 months for $27. That comes out to $9 a month, and I locked into another 6 months. I'm not boomstick. I can't go buy 3 years worth. I'm not stacking that much, but I extended mine another 6 months for $9 a month. So I'm not spending $20 a month, right? The other thing is that's been lost that people are confused about. If you are already in the Xbox ecosystem, you are grandfathered in as long as you continue subscription. Nothing changes. And people are acting like, oh, they just came out, fixed the core console, and that's it. They're dead. They got to switch over to standard or ultimate. No, you are grandfathered in. So as long as you keep your subscription going, you're good. You're still getting day and day.
Let it lapse.
You're still getting that. So nothing has changed there. So these pitchforks and torches, like, no, this is for the new people entering the ecosystem or the people who drop out and then come back in again.
Yep.
I agree, right? I agree with the people that are saying that obviously internally that they looked at what Game Pass was doing on console, specifically console. We'll get to PC here in a second. But what they looked at a console was, I do believe that their original internal goals, in which we know from the ABK deal, were 50 million, 100 million. They had marks that they wanted to get to. That's obvious. That's not stupid, right? Okay, we didn't even need to see it to know that they probably had those numbers in mind.
Of course.
That they probably now have realized console-wise, they have saturated their market. Not to say that they're not going to grow at all, but even with Call of Duty, right, coming in, because again, the Call of Duty Madden only players each year, that crew is not going to buy into Game Pass just to get Call of Duty free, because if you do simple basic math, for those people that only buy a few games a year, Game Pass ain't the deal for them.
Yeah,
we all get this. Again, it's not going to happen that way. But I feel like they've probably looked internally and said, we have saturated the market as much as we can on the console side. And what happens in subscription services, as we know, because Netflix, all these other subscription services have proved the model out. If you are in an aggressive growth phase, you keep your price of subscription down low and make it a ridiculous value, as Game Pass was on the ridiculous side, so that people undeniably can't look at your subscription service and even second guess the amount that they're paying.
Right.
Like that's what you do to grow. once you've hit peaks, right? Like Netflix for years kept their prices down to nothing. Like it was stupid how much content they were giving. They went into debt. They went into debt, massive debt over it. But now, once they reached their peaks or started seeing that mark, then they started slowly raising their prices. We see that with Game Pass. They are obviously trying to get more money, as Phil said he didn't want to do. But again, this is big business going to big business. They don't give a fuck about your feelings. I've said that a billion times. It's true. This is capitalism. They don't give a shit. Money makes the world go around. Everybody can hate it. Everybody can say it's the worst thing ever. Yeah. That's our reality. We wouldn't have this gaming industry without the fucking money being involved, okay? Because these big time players like Microsoft and everybody else wouldn't be jumping in, okay? So they looked at it and said, we got to get more out of that base that we do currently have. We got to start increasing our Game Pass price. So that's what they're doing. And again, it's not to say that they're not going to grow. It's not to say that they can't break through elsewhere. This is not the final form of Game Pass.
Yeah.
At all. This is not the final form. This tells me that they're still thinking about it. They're still evolving it. If they go the route that Nixie's trying to claim that eventually they will go away from day and date completely and that we will see a Game Pass, something like that, I don't think that's happening. Is that a possibility? Of course it is. Again, that's always been a possibility. Yeah. That Game Pass just didn't turn into the juggernaut that they thought it could be, so therefore they walk away from it. I've said that from day one. I said I'm going to ride it until the wheels fall off. If that's the way things happen, then that's the way things happen. I personally don't think so. I personally think that they're still evolving Game Pass. And the one market that they still see a ton of potential in is PC. That's why they didn't do a whole lot. They increased PC Game Pass, but PC Game Pass is still one freaking hell of a value proposition. Mm-hmm. However, PC players, hardcore PC players, a lot of the PC community hates the Xbox app, which I agree is not the greatest thing ever. They got a lot of work to do. They got to fix that. But I think internally they're planning on fixing that. And I think then eventually they think that they can get it to a good spot where then some more PC players look at it and go, okay, they've done enough work to the Xbox app. It's not so fucking stupid anymore that I'm willing to jump into that for that price point of PC Game Pass. That's why I think PC Game Pass is still so cheap, is because they see growth there. And then there's the other market that they're just getting into, which I still see more expansion because that's the biggest market of them all, which is mobile. Mm-hmm. And we know their mobile store. They haven't even started. Their mobile store is coming, web-based mobile store, by the way, not an app, which a lot of people think that they don't have a shot in hell of doing anything in the mobile space. But I always take the wait and see approach. That mobile market, we could see a mobile Game Pass out there as well. But they got work to do here still. They got work to do here. But is it overall, to me, as the gamer, as the consumer, a big deal? No, it's not. I'm not going to pull out pitchforks and torches. I'm not going to come here and lie to you guys and say I'm canceling my Game Pass subscription. That's not going to happen. I've said it again. I whisper it because I don't like it, but really, if they raise it to $25, I'd still be in. That's enough value. I actually want them to do another tier, Steel. I want them to do a higher tier. A $35 tier in which I get all the ultimate editions of the games, where I get all the subscription services, Ubisoft Plus, EA Play, the full boat Steel in that subscription service. And I would pay more.
I think we should get that now.
But I'm just saying, I want them to do something like that. Give me more value, charge me more, but give me more value. I'm in. That's the way I look at this. So I don't like what they did. I don't like how it got rolled out because it wasn't the rollout that they obviously wanted. I don't like the confusion with all these different things. I think that they should have a cloud-only tier as well for the Amazon Fire Stick people. I think that is a miss. I think charging them $20 to get in on the Amazon Fire Stick that they just spent $30 on is pretty stupid to me per month. I think they should have a cloud only because obviously they're not getting the full boat experience. They're not using all of that to the full capability when you're paying $20 if you're going through the cloud, because the cloud isn't 100% a great deal,
right? But
it is an option. Right. And again, that's what it all comes down to. It's going to be values in the eye of the beholder. If Game Pass at $20 a month, Game Pass Ultimate, and you think that you're spending that $20 a month, again, you're not going out and finding the deals just to stack If you feel that's not a value anymore, then get out. Again, that's any consumer. Get out. Stop paying. Go buy your full price games. Like, again, this is an option. This idea that the media presents in a lot of ways that influencers of a certain slant promote, like Game Pass is the only way you can play games on Xbox. No. It's an option. You can still go buy your games. Go buy traditionally. I don't care. Xbox doesn't care. Game Pass is just one more entry point. Do I feel like their original thought process with Game Pass as being the main vehicle might have been slowed down a gear or two? Yes, of course I do, right? But I think that they are looking to the future as well right now, Steele. I think their eyes are on the prize of next generation. And I'm not talking about worldwide domination. I'm not talking about them all of a sudden becoming the biggest, the most popular brand and beating out PlayStation and Nintendo as far as popularity goes next generation. But I think they have some massive plans for next generation. I think there is some tech leaps that they believe they can take in 2026, if that's the case, or 2027, that will put them in a position where they're starting to make some changes to Game Pass that don't necessarily make sense now, but will make more sense in the future. And I think they're going to make more changes to it and alter the deal as well. Hope that I don't alter it further. I think that that's what they're looking towards. So again, I hate it. I disagree with any price increase when it comes down to this stuff, when companies are absolutely killing it, bragging about their profits quarterly, all that kind of stuff. But as you guys have heard me say, big business, shareholders, they're the real decision makers here. These decisions are going to happen. These things are going to happen. None of us were out here saying, just because Phil said that they weren't going to raise the price of Game Pass because of the ABK deal, they're not going to raise the price of Game Pass because of the ABK deal. None of us came out here at any of our shows and said, oh yeah, they're not raising the game price. No, they are. Our discussions were about when, because it was obviously inevitable. But I could still hate it. I could still criticize it. It doesn't make me any less of a fan of Game Pass. But I'm not going to sit out here and just say, well, if the company says it's necessary, the company knows more than us. They got to go do what they got to do. So I'm going to lick their boots and be okay with it all the damn time.
It's a conversation, man.
I'm not going to do that. It's a conversation, but I can hold those two competing ideas in my head at the same time, and you all should be able to as well.
Right.
It's not black or white. It's not yes or no all the damn time. There's big conversations to be had about what they're doing, and I'm thinking bigger term when I look at these moves, Steele, when I start seeing what they're doing. This is not the end run of Game Pass. No. They are trying and changing it and adapting and adjusting as they go. Mm-hmm. And I think there are some bigger things with the next gen that they believe they can do that might even change this further.
Yeah.
What that looks like, I'm not quite sure yet. But if they do get a hybrid system that allows you to access to PC side of things more so than we've seen in the past, well, all of a sudden is PC Game Pass available to people on the console? Is that something that's going to be an option, or are they going to just do it? Like, there's a lot of different things that could happen here. So again, hate it. I'm never going to agree with this shit. Am I going to burn it all down, cancel my Game Pass subscription, sell my Xbox, and leave the ecosystem? No. I still think this is the best deal in gaming, even at $20. Even if I was paying $20 a month, I think it's a ridiculous value for me, not for everybody else, for me as a gamer. Because all this conversation of, oh, it's bullshit, all these guys who say they play all these shitty ass games that they drop into Game Pass. Nobody's played those shitty ass games. I play those fucking shitty ass games. I play a lot of those shitty ass games. I enjoy discovering new games. I'm not you dudes, and stop talking for everybody else. You dudes who only want AAA first party games and everything else is shit to you in the gaming world. And that's why you all claim right now that the gaming is stagnant, is because your favorite company isn't putting out your favorite type of game. So that means the whole gaming industry is shit. The whole gaming industry sucks. That's not me and never has been me. Mm-hmm. And you all need to stop speaking for everybody. Again, as you all notice, I don't speak for everybody. Steel doesn't speak for everybody. We speak for ourselves and those gamers that are like us. That's it. So I'm going to speak for myself. Game Pass is still the best value in gaming at $20 a month. I still love this ecosystem. I see what they are going to be dropping over the next 6 months, the next 18 months,
and show.
Potentially I can even see the next 24 months, what this is going to look like. And Game Pass, fuck, saving me tons of money, bro. Saving me tons of money to be able to jump into these games.
Yeah.
And so for me, as that gamer, I'm cool. I'm cool, man. So that's where I'm at, Steel.
Well, before I dive neck deep into this topic, let me get a quick shout out to Bold Alpha Wolf. You change your name from Bold Alpha Wolf Pack to Bold Alpha Wolf? I like it. Bold Alpha Wolf with the gifted 5.
That's right. Oh, as Steel said, we got up to a Mach 5.0. That's right, a Mach. Actually, no, did we already hit Mach? We had a Mach 6 already because we're going to give Bold Alpha a little bit extra credit. That's right, the Bold Alpha Wolfpack came overhead with the easy 5 layup. That's right, he got on the court and got us that 5 bomb up here in the front of the engine. We got the coal in the furnace. It's burning hot today. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack. Appreciate that. I kind of got wrapped up in my little rant there, so I did forget I wanted to catch that too. Thanks, Steel, for reminding me.
And then he also followed up with under the legendary tier, or the epic. I forgot which one, but he's got the purple loot box, and he comes in with the 5 bones and says they should have put the ABK games in before charging more. That would have landed better. You get more, you pay more. Yeah, that is one side of one perspective to have on it for sure. All right. So I'm going to start off by saying there's no tier of Game Pass that should exist where day one first party games should not be a part of it. Reason being is that's how you've advertised the service. Games coming to day one in the Game Pass, right? And for them to take that out of the baseline tier, I would have rather them do the second and third party deals versus the first party, right? Just because first party, I mean, it's your own games. You should be able to drop those games in no matter what tier that you're in, right? Now, I get the perspective that, hey, well, in Netflix, you got an ad-free tier, then you got the tier that got ads, and if I pay more, then I shouldn't get ads, and this, that, and another thing. Okay. And Netflix also has a 4K tier, and then you pay extra for that to get decent quality, although 4K, or shout out to K Asante, as they like to say, 4K, because it's not true 4K, but nonetheless, through streaming, is something that some people see value and worth in. I am somebody that does pay Game Pass on a month-to-month basis. It's the way that I've always done it. I don't go out and spend time getting codes and doing all these things. And me as an educated consumer, maybe I should be doing some of those things, but I don't. But I still see the value, hold that value in what Game Pass means to me and my family who enjoys Game Pass. Now, fortunately, unfortunately, I do tend to game share with my brother, which kind of eliminates one of my Xboxes, the one in the living room, as an example of having access to my full library and back and forth. Which then brings in the perspective of, okay, if I'm somebody who is paying for this on a month-to-month basis, now I'm going to have to pay double as much, which has kind of always been the case, to have 2 forms of subscription. Now, that is just going to be a more so, I'm just going to have to chop it over with the bro again, be like, hey, I gotta have Game Pass here. You're gonna have to get your own Game Pass, whatever the case. Which again, it's easily said. It's easily said, and he'd be understanding again. My family being able to access all the content that we kind of pay for and invest in and everything within one household, I think is the best way and the most fairest way to take advantage of the service itself. Game Pass to me has not ever shown itself to not be of value to me. I'm always playing some game through Game Pass. And if I'm not, my family is, right? So to me, I have never seen the point of canceling or not believing in the service, or at least not being interested in what the future kind of had, right? I do find it to be a turn off for Xbox again to go this entire time and say, hey, you play a day and date with Game Pass, to then go into your to then remove that access for your first party games and other games as well, I'd imagine, out of your baseline tier. Again, $10 a month, $11, $12 a month, whatever the case may be, for you to get access to online games, which again, the whole thing is extremely confusing, and I don't believe that there should be all these different tiers for Game Pass and how to access it. I think there should only be 2 tiers, right? The PC tier, if that, and then the Ultimate tier, to make it as easily understood as possible. And then possibly maybe a $4.99 tier if you have access, if you have interest and want access to cloud gaming, as an example, right? Just to try it out, see if it's worthy to you. You can try it on your phone, tablet, PC, whatever you want to do it, web browser, however you want to do that. A $4.99 tier, I think, would be really dope to get access to maybe a small part of the catalog if you're going to do it that way. But maybe call it Game Pass or Game Pass Cloud or Xbox Cloud or something like that. Just removing the Game Pass branding from it because of how this stage has been set thus far. So with that considered, I'm not going to be I can't be somebody, I'm not going to be somebody who is like, greater than thou, or a extreme enthusiast who says, oh, well, you just need to get over it. Why were you guys paying less than me to get access to such content, and so on and so forth. I don't see it that way. And if others do, then that's absolutely fine. I'm not going to, as I like to say, and others, cap for the service either. I'm not going to sit here and say, man, the price raise is great. I love when companies raise prices, and to Pong's point, and as we've always mentioned, for companies to brag about the type of money that they're making is, again, as much as people want to use this as ammo for stating that, oh, well, Game Pass is unsustainable, it's not successful, they had to raise the price because they need to squeeze out more dollars, and then for the company to, on the opposite side, say that, hey, well, this is working for us. There's 2 different things being at play here. And again, 2 different things could be true, and there could be things that they're not being very forthright with us. But there are new games that are still dropping into Game Pass. So, and there's been devs that this week, for those who are interested, there's different shows and whatnot. ACG did one of them, and one of the devs spoke to that point as well, that they felt like Game Pass isn't necessarily for them, but they do think that Game Pass is an avenue for some devs and there is a value there, especially as we're in this space where everybody's fighting for time, right? And trying to get people's attention. There was also another show, I forgot which one it was, but from the dev that made the Falconeer, and I always forget his main name, but nonetheless, he was a main dev. It was a solo dev, made the Falconeer, that released on the Xbox Series X. One of the main games that was kind of advertised. Thomas, there we go.
Yep.
And Thomas got into it as well and said, well, that he was kind of grateful for Game Pass because it allowed people to get eyes on a game that they otherwise probably wouldn't have been interested in. And now he's on his second game, right? And I don't know if that's coming into Game Pass as well, or what he's planning on doing with that. But nonetheless, even if it isn't, it's a testament, at least, to say that it does work for some people. There you go. Mm-hmm. Thank you to Tim for that as well as Tom's Sala. And it's weird to see people take in some information but not take in other information, right? And then try to give conflicting information. Like, and again, I'm all about the gray side. Two things can be true. It can be beneficial to some, it can be not beneficial to others. That could be very well the case. But since this thing has been kind of in conversation, just Game Pass itself, I want to say it's been more 80-20 that we've heard more positive than negative about what Game Pass can do for the devs and what Xbox is doing with the service in totality. I do think for the $19.99 that is going to end up going up to, and I do think in Game Pass Ultimate across the board, regardless, I don't think the price needs to go up. Like Paul was saying, there's definitely some inherent value to be had there. I think that we should be getting the season pass and all the additional content with that tier. I mean, again, please show me where the money that you guys have saved from making physical copies, cutting deals with with these stores on the market, the price for shipping, the price for and cost for everything else that goes into that process. Show me where that additional value has been found. I haven't got anybody to explain that to me or where that value went to. All I hear is people say that, oh, well, gaming is more expensive than ever. Okay, gaming went from the last 2 decades, gaming went from $50 to $70. It also went from us being 90% digital versus physical. So what happened to those savings? Because as a business, there is blatant savings costs that you have cut off. So what happened to that? Because if you're saying that, oh, well, it went into these more expensive and vast games, well, that's not my problem. That's y'all's problem. And the reason it's y'all's problem is because you're releasing games still in 2024 that aren't optimized. They're not well put together day one. Starfield, it's a good example of it. Spider-Man 2, a good example of it. There are games that are still releasing that are not fully complete day one or have issues, performance, all these other things. And the main thing that people say is, oh, well, it's because of developing for all these different hardware boxes, although everything's on the same architecture now. And I get there is different specs, and just like the PC, when you make PC games, you can't account for every single thing that happens. That's why sometimes you run into issues with first Descendant as an example. There may be people on the lower tier type of hardware that are having some performance issues because it's not optimized well. There's a mobile game known as Wuthering Waves that also had a optimization problem day one. It's a free-to-play game, but it's also supposed to be a quote-unquote mobile game. The types of games that people write off and say that, oh, well, it doesn't take much to run these, although it was giving 4090s, as an example, some performance issues. Some. Now, a lot of the time, you can power through those things, but again, it shouldn't cost you thousands of dollars to alleviate an issue that a game has. Point blank, period. So, if you can explain to me where that value went, then maybe I can start understanding why some of these prices may need to continue to go up and be raised. And maybe I can start comparing it to Netflix and Hulu and all these different services. Sure. I do think it's a huge fault that they did not wait until the beginning of the year. This is supposed to go in place in September. How about you wait until Call of Duty comes into the service? You evaluate what happens with that, and then adjust the beginning of the year. Hey, this is what we've seen, February, March, even when you get ready to do your showcases or whatever, the top of the year, like they've been doing here as of late. To then say, okay, well, we need to make some changes here. You could have kept it at $14.99. This is definitely, to me, comes across as a scummy move and as a very business-centric move. It does give me some credence to what some of the points that Pong has made as far as having the internal fights that Xbox might be having between Xbox and the board of Microsoft, right? Because now it all has to be looked at across the board. Xbox is technically bigger than Windows. Technically. Although Windows is everywhere, right? As far as revenue goes and everything. So I find it extremely interesting that they've made this move now. And I don't know what this move means. I could assume so many different things. Again, as somebody who's paying for the service on a month-to-month basis, I am going to be the person that it's going to affect. I was affected when the price went from $14.99 to $16.99, and I'll be affected again when it goes up to $19.99. Because I am paying for it monthly, just like I do with my other subscription services that I have. Spotify, Netflix, the list goes on, Disney Plus, so on and so forth. Some of those things get cut off when I'm not using them, as an example. Spotify, not so much, because we use Spotify all the time. But if you are a user who does not see the inherent value of Game Pass, and you do not like feeling that they're forcing you into Ultimate, because that's the way that this comes across. It's not inherently to give you more value, which is why I think it's ass backwards. How are you giving people more value when you're removing first party games from your baseline service? And again, sure, when you make the comparison to other services, ad free, not ad free, if that's the comparison that you want to make, I hear you. I don't think that it works here though, because that's your first party games. Your second and third party games, you can make those subjective moves for. Hey, you want to get these, you want Kinitsugami day and date in Game Pass, get Game Pass Ultimate. It's not going to be available in core. It's not going to be available in standard. It's not going to be, you could do that. I think that makes more sense to me as a consumer than what they're currently doing. Do not get it twisted. Just as the article stated, the multiple use of in-shitification, whatever. That's how they want to feel about it. Xbox still has the best value in gaming, point blank, period. There are a few months at a time where there's easily 2 to 3 different forms of different titles that come in and give me the reasons that I'm looking for my Ultimate subscription to exist. If they go with Game Pass with ads tier, that's even worse. Ads do not need to be in gaming, unless there's other creative ways that you could implement that, but it does not need to be in gaming. Point blank, period. I am confused. I am a bit confused about what the true strategy is, because of Call of Duty is the thing that everybody keeps trying to make it seem that it is. And again, it is. Don't get it confused. Then why didn't you wait? Xbox, you're making a lot of moves that are seemingly moving into the right direction, especially in comparison to your competitors. You have your competitors that are releasing games that you had in your service months later that are trying to go, kind of feels like tit for tat a little bit, to express value to even their own consumer. Paying for online. Look, I can give reasons for why we're paying for online for console. The infrastructure, the way the security, the way your saves, the way that things are set up, the things that you don't have to necessarily worry about on PC. Mind you, Xbox has done this cross-save thing with bringing your game from one place to another place. That has started with Xbox. That is not an inherent PC thing that happens. PC is just cross-save because if you go from one PC to another PC, of course it's going to carry over. It's the same account. But as far as going from console to PC or console to this device, console or any other handheld PC device, cloud-based device, whatever you want to call it, Android, whatever, Xbox has been the main proponent for allowing you to be able to do that. And there is value to be said that to speak to, and that needs to be had there. But this move does not make sense and does make it extremely confusing for your user base to understand what your true motivations and goals are. And it does come across to people like you are just trying to rake more, like you're just trying to rake more money in. Not only that, but again, as a business, if you want people to get invested or see the value in cloud, you want them to see the value in all these other things that you're trying to do. Again, cloud is not a replacement for for you having a piece of hardware in your living room, in your bedroom. It's not. So it being tied to the highest tier for you to have access to that makes no sense to me. That is something that I would rather put in the lower tier. Say, hey, try this out, see how you feel about it. If you really like what you can get access to PC, console, your other devices. If you upgrade to Ultimate flawlessly, get all the games, everything is good to go. Boom. Because that's the inherent value. That would be more enticing. If I was a new person coming into the service and I saw, hey, for $9.99, I could try out this in cloud and do this. I can pull up my phone and I'm playing the new Call of Duty campaign on my phone with a controller. And I'm like, you know what? I don't really like playing campaign on this small screen. I want to take it to the big screen. Maybe I'll play it through a Fire Stick or whatever streaming service is available to me at that time. And I still say, I don't like the input delay. It makes me feel weird because I don't care. I do not believe that the input delay will ever be where I would like it to be. So that's another perspective where I'm going to come from, because I do tend to be more on the hardcore or extreme side of what I expect in my experiences, right? I'll write something off if it don't feel good. I'll call games out all the time. Redfall was a main proponent of that. I called it out. Hey, the game don't feel good. The gunplay don't feel right. This don't look right. And game releases, and it has all the problems that I spoke to. Get into almost to the point that they even updated it later to have the guns feel more punchy. They made changes to it. So if it's something that I can notice as somebody who is a proponent of those types of games, then it is going to be something that the casual will eventually notice. Now, it's supposed to be a doorway. And it seems like you're cracking the door to try to get people to squeeze through it. And look, man, not everybody's 150 pounds, skinny, and able to slide through every little thing that they can find and get underneath, jump over fences and slide in. Not everybody's possible. Not everybody could do that. You got to give people some room. And I just would like Xbox to be more on top of their, not only their marketing points, but just how they are planning to address things for the future. Point blank, period. Because time and time again, you're continuously proving to people that you still don't have control over your narrative. And when you don't have control over your narrative, that's the biggest difference between why PlayStation can have no roadmap for first party, release second and third party games, it be considered PlayStation games only, while giving no other additional information out there. Because that has been the standard that they have set. Quality bar, how they talk to us as gamers, and everything. I do think that Xbox is going to pull back from communicating, but you can't have people out here like, oh, we talked to Xbox and we heard ABC things happening. It is weird. But to go into Gogol's point, because I see him kind of hammering that out, and I do feel this as well, it is funny to me that people are up in arms about Game Pass, but you're not looking at what PlayStation has done with their service, with charging you more and not giving you anything additionally. At least I know with Game Pass Ultimate that I'm going to get everything that's part of the service. Although some of the other things might be a little convoluted and I need a little bit more breakdown for, I need a little bit more understanding for, it needs to be more straightforward. There's so many more benefits that I'm getting over here, especially from second and third party, because they're avidly cutting these deals, than what you're seeing from the competitor. Point blank, period. It's not even close. Sure, they have games in there. A lot of the games are older. A lot of games are older than Game Pass as well, but they consistently drop new games in. Consistently. Flintlock and Kanetsugami Path of the Goddess are coming into Game Pass next week. Both aren't full price games, but it's still $100+ worth of value just in 1 month. that you would have had to pay for. And I'm not one of these people that is like, oh, well, I would have rather paid full price for the game because at least I know I own it. You don't own your games. Stop telling people this. Oh, I'd rather pay $100 to own it. You won't. That's the problem now. Why me and Pong talk about this whole digital era. We do not have security as gamers. If they shut the server down, you don't have access to that content no more. If the PlayStation Network goes down, you can't play those games no more. If you can't sign in, oh well. And there may be some games that do few and far in between, but we don't have true ownership in totality. So saying, oh, we need to pay more for games up front, then look, however you choose to access games, the value has to be in you. The value has to be in the eye of the beholder. If you feel like paying $20 a month is valuable to you versus you paying X amount of dollars for the games that are coming out, you know what's dope? You can get Path of the Goddess and Flintlock and still buy NCAA college football if you hadn't played it in a while. If you've been waiting the decade since the game has come out, you save ducats here, but you can spend your ducats that you saved on this game that you might be interested in. I think that that's a win. Those are also 3 games that are going to ask for your time to play them, beat them, and spend time and continue to go through them. So everything is a fight for time. Everything is of inherent value. Yobi says, Steel, the ones who said they own their games magically skip over the EULA agreement every time they boot up a new game. 1,000%. Please stop talking to me about spending more money on games for you to quote unquote own them. When that is the number one problem that we have right now. We do not get discs. Even the discs that you got, even if we try to reverse time, the discs that we have don't carry it's just a license for you to play the game. So where is that? Again, where is the inherent value going? Where all this money that they saved in all these areas, why don't we have ownership? Should be more so the question that people are asking themselves. Because it makes sense for you not to have ownership in a Game Pass-like service or a subscription service. I get that. Hey, if I don't play my service, I'm not going to get access to the game. It doesn't make sense when you actually are paying full boat for these things, but still expect to have full access to it. And Nixie, that's a good point as well. You said the EULA agreement peeps are the same peeps that purchase Helldivers 2 in countries that Sony don't support. There's still 2 things that can be right in that as well that we've spoken to. Yeah. That is not okay on a business side as well. So it's like there's the gray area of it all. And the gray area is always what I am going to more so speak to. I see value in Game Pass as it stands right now. I do not agree with the price raise. I think that $20, you need to start putting my season pass content in there. I don't need to pay $30 for this game. For the DLC. You need to give that to me. Ubisoft Plus does. Ubisoft also doesn't have as many members as Game Pass does. But if you're truly trying to grow your numbers, I think you could have took another 6-month hit to really evaluate where you're at, what you're doing, and who knows? Maybe they will by the time we get to February, and maybe look, once they raise the price, it is highly unlikely that they'll decrease it. Unless they see 100 million people all of a sudden in Game Pass. Which
probably still won't.
And they probably still won't. Because once you set the bar, that's the new bar.
Yeah,
right?
That's the new bar, yeah.
So it is definitely unfortunate for them to have this approach. But I, as a gamer and somebody who believes in what Game Pass has been giving me, I do support what Game Pass Ultimate stands for. I just can't support the identity that you have now confused with removing first-party games from your baseline service. Mm-hmm. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that point. That's one of the best points. It doesn't make any sense. You spent all this time creating that identity for Game Pass and making it that's the value in Game Pass, right? Yes, everything else, of course, the third-party deals, again, all the shit games that I try, of course. But for newcomers, for people who look at that ecosystem, for the casuals, what's one of the first things they're going to look at? They're going to look at for those big first-party AAA games to see what's in Game Pass. And that was, that's why it was such a big deal when they did it, when people couldn't believe that they were going to do that. And to take that away on any tier just, again, defeats the whole purpose of all this time that you spent talking about it, because like people were talking in chat, like you were talking about Steel, like talked on a couple of shows this week. Now everything is an asterisk, right? Day one on Game Pass Ultimate with an asterisk, right?
Why did you do that?
Like why? No. Game Pass should be. The other thing too, Steel, you kind of brought up, and I see people in the chat talking about, and Gogo Poe, ask questions, and I've seen a lot of people bringing Sony into this conversation this week and PlayStation in this conversation. And I don't have a problem with whataboutisms. A lot of people do nowadays. It's a way to shut down conversations, but again, whataboutism has been a valid form of argument and has been a valid form of discussion going all back to Greek times. Okay. Yeah. So it's taught in law school. So still to this day. So I don't have a problem with whataboutisms where they apply and where they are where they are meaningful. The thing is that people, and like we've talked, you guys all know, you guys in the chat have all been here long enough. You know how many rants have gone about the media, about journalism. You guys know, that I am a believer in the Xbox tax overall. And I talked about it plenty of times, right? We got so many different examples, but this week, as far as why PlayStation Plus did not get the same smoke when they increased their prices, part of that is the popularity that we always talk about. Popularity buys you favoritism. Okay. Yeah. We've talked about this plenty of times. That's what getting your brand to be one of the world's most popular in a certain product line gets you. It gets you forgiveness. It gives you favoritism. People look the other way, brush things underneath the rug. That's all a part of it. And there's no denying that point of it, right? And again, PlayStation did what they did. They got to that spot, and people around the world agree with them, right? They are, are sheeple or whatever you want to say, but they all bought into it. So that's what it is, right? PlayStation is extremely popular, especially when compared to Xbox worldwide. So it's going to buy you that favoritism. But the other thing lost in it also shows why the media didn't freak out, or why there wasn't pitchforks and torches when PlayStation raised the price of PlayStation Plus Premium, is because it's a joke. Because nobody considers it, because PlayStation themselves have never pushed PlayStation Plus as a main entry point to their ecosystem. They've never offered day-and-date games. Yes, they put some newer games in there. They've pulled out games out of there. They still don't put,
Where's
2-year-old where's MLB? Where's Gran Turismo? Like, they don't do it, but they never pushed it that way. Xbox themselves pushed Game Pass because they removed themselves from the old playing field and started a new path.
Better for us.
They pushed Game Pass as their main vehicle for so long now that it gets extra spotlight, because that was the model they've been pushing all along. Yeah. This was the narrative that Xbox was running with, that Phil has been out here talking about, that we, a lot of us agree with as the best value in gaming, etc. That was their main push with Xbox all this time, was Game Pass, once they introduced it, and especially once they went day and date.
Right.
So it's going to get the extra spotlight from the media, because that's been the promotion. PlayStation simply created PlayStation Plus, and again, they've had subscription service before. So again, I'm not blind to the history, as just an additive.
Yeah, it's always been that way.
Just a little. It's just like a little side dish that, like, hey, if you guys want to go back and play some PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games, and you want to stream a couple games, we'll throw a sprinkling of some third-party deals in there for you each month or whatever else. We'll give you a chance to play Horizon every once in a while, but then we'll pull it out. Like, they don't promote it that way. Like everybody else, promoted PlayStation Plus as the Game Pass killer, as the Game Pass competitor, but PlayStation themselves, without ever putting day and date games in there, they themselves are telling you that it's not a Game Pass competitor. It's just an option to say, oh, we have this additive. If you want to pay $18 a month to play some old games and to play some older third-party titles, and every once in a while we'll cut a third-party deal, we'll bring it day and date or whatever else the case may be. But that's great. Go ahead and add this to your PlayStation experience. It was never a main focal point for PlayStation. Right now, could that change? Could they go more Game Pass eventually? Sure. We've always talked about that. We'd love to see it, because to Mav's point, he wishes people on the PlayStation side were screaming at PlayStation to make it more like Game Pass, because that would offer competition to Microsoft and Xbox, and then maybe right, and then maybe we'd all be getting better deals as consumers at the end of the day too. Maybe, but again, that's why the media doesn't cover that shit. Again, because of popularity. Of course, they're favorites. Okay, they get away with a lot more. It's just case in point. It's human nature. It's happened everywhere. But also because they themselves never push PlayStation Plus like that. They have never made it the focal point of the PlayStation experience. It is just an additive, pure and simple. And that's so the media knows it's a joke. You can have all the PlayStation fans still this week screaming that PlayStation Plus is better than Game Pass. Jesus fucking Christ. Any fucking gamer knows that's not fucking true. Okay, like let's be real. Okay, the value is still in favor of the Game Pass side, even at $20 a month. Okay, obviously it still is, but again, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter at the end of the day, because PlayStation ain't pushing it that way. So that's why we didn't see the uproar. And I agree, M. Gene had made the statement to Google too about that fact. And I do agree with that. It's something I brought up on a couple of shows this week. I think that whataboutism here doesn't work well just because PlayStation just really never shoved PlayStation Plus down anybody's throats. And I mean that in a good way, because again, I love what Xbox did, and they were extremely aggressive trying to get Game Pass up and running, and the value was undeniable. Even when we weren't getting first party titles, right? Even during the drier times, they were still pumping out deals left and right with third party and second party. And again, for me, that still held value. Right. As much as people were trying to say, oh, you guys aren't getting anything, Steele and I were going, yeah, we are. I'm getting tons of shit I'm playing. All the time, yeah, I get stuff all the freaking time, man. It's great. It's fantastic. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that point up because I saw that going back and forth in the chat too. So
no, and again, it is definitely a fair point, well-valued point, and that is something that you have to consider. They're not pushed the same. The one strategy is completely different from the other, and even if until they blatantly come out and say, "Oh, we're competing with Game Pass," I don't think it should be looked at that. But there have been moves that PlayStation has been making to get other types of games in there. Again, that's why the conversation this week went that, oh well, there's games that were in Game Pass that are now all of a sudden coming to PlayStation Plus. What's up with that? Obviously, that there is some value to be had in that. And I said, so just to the point of people buying games and whatnot, there's a reason why Square Enix is opening up their market, right? Why they're not keeping things exclusively to Sony, right? That they do want to put their games on other platforms. And Final Fantasy 16, I do think is going to be one of the ones that are going to set that door. I mean, Final Fantasy 14 is already here. We'll see how long it takes for Final Fantasy 7 remake to continue to come through. But Square Enix has openly admitted that they are going to be bringing titles across the board, right, to more platforms. And I think that's the main thing to take into consideration. Again, you have to decide, especially when it comes to this whole Game Pass conversation, you have to decide what is of value to you, right? And I do think that this is a play to get more people into the ultimate service, if they're not mostly in there already. Do I think that that's the best way to do it? As I've stated, no. This is a misstep, in my opinion, and separating your base out this way and not finding other ways, again, as I mentioned, with the second and third party deals maybe being the more of the attractive thing that you put in there to cause that separation, I think it's something that you need to look at for sure. So they deserve all the smoke that they're going to get. And likewise, if that like we're doing here. Again, if you don't like the gray side of things, and unfortunately, it is what it is. We like to take that RTS view, pull ourselves back and say, hey, look, yeah, it's bad, but we still see value in what is going on. It's hard to argue that the value isn't there for those who see it, right? Just like anything else. I see value in YouTube Premium. I like not having ads. It's a beautiful thing, right? Not ever having to worry about it. Because man, when I'm on the Live a Split Screen channel, a channel that doesn't have premium, and I'm having to go through things, I'm looking at content. It's part of the reason why I don't like using that, because I try to use everything in different browsers, Chrome for one, Edge for the other, depending on what we're doing here. Where when I try to pull up videos and boom, an ad pops up. It's annoying because it's like, bro, YouTube has ads still? That's crazy. It's also part of the reason why on our shows, especially the main shows, you guys don't get ads. I could have been turned ads on for the main show, but I leave them off because I feel like it takes away from the experience, from the conversation. We are a gaming conversationalist podcast, talking about everything that's kind of happening. So it's on one side, it's unfortunate. On the other side, well, not on one side is unfortunate. It is unfortunate to see where this is kind of going, to still see that the marketing side of things are still faltering. The conversations are still faltering to the wider audience. And this just causes the kind of conversation that you kind of see over the week. So yeah, man, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and we'll continue to see how things play out. Again, if I end up being priced out of it as somebody that does pay for it monthly, then I end up being priced out of it. But right now, I just don't see that. And it hasn't been the case for me since I've been subscribed to the service. I've never went a year and thought about, man, did I overpay for Game Pass this year? No. Because you know what else you can do? Is you can do the same thing that I do with Ubisoft Plus, where I subscribe for a month, maybe two, which you do 2 months, that's $30 to get everything in the game, season pass, all of that good stuff. Like I'm going to do at the end of the year to play Assassin's Creed. Maybe I'll continue to play Avatar Frontiers of Pandora because they got DLCs coming out. And I thought the game was actually decent. And all the other slew of games that Ubisoft will end up having in there, maybe I get it for a couple months and I end up trying those games out. Guess what? I would have paid $30 versus the almost $300 that I would have had to spend to experience those games. And I might beat them in a couple months. Is that going to be everybody? No. And it shouldn't be everybody. If you see value on buying the game, that option is still there. And it's weird when I see people pitch it in a way that, Call of Duty is not going to be in Game Pass, so now you won't have access to it. You can still buy the game. So, and that's where I kind of leave it at. I did see people talking about Concord in chat. I did want to kind of roll into there since we did involve PlayStation a little bit in the conversation there, just as a comparison sake and whatnot. And not too much information on Concord. The main things that I'll say about Concord is I'm going to have a very jaded perspective on it because of this being ex-Bungie devs working on a new PvP game when they couldn't support their own, right? Branching out to create this hero shooter. Now, I'm not going to be overly negative and critical about the game, but I will make my statements, right? That, hey, damn, it's crazy that you already have a game that you can support, flesh out, and really get people to get involved in because it's one of the more unique experiences that you have versus creating this whole different experience when we're in an era of everybody complaining about how expensive gaming is, especially when this game is supposed to be $40 and you have other games that are around it that are either doing some of the same or seem to be maybe a little bit better of a product. Now, again, I won't truly know. Maybe I'll experience it if it's on PC and I get to play it, and I'm not paying for it. I'll tell you that. But again, I'm somebody who was a Destiny player who saw one half of the game get completely ignored and essentially disbanded since Destiny 2 has been out. And they were already showing signs of this since the first Destiny. So it doesn't give me a lot of credence or faith or hope that PlayStation, a company that is trying to get into live service, especially when you sideline factions, you sideline Spider-Man multiplayer, you sideline all these different products that are unique experiences in an era that in a space that we're lacking other third person titles to jump into, especially multiplayer, and say, oh well, but Concord is the one though. Yeah, man. Oh, all those other ones, oh, we didn't want to become a live service company, but this one, oh man, this is going to be the one. Now, the thoughts on it are early. And the thoughts on it are kind of up and down. I know on the PC side of things, through Steam and whatnot, which you have to have a PlayStation account regardless to get access to the game and pre-order the game as well. I don't know how quite that works on PC, because I do know on console, for PlayStation 5, you don't have to, I don't know if you have to be a PlayStation Plus member or a PlayStation member to get access to the game. Okay, you do?
For the beta.
But it is free. If you are, you do get free access. You don't have to pre-order the game or anything like that, which is something that they did open up, which I do think that is a strategy that ends up being used. And one of the main ways that you can tell if there wasn't enough pre-orders for a game, right? If there's not enough pre-orders and you still want to get people to try a beta, then you have to open it up to the wider audience, at least to their subscribers for sure. So it is interesting to see them take that action. Hey, again, you're paying $40 for a looter shooter that others that are there, where there's other games that already exist in the space. Marvel Rivals seems to be, to me, from what I've seen from both games, and I think again, I feel like I can judge games pretty well at face value from what I've seen. Again, I haven't played them, but I can look at them and say, hey, which one would I rather play? I would rather personally play Marvel Rivals than I would Concord. But I'm also not an Overwatch player. Have I spent time in there? Yes, I played Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, and I had some fun with them, but they're not for me, right? I also played, there was another one that recently also slowed down, that was a third person hero-based type shooter. Forget the name of it. It was right there on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of the fucking name, but I can't say it now. Maybe I'll come up with it later, but it was a third person hero-based shooter as well. That is actually winding back as well. But they need to say there is multiple options out there for people. And the biggest thing I think is a turn on for some people is some of the visual fidelity of what they've seen from this game. Some of the story elements, it is very Guardians of the Galaxy, tries to come across that way. It doesn't have, again, the most attractive characters ever, but not Rogue Company. Thank you, Ron Slusher. It was literally right there. Rogue Company. I've also spent time in some Rogue Company. I thought that game was also decent. Not for me and what I would expect from my multiplayer experiences, but nonetheless. But when it comes to multiplayer games, there has to be more than just, it's graphically good. And when people make the comparisons, the thing that sets my fire ablaze more than anything is when people make blatant references to, this game is supposed to feel like Destiny. You guys do not know what Destiny it feels like. Stop doing that. Because if you did, you wouldn't look at Concord and say, oh yeah, it's supposed to feel like Destiny. No, it's not even fucking remotely close. And I would much rather go back and play Destiny than me play Concord as it is right now. But again, I'm also giving you all of my perspective on why I look at it this way. It's not doing anything for me that I had not seen already. And there's already a game that exists that I want more support for that isn't getting it. And Nixon, you can say Concord is supposed to feel like Concord, but you can look at it and say, damn, it is heavily inspired by Destiny. You can look at it. It's made by the same base people. Some of them at least. So there is going to, when the people say, it feels floaty, that's what Destiny has. Destiny feels floaty. In a lot of the gameplay, but there's a lot of varying pieces to it as well. And I don't think it's doing, at least from what I've seen, things that are enough different that makes me not want. I would have rather them take that, hey, Firewalk, how about you just take over the Destiny side of PvP and do that? Now, is that happening? No. But that's me and what I wanted and what I would expect. But I also like to treat games for what they are. And I do see people like the homie Sly Crow, who he's a super Valorant player, loves what he gets out of that, and he's really enjoying. So when somebody like him says, oh, the experience is giving him something that he is liking, that tells me, okay, well, something is apparently there. Something has to be obviously decent, right? That can be built off of. Is it $40 worth? I don't know. Maybe it is. For certain people. Is it to me? No. And that's all I have to necessarily say about Concord. I'm not going to be overly negative on it. I'm not going to be over the top positive about it. I have to defer to the people who are playing the game, and it's right now, from what I have heard and seen, it seems to be half and half. And I don't enjoy watching the gameplay. Again, it reminds me too much of Destiny and what I would rather be playing. And that's just that. Pong, from what you have seen about Concord, I know we're DMing a little bit about the Steam numbers and everything. About them being extremely low.
Having a little fun.
And I had some fun with you as well.
Yeah.
At the DM saying, hey man, maybe this isn't a PC gamer type of game. It's supposed to be all for console based gamers. You know, there's 100K people. There may be only 1,000 people on PC, but there's 100K on console. Now, I think Helldivers has shown us that may not be the case, but it's a different type of game. But how are you feeling from what you've seen so far from Concord? And how do you feel about it? You kind of along the same lines of me. And you're not even a Destiny player, so.
No, I'm not even a Destiny player anymore, right? So, and you know, I don't think my feelings really have changed. I'm not going to say I'm not playing the game, so you guys know I don't talk like that. I just talk about just general impressions, just kind of. It is a mixed bag right now from people. Yesterday when it first dropped, I saw a ton more negativity. Now today, as more people have jumped into it, or at least more people are posting about it on X, I've seen it probably even out a little bit more. And there are some people who are enjoying it and that are having a good time. Like you said, Crow being one of them, and others as well. I'm all over the place. I've been looking in the general section too of people who I have no idea who they are, but just trying to get the overall impression. Some people are really loving it. And then some people just saying, no, it's a mid game. It's not a good game. And there's no reason for this. So I don't really have much to say. Again, everything I saw, it looked fine. Like it doesn't look terrible. I liked some of the character design. I love that whole opening cinematic, right? With the Guardians of the Galaxy feel. I love that. I thought it was dope as fuck, right? So I thought they did a nice job there. Like I didn't mind any of that. And the gameplay looked good. My thing always has been, what's the hook though? In this day and age, when a game comes out, sure, there can be games that are just good enough to stand on their own and they don't have to have anything unique and they just do things better than some of the other competition and they win people over that way. That absolutely still happens. But in a flooded market full of hero shooters, right? Full of online shooters, what is your hook outside of, oh, this team is made up of Destiny devs, right? What is your hook? What gets people in? And I don't know what that is by just looking at it and watching people play it, because it looks like all the other shooters, right? It looks like the other shooters. There's really nothing there. Some of the stuff looks cool. Some of the stuff looks like it still needs a whole lot of work. Some of the movement of some of the characters, some of the shooting, the hit detection, hitboxes looks a little off. I mean, I just watched MBG point blank shoot somebody with a pistol and miss like 5 times Stormtrooper ways. Maybe he's just that bad. Maybe MBG is just that bad at shooters. But it just looked off to me. It didn't look right. It looked like, oh my God, really? The point blank range and you're missing? So I'm not going to talk about the game because, again, I'm not playing it. I just think it looks fine. I just don't know what the appeal is going to be outside of on the PlayStation side. This is a first-party game, and they don't get first-party games that are shooters like this as much or at all like they used to. That PlayStation just doesn't make these games. It hasn't made these types of games for a long time. So maybe that's the draw on PlayStation. Maybe it finds a fan base on PlayStation because there is a core of PlayStation only players who think that they can't do no wrong with first party titles. And that if it's a first party title, which this is because they purchased the studio, that it is just automatically good and I'm going to play the hell out of it. Cool. Great. More so for me, just looking at this game, I still just look at the bigger picture. And again, don't run these companies, but I don't know how anybody, especially somebody like Herman Holst, in the position that he's in, or Jim Ryan at the time, but they were kind of, again, Herman was right underneath Jim, so whatever. I don't know how those dudes, like you said, Steele, and we've talked about it time and time again, looked at their potential lineup of games that they had in the works for multiplayer, for games as a service, for monetization, for the stuff that they were going for. And they saw this list, and you had factions too, or The Last of Us Online, or whatever the hell they were going to call it. You had that sitting there, deep in production by one of your best teams, with an established franchise, a beloved franchise, and a fan base that, sure, not everybody cared about the online, but there was still a solid fan base of The Last of Us fans who were like, yes, give us multiplayer. You've got that. You got another team bringing back one of your most famous IPs out of the closet. And I know, Steele, you have different feelings about this, but I'm just bringing it up because I believe in it. In Twisted Metal. Oh, yeah. And you have a new team working on a Twisted Metal online game. And Twisted Metal is still beloved, whether it's nostalgia or not. The facts are the facts. We don't get car battle games anymore. So there is not like a plethora. It hasn't been, overwhelming amount of games coming out that are car battlers. So you have a perfect opportunity to bring back I would claim, the most famous car battling game of all time in Twisted Metal. You have a chance to bring back that IP and do something with it. Both are in the works. And then you've got Concord from a brand new studio, brand new IP. And you look at all three of those and you say, okay, only one's going to survive the cuts because we got to make cuts. We can't do all these games as service games. Jim's on his way out the door. We realized this was a mistake. And you look at those three, two of them with built-in huge advantages of notoriety and a fan bases already built in. One from one of your best teams, a team that lots of people like to put up as one of the best in the world, in Naughty Dog. Mm-hmm. You look at all three of those and you go, ooh, Last of Us Online. Nope. Twisted Metal. Nope. Concord. This is the one. And in fact, we are so impressed with Concord because we just bought Bungie. We love you, ex-Bungie devs. We're going to buy your team too. And this is the one we're going to put out as one of our games as a service that survives. I seriously don't understand how that happened. Like, I don't get it. From what I'm seeing from Concord, again, this decision was probably made a while ago, but I still don't get how anybody looked at that game and thought that there was, and again, it could turn out to be successful. I'm not sitting here saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying it's a shit game. I haven't played it. I don't have any idea. And it could turn into something. Again, a lot of people outside of me and Steele didn't believe Helldivers 2 could be anything. And obviously it far exceeded me and Steele's impressions too, our first impressions when we saw the trailers, but we were excited for it. But Concord at $40 in this market with this much competition has a steep mountain to climb. And I don't know, right? We will never know internally what their success numbers for this game is going to be. So maybe it will get enough fanfare on PlayStation to actually, be considered a success, a first run, a test, or, another lesson learned in the games as a service multiplayer area for PlayStation. Maybe that's what it'll turn out to be. But I just can't see how they think they're going to do anything. And on the PC side, unless this comes out and blows people's minds and there is something there that is beyond the other 1,000 games that people on PC can go play right now that are just like this, and it starts grabbing headlines, don't think the PC players are going to invest $40 to go play this game and create a PSN online account. I don't. So you're going to be relying on the PlayStation community to support this game. And we'll see. We'll see. They dropped off Helldivers 2 real quick. That's all I'm going to say. Helldivers 2 is popular. Helldivers 2 has a whole lot going for it. Yes, they had their stumbles. They made their mistakes, but it's still got a good base on PC. People are still talking about Helldivers. There's still lots of buzz about Helldivers 2 out there. Not as much as originally, but there is. And the PlayStation community dropped off the face of the planet after a couple months. Like, they were gone. Like, it's not anywhere in their top 10. Like, so I don't know if Concord is going to be the one or not. Maybe, but I just don't think so. But again, we'll wait and see. All I can say is I'm glad that PlayStation is trying some of this stuff. I don't necessarily agree with the decisions on what they're actually putting out there, but that's not for me to decide. So we'll see where Concord goes. But I'm not seeing anything special right now, Steele.
Yeah, and I think that's what's getting me more than anything. Is just my frustrations of seeing some of those other games get sidelined in this, be brought to the forefront. And again, for those who enjoy it, I hope y'all definitely enjoy it. That's not the negative side that I'm coming from, at least with it, right? And I want people to understand that. For me, it's more like, damn, like the things that I really wanted to be there, regardless if they were going to be on PC or not, and I think that they were going to be, same way Concord is going to be. I just would have loved to get those versus, because they're much more unique than what we're getting out of this. And that's me, how I feel about it. Again, I like making my feelings about these things known, and that's my biggest takeaway from Concord. It just reminds me of what I'm disappointed with.
It's generic in a lot of ways. Like, the characters are unique, the story's unique. I've heard the CGI. We talk again. It's hard without actually playing it, right? There are certain games that you talked about a little bit with Once Human Steel. There are just certain games you touch on that just don't have any soul, even if they are like high quality.
Yeah,
and they're really well done. They just lack that magic. That unexplainable soul missing. And from when I watch it, that's what it feels like. It's not. There's just something not.
Like, again, this and no SOCOM? Like,
yeah, right. SOCOM I didn't even bring in the conversation, but I can't believe
it's just weird. Like that. I mean, to me, like when I look at it, it's like, why don't more people question that? And again, like, take everything at face value, but that's just the angles that I come from. Like, what? And that doesn't make you question the strategy that they're going for. Like, bro, like, if Disney is raking you over the coals for your license, then why wouldn't you try to get the most that you can out of the license?
Right.
So that you can subside some of that cost. I mean, that there's going to be costs in you making the game, but you don't think people are going to buy skins for their custom created Spider-Man? You don't think that if you put a good game there that people aren't going to flock to it? That's where I start going. And so when I see this, that's more so the thought process. It's not about the game being good or not. I can care less. And I see Nick says, Pong, still give the open beta a try when it drops. I'm going to just tell you, Nixie, I have no interest. And the number one key for me to even try a game is I have to have some form of interest. I don't have interest to try it. I've already solidified in my mind that I would rather play Marvel Rivals. And I don't need to play the open beta for that either. I'll play the game on release. I've seen what I needed to from it. I like what it's presenting.
Of course.
Again, those games can pull me in if they're done right. And it's seemingly doing, again, still in that same vein, but it's seemingly doing something different enough that is going to pull me in again. And I do like Marvel characters, right? Iron Man is in there. He seems to be really fun to use. Spider-Man is in there. He seems to be dope to use. You're using different characters. Like, that just seems to be dope as well. Also, and Rivals is supposed to come out this year. I don't know the exact date on that, Nixie, but that's the one that I'm excited for.
Nixie, do we have a date for the open beta on Concord? Because unlike Steel, I'm willing to drop into things like just to see, just to see. Do we have an open beta date? Because I will. I'll download it on PC and try it. I have zero problem doing that because again, there are some things where I look at it and I'm like, okay, well that could be kind of cool, but so I don't have a problem trying it out. So
yeah, I mean, 18th? If they're doing early access,
18th.
Oh, you said 18th? Yeah, I can't even.
So that's right before Path. That's right before Path of God. So that's on.
Yeah, it says our open beta will begin next week from Thursday, July 18th through Sunday, July 21st.
Okay, yeah, I'll download it, Nixie. I'll download it Thursday. If I get home.
Oh, is that what it was, Tim?
I have PM and PM.
Tim says Concord and Marvel Rivals launch in the same month. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, and I'm more interested in Rivals too. But okay, Nixie, yeah, I'll download it next week because I'll have PM and the PM on Thursday, so I'll try it out after PM and the PM because I'm gonna be playing Path of the Goddess for sure on the 19th. But I'll try it. Jesus. I'll check it out and see what I think about it. Because I don't have a problem doing that. Ron Slusher says Steel.
Oh, that's a good question. I like that.
Oh, Ron Slusher, I'm thinking about buying Suicide Squad. Is it worth it for $20?
I think it's beyond worth it just for the campaign, just for the story alone.
Just for the story alone. Now, even if you wind up in Endgame and don't like the Endgame, even if it doesn't, there have been. Okay, Steel and I are obviously going to be biased because we love the freaking game, right?
Yeah,
we had a great time playing the game. There's a lot of people who. Eastside Vandal, if you're in here, don't even jump in. There's a lot of people who hate it on a different basis. Some of it valid, some of it not valid. There's a lot of people that I have seen a lot of people starting to buy this game on sale in the community who are going, maybe what I heard was wrong. This game's actually pretty damn good. Game mechanically, all that kind of stuff. Steel and I actually loved the campaign and the story. So a lot of people hate the story. We actually love the story. So if you don't mind seeing heroes get thrashed, yeah, I think it's a great story.
Oh, and Amazon Nom says Amazon Prime is giving away Suicide Squad for free this month.
It's only going to be 2 days. It's only going to be available for 2 days. Okay. So, but yes, they are going to keep it.
Try it.
Yeah.
I would still recommend people to try it. Like, I don't care. Again, I don't care what nobody else say. $20, I think, is actually a steal for that game from how it just makes you feel. Now, I will preface that with, now, if you're a DC fanatic, then maybe you won't be happy with it because they do things in here that maybe aren't akin to what you would see in DC or whatever, or respect the story. Eastside's already putting the eye emojis in there.
Don't you start, Eastside. Stay out of this conversation.
So from that perspective, yeah, man, I think it's way beyond worth the $20 for that. And if you enjoy what you get out of it, I've seen a lot of people who actually came out and tried the game.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And turned tide on it. We're like,
stop it.
It's actually kind of good. So.
Stop it, Eastside. Stop it. But yeah, no, for sure. And if you just play through the campaign itself, Steel, you probably get 40, 50 hours out of it.
Easily.
So for $20, and the movement, again, the gameplay is fun and it's polished as hell. It is a rock steady quality type game through and through when it comes to the actual gameplay. The gunplay is good. All the loot is fun as fuck to play around with. They got a great loot system in there. Movement wise, all the characters move differently. Try out all the different characters and see which one appeals to you the most, because each one is totally different and play different from each other. It is a very high quality game.
Marvel Rivals, I can't find a release date on it, but I do see that there's supposed to be a closed beta coming up on July 23rd, apparently. And I guess depending on how that one goes, will solidify when it's going to come out.
I said I'm jumping that one, and it's free to play. So I'm jumping into Marvel's Rivals. Again, I'm not happy with the selection of all the characters, but I think it looks dope as fuck. So I'm going to be playing Storm almost exclusive. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, no, she looks really dope to play in there. I agree. If you're playing Storm, I'll play Iron Man. So.
Okay, good. All right. We're good. We good. Well, we got Venom too, right?
We do, actually.
Yeah.
We do actually. That's another one. See, talking about Link, and he is actually looking pretty fun in there too. So
Yeah.
Again, there's certain ways that they can definitely give me, and that is definitely one of them. Let's see. Seasonal characters will not be part of the Division 2 2.0 after negative fan feedback. I don't know why they fucking thought that was smart anyway. Sorry, that was just random, but I saw that on the side. I was looking through things. Let's see. I guess we could transition to some smaller topics here as we start kind of winding things down a bit. Some people were getting confused and thought that Sony bought Palworld.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Which
reading is fundamental, bro. Reading is fundamental.
Reading is very fundamental.
Nobody freaking reads anymore except for headlines.
No, I mean that's all that matters. So,
but if you can't read a small X post and understand, you got problems. You got problems.
Yeah,
big problem.
So this was, I'm gonna bring this from Sony.com themselves. This is coming from Sony Corp. It says Sony Music, Aniplex, and Pocket Pair announced joint venture Palworld Entertainment Inc. to expand the breakout game Palworld. They go in to say Sony Music Entertainment and its group subsidiary Aniplex and Pocket Pair have established a joint venture to expand and develop new business associated with the hit game Palworld. Palworld also got its most recent update, which saw another huge influx of players in there, which is another game that is surprisingly getting a good amount of support, consistent base. There's another one that I can't have it in my rotation right now, but I may end up going back into it for sure. I really liked what I got out of Palworld, but this is more so to expand like them getting into like plushies and stuff like that. So Palworld, a multiplayer open world survivor game, created and produced and published by Japanese developed Pocket Pair, became the breakout hit of 2024, and the total numbers of players surpassed 25 million after only 1 month in its release. The Palworld game, currently available on PC, Xbox Series X, and Xbox One, and through Game Pass, seamlessly integrates elements of, through Game Pass Ultimate. Seamlessly integrates elements of battle, monster capturing, training, and base building. Players are able to wield a range of weapons from classic bows and spears to a modern assault rifles and rocket launchers. The gameplay involves locating and capturing pals, who in addition to assisting players in the construction and expansion of their base and operations. You know, speaking of Once Human as well, Once Human also has a very similar system to this. You don't have to do the grinding portion. You can get the deviants, which they're called, and there's different types. Paul, there's a samurai deviant that when you get attacked, it will teleport to the enemy that's attacking you and cut them down.
Oh, I like the sound.
I don't know when you get it, but somebody saw somebody show some gameplay of that. There's also like this dinosaur plushie deviant that they have. There's mad cute, it breathes fire and stuff.
I've seen those deviants. They look kind of fun as hell, bro.
And supposedly that's something that didn't exist previously. It wasn't in the beta like that. It's when they released the game. Those were some of the changes anyway, different game. In efforts, okay. The JV will be responsible for developing the reach of intellectual property and for expanding commercial business endeavors, including the global licensing and merchandising activities associated with Palworld outside of the interactive game. JV efforts will begin the development of exclusive merchandise based on the game, which will debut and sell at the Pocket Pair booth during Bilibili World 2024. It starts, and that's going to be starting on July 12th in Shanghai, China, and be made available for pre-order at Aniplex and its subsidiaries, Aniplex of America and Aniplex Shanghai e-commerce sites, with more detailed information coming at a later date. Now, with this, should Xbox be worried about Palworld, Paul?
No, they shouldn't.
You don't mean to tell me that Sony went underneath Xbox? They pulled the entire Batman move, went behind the scenes, pulled up somebody, held them over the building, and said talk, and signing some exclusive deal with PlayStation?
No, I think Pocket Pair is very happy with Xbox and how Game Pass helped them, discover an audience that has made a game that they thought was going to be a small little game that they were going to put out. They never wanted to make a big game in the first place. They never imagined this turning into what it has. So no, I think they're very happy with Xbox and what Game Pass provided them to start out. Yeah, what up, Slow-Mo? I saw you dropping in here, brother. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. I see you dropping in here too. The Black John as well. Thank you all for joining us too.
Black John.
Yeah, thanks for hitting us up. Listen, I just think I'm happy for Pocket Pair. I think this is great. Like again, for a team that like never wanted this. They've got it
didn't
now.
expect it, I would say.
Or didn't expect it. But even he's come out and said, we just want to make small games. They never wanted to make a big, giant game. He's come out and said that before. But obviously, when success comes a knocking, you don't lock the door, right? You open it up and invite it on in. And that's exactly what's happened to Pocket Pair, because this is going to allow them to do any future ventures that they want to do gaming wise. They've got free reign now. They've got a free pass to do whatever they want to in the future because of the success of Palworld, and they can keep Palworld going. And so expanding it out with marketing or with different forms of media, marketing, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this makes total sense. And obviously Sony's great at doing what they do. And, you know, if they're going to make an anime out of it, Sony controls the whole anime market. Sony now is a monopoly in anime. Jesus Christ. So by all means, at least distribution wise, digitally, but by all means, sign these deals. I think it's great for Pocket Pair. A shout out to that team. Again, it's fantastic news. This is the good side of where we are in gaming. Right. On the opposite side, you got the closures, you got all this kind of stuff going on. But on the other side, you got these small teams coming out of nowhere, making games that are more popular, more profitable than the big boys. And that's what's incredible. So, yeah, sign your deals, promote the hell out of Palworld, and go do it. I take it while it's here. So, yeah, shout out to Pocket Pair for this deal. I thought it was great.
No, yeah, that's super fire. I think I need to. Okay, well, whatever. I'll address that here in a bit.
Okay.
All right. It's just me and Yobi go back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next thing that I wanted to get into, because again, this is something that I actually have been asking for some time and really want. I thought you'd get a kick out of this as well, Pong. And that is Sonic the Hedgehog boss wants to make a Sonic RPG.
I heard this. I saw this in quick passing. I haven't been on X as much either, but I did see this when I was scrolling through. Yeah, bro. Yeah,
this is something that's super dope to see, and something that I've been asking for quite some time. I do think Sonic Frontiers is close to that for sure, but there's some elements in there for sure, but I would like to see them fleshed out a bit more. More story, a lot more attention to it. Maybe they do dive a little bit more into it with Sonic Frontiers 2, but this is aiming to be something a little bit differently. I think my brother would probably say something more akin to maybe like a Sonic Unleashed, because he really liked that one as well, where Sonic ended up becoming a wolf and whatever, all that stuff. Sonic doesn't need to become a wolf this time. And shout out to Dr. Eggman who did that. I don't know why he thought making Sonic a wolf would
work well for him.
Would trying to untame Sonic would work for him. But that's so funny. I love their dynamic. But anyway, Sonic the Hedgehog boss wants to make a Sonic RPG. Could Sonic get another chance at a starring role in an RPG? This is by Mark Deschamps from comicbook.com/gaming. Goes on to say, Sonic the Hedgehog has been in a lot of different video game spin-offs over the years, including racing games, multiplayer action games, and even fighting games. While the vast majority of Sonic adventures have been 2D and 3D platformers, the fact is Sonic is actually pretty versatile. He fucking is. And he can be used in a lot of different ways. In a new interview with Good Vibes Gaming, Sonic team boss Takashi Iizuka, hopefully I'm saying that right, or Lizuka? Is that supposed to be an I or an L? I'm not sure. I think it's Izuka.
I'm pretty sure it's Izuka.
Revealed that the game that he'd most want to see Sega tackle is a Sonic RPG. However, Izuka was quick to note that this is not currently something in the works. Personally, I like role-playing games, as Zuka told Good Vibes Gaming, excuse me. The RPG game format is a lot of fun. And I've even thought to myself, for the past 30 years, we haven't done a Sonic RPG. I mean, Mario got an RPG, why can't Sonic? And I'm questioning myself, why haven't we done a Sonic RPG in all this time? How have we gotten to 30 years with no RPGs? I like to hopefully work on a Sonic RPG at some point before I retire from Sega, but that's just a dream right now. There are no concrete plans at this point. While Azuka is correct that the Sonic team has not made a Sonic RPG, there has been one in the past. In 2008, BioWare, really? BioWare developed Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood on Nintendo DS. That's why I wouldn't know about it. I didn't play the DS. That game received mostly mixed reception and resulted in a lawsuit by former Archie Comics scribe Ken Penders, who accused the game of copyright infringement. While that case was dismissed, it led to Penders suing over the rights to his work on the Sonic comics, which he ended up winning. As a result, the vast majority of the original characters created in the early comics are now owned by Penders. Given that, it's easy to imagine Sega might not have a lot of fondness for the game. It's been more than 15 years since Sonic Chronicles, and it's probably safe to assume a lot of fans wouldn't mind seeing a second attempt at a Sonic RPG. The Sonic franchise has quite a bit of lore, and there are a lot of past characters Sega could use to populate a vast world. I highly agree with that. There are a lot of characters in Sonic that don't get touched on. Knuckles has a very fleshed out backstory. Tails has a very fleshed out backstory. Even Sonic has a much deeper backstory than what is that up front.
Nixie suggesting a Musu Sonic game. Let's fucking
go.
Dope.
That would be dope as fuck. That would be dope as fuck.
With all the powers and the characters running through.
Especially when you get the Supersonic, Hypersonic.
Yeah. Oh, God. Good call. I never thought of a Sonic Musu. That would be dope, though. Yeah, I can see that.
Anyway, they go on to say, would you like to see a second Sonic RPG? And have you ever played Sonic Chronicles? Well, I've never played Sonic Chronicles, and that's extremely interesting. Maybe that's something I go back to on emulation and check out to see what's up with that. But Pong, I mean, how would you feel about a Sonic RPG possibly? And again, nothing's in the works currently, as we can see here. But even this being talked about this week, from again the legend of Sonic himself, as uber fans of Sonic Adventure 2, as we are. A game that seems to be constantly overlooked when people talk about third-person Sonic and saying that Sonic never works in third person. I just have to ask, did you never play Sonic Adventure 2? But how do you feel about this?
Yeah, this is weird for me because I consider Sonic Adventure basically an RPG in a lot of ways. They already have the groundwork laid, right? So I don't know if he's talking about more classic style RPG, along the lines of Mario RPG, or if he's thinking about just a more straightforward RPG with your classic skills and that kind of stuff.
The old one was more turn-based, looks like.
Turn-based style. So if they're good, I'm good. I mean, they go, please, by all means, do what you're gonna do. I want a Sonic Adventure 3.
Yeah, that's what I want most.
The groundwork is there for an open world RPG Sonic, because Adventure, that's how I played Adventure. That, it felt like that to me. It didn't feel like a platformer Sonic to me. Like, it just felt like I was kind of doing an RPG. Do it. Combine Sonic Adventure along with whatever your ideas for this RPG and make it happen. Bring back the child.
Oh, God.
Fuck. Okay. I want to raise those little dudes. I want to go collect eggs and raise those little dudes. Bring them back, make them different, make them have skills and battle-based skills and that kind of stuff. And let me bring them into battle with me. Let's go. Let's bring back the chows.
I love the chows.
No. Bro,
I spent so much time in there.
Bro, on Dreamcast,
that whole thing was flushed out
because you could grow them on the VMUs on the Dreamcast.
Oh, for real?
Fucking beautiful. Oh yeah.
I never owned a VMU, so I don't know. I had a Dreamcast.
Yeah, that's right. I never owned a VMU.
I played it on GameCube.
Yeah. You could do it on the VMU. Listen. Bring it back, make it open world like Adventure, because I wanted Sonic Adventure 3. I was hoping they were going that route more so with the newer ones, and they've got elements of it, but I'd like a full Sonic Adventure new one. So yeah, turn it into an open world RPG, go that route. If you're going to make it turn-based, obviously I'm cool with that as well. Let's go. So I would definitely definitely be on board with this deal. I was happy to hear him say that he wants to make one. And of course, he did reiterate that none's in the works right now, but that means conceptually he's probably started taking notes and started writing down ideas and probably started working a little bit on the side if he can get a green light for it. And Sega's doing pretty well in their comeback tour as well. You know, Sega's definitely on the rise. So why not? Let's do it, man. Let's make it happen. I'm all for it.
A Sonic Souls-like hack-and-slash-RPG. That's kind of what Frontiers is. And you'll be actually, bro, on PC, there's a modder for who's been working on Sonic Frontiers, who's been actually flushing out the combat even more. Like he's got even more hand-to-hand combat in there. He's has like there's like so many different. It's like he's almost turning it into like a Devil May Cry Sonic kind of game. With that much versatility that he's bringing to like the combat and everything, like really making it feel like Sonic. He's making me feel like I need to repurchase the game because I didn't end up finishing it because I got it on Xbox. And I knew exactly what I knew was going to end up happening. On Steam, the mods for Sonic Frontiers are just crazy. And they look super dope. Boat Alpha, I'm right there with you. I really liked Sonic Heroes as well. I felt like it iterated on what Sonic Adventure had. Not as much, but I liked the story in there, and I liked the overall how the gameplay felt and how the action in it. I would definitely take a Sonic Heroes 2 as well. That would be super ideal. He said Sonic NFL 25. I'm out.
No, that we don't need.
Warrior Sonic Orochi.
When are we going to hear about the 2K NFL game, by the way, folks?
That's true. When
are we going to first see? Yeah, well, they are. They've got the license. That there's no way they're not doing it. Like, they're going to do an arcadey NFL. They can't do sim, but they can do arcade. I have to see if they're going to bring back Street or Blitz. If they're going to attempt to go that route with it, since it's got to be arcadey. I need to hear from 2K on their NFL license. I want to know what that is. Sorry. Side tangent. When he said that Sonic thing, I was like, damn, that's right. We're supposed to be hearing about 2K's NFL game here soon, too. Fuck. Need to see that.
Man said Sonic Streets. I'm out.
Sonic Street. Yeah, no. I'm all for it. Like, again, whatever they want to do with Sonic, that's cool. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are my two favorite Sonic games by far. So I would love to see them go that route and try something new with Sonic as well. So let's go.
Yeah, super dope. Super dope to see. With that, I didn't really have much else that I wanted to bring to the table today. Paul, is there anything on your list that you'd like to throw on in here as we start winding things down? Oh, there was the go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, are you going to talk about the poll, the topic that you kind of want to touch on? Or you asked me if we want to touch on it real quick. I don't think this is going to be a massive conversation, but it's a cool, fun, real life one. And chat, please join in if you if you are a parent with kids. This is a topic for you, or if you're thinking about having kids, obviously, and you're in the chat and you think about how you are going to parent them when it comes to video games. It's relative conversation to y'all, so please join in. Let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you don't know what we're talking about, Jez did a poll that asked a very pertinent question, and I'm going to bring that here, as I thought it would be a very interesting question to ask everybody, because everybody's going to have a different opinion. My overall opinion on this, I'll let you guys know. So he says, random gaming poll time. Will you let your kids under 16 play GTA 6? I'm going to start off this by saying, I think that you should parent your children however you see fit. I'm going to have a bit of a skewed perspective on this because I've been playing Rainbow Six way before I was supposed to. I was playing Rainbow Six online at 9 years old. I was really thinking about the time and everything. I was born in 92. That first Rainbow Six on PC came out in 99, 2000. Like, so for me, could you say, oh, your dad's a bad dad? I don't necessarily think so. But I was seeing a lot of blood and stuff in these games since that time. Now, one of the things my dad did do is he did make it a point to say, which is kind of where catching a body came from or where bodies came from. I didn't get, oh, I'm going to body you from people online. That's not where I got that from. I got that. And I started saying that because when my dad actually being around me more as we were playing games, especially with like Gears as an example, which came out in 2006, or even with Halo, where I was playing early on Xbox Connect before Xbox Live, he would hear me say, "Oh, I killed you. Oh yeah, I murdered you." Yet he was like, "Hey, we're not doing that in this house. You're not gonna sit here and say that you're killing people online. You're gonna have to find a different word, or you're just not going to say shit at all, or you're not going to fucking play the game." So I found it very creative to say, "All right, well, I bodied you." Because I just felt like that made more sense, right? And especially in Halo with like the ragdoll physics, and like your body goes flying. So I was like, oh, I caught a body. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I got that from. I found it really ironic that years later that other people were saying this as I got really deep into like Gears of War and other games, where other people were saying the same thing. So again, I'm not saying that it's something special to me, but I just kind of want to give you perspective on where I come from. Also, GTA. I've been playing GTA since Vice City that I can remember. I actually played the older GTAs through emulation on PC, the top down ones. And I think that was GTA 3 and back, if I'm not mistaken. And I never took GTA overly serious, even as a kid. I knew what it was, right? Sure, there's these girls that are on the street. Like, I didn't think of the cars rocking or whatever the case. Like, I never really put super thought into anything that was happening. And it's probably one of the biggest reasons why I felt the way, and I've made that known here, why I feel about GTA the way that I do. It's always been more of I'm gonna blow up stuff, cars, city. None of this stuff is overly serious. This doesn't translate to real life. GTA doesn't make me all of a sudden want to go get a gun in real life and shoot people. I've never had that translation. Now, that has been an argument in our government court that was one of the very first arguments, are games making our kids aggressive and abusive and killers and stuff like that. I'm of one mind. You, as a parent, have to know where your child is in their maturity and what you deem as something that they can handle, right? And also, you have to be able to have an open conversation with them about the things that they are experiencing. Since I have been playing games I've been playing rated M games, again, Unreal Tournament, it's another rated M game. If I was playing GTA, what's the difference between playing GTA and Unreal Tournament? There's all a bunch of blood and all that stuff everywhere, blatantly in your face. You want to say one is more aggressive and tries to portray real life and all that. I don't think GTA portrays real life. Sure, it doesn't take elements from it, sure, but I don't think that it's so like in comparison that it's any different from any other rated M game. So for me, you have to decide what's best for you as not only as a gamer, but as a parent. I know Paris got in here, no slight to Paris. He said, no way I'm allowing that in my home. It's not a game for children. And there's over 120K views on here, 500 comments. People really were going into here. Only 46% said yes. The other 53% said no. I have to ask and I have to be honest with people. Do you truly keep your kids from playing all mature rated games? Because if you're letting them play Five Nights at Freddy's, that is not a child game, as an example. And there's a lot of kids who like playing Five Nights at Freddy's, as an example. Especially some of the other games that they have out there that are a little bit more gruesome. So, Paul, I wanted to bring this to the table because, again, for me, everybody's going to have a different answer, right?
Yeah.
You have to do what makes sense for you. I think it's more so based on where you're at in your child's maturity. But how do you feel about this? Kind kind of overall, and what is your approach as someone that had a kid, you played Battlefield with your kiddo, you played COD with your kiddo, which are all mature rated games, right? Technically, is GTA just different? And so how do you approach that in the conversation?
Yeah, GTA is different for me, and my kiddo was not allowed to play GTA.
Okay.
So, again, this is where it gets interesting, because generational gaps and what we grew up with and experience come into play in parenting a lot of the ways. And so I come from an older generation, right? My parents, my mom and my stepdad, weren't prudish by any stretch of imagination, but they never used, or very rarely ever used, the F word around us as kids. We heard shit, hell, damn, like we heard that as kids, but rarely used the F word. My mom almost never. I don't ever remember. My stepdad, of course, blue collar guy. I heard him in the garage every once in a while. He'd break down and use it. But he was pretty good too. He watched it. So I grew up in that. They weren't certainly prudish. I saw Blue Thunder. If you guys remember Blue Thunder, the movie, that was my first rated R movie that I went with my stepdad when I was, Blue Thunder would have been when I was 8 years old, I think. That was my first rated R movie. There's one scene in there. Blue Thunder is about a police copter, the super secret stealth police copter. Super awesome movie. Still holds up to this day. Shout out to Roy Schneider, a great actor, by the way. During a scene where they're hovering, they're testing out the stealth mode at nighttime in the city, and they hover, they watch a girl basically naked doing yoga stretches and stuff in her apartment. And my stepdad covered my eyes during that scene. Okay. For me, right. Interactivity of video games is different from watching a movie. But I was kept away in my household as a kid from nudity specifically, not violence, right? But nudity specifically was off limits. Like but I don't, because again, this is where we're going to differ, right? As somebody who had to go back in the day and pick a lock on my parents' cable pirate box to, as a teenager, right, catch a glimpse of porn, right? To now where kids have access to it because of the internet all the time, every day. I think that there still should be a thought that crosses kids' minds that they're doing something that they shouldn't when it comes to pornography. Because I do, even as obviously as an adult male, somebody who has partaken in pornography since I was a teenager, right? I do think it can affect. Okay, I do think that can affect. Violence, on the other hand, again, sure, the argument can be made the same way there, that some people do believe that makes an effect, that, you know, obviously it causes kids to obviously.
It would have to be the same thought process, though. Like,
but
that's been the argument.
But I think it's different. It affects differently. It affects emotionally differently. So it affects different parts of the brain. Okay, and it affects different parts of the maturity, and it affects different parts of feelings, because violence and porn should never be in the same feeling section, like at all. Like those are two separate feelings to me. Okay, so that for me has always been the divider. And with GTA, with the strip clubs, drug use also as well, in there, that kind of stuff. Just the overall tone of the game, I kept my kiddo away from it. Now, did I make sure that at his friend's house, I called his friend's parents and said, hey, my kid's not allowed to play GTA? No, because part of being a kid as well as how I grew up, when I went to my friend's house, I got to play and watch things that weren't allowed in my household, right? And that's a part of growing up too, is going to your friend's house and making that decision to go do that stuff, right? And I think that's a part of growing up as well. And I think it's good. I think it's good for kids have to decide on their own when they are away from their parents what they're going to do. It's a part of learning how to make decisions. However, parents do nothing for their kids, and they in fact, hamper their children from making decisions on their own if you are constantly over their shoulder telling them, hey, don't do it, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So GTA was one of the few examples that I would not allow him to play. I would not let him touch it. He was playing Battlefield. He was playing Call of Duty since he was like 7, 8 years old. I had him in there. I would not let him on the headset. He was not allowed to talk to people. He was not allowed to listen to the conversations going on in the chat rooms back then at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He was not allowed on Xbox Live. Okay. So, but he was allowed to play the games, and he was allowed to, again, had him watching Lord of the Rings when he was like 5, 6, because I wanted him to understand that things were fake, that things weren't real, and that he needed to be scared of those things that, kids go through. Sure, he still had at times nightmares, but then other times he grew up and you could tell he learned, oh no, this is just fake. I wanted to teach him that this was fake in Call of Duty, Battlefield, etc. versus real life. And I think I did a good job with him specifically, because he was very mature for his age when it came to that stuff, and he understood the big difference, that there was no respawns in real life, etc. Right. And I think that all came across. Now, again, like Steele said, I am not here to tell anybody how to parent their freaking kids, ever. I was around my friends whose households were F-bombs everywhere, rated R movies, nerds, all the stuff, Porkies. Anytime you want to pop that sucker in, go right ahead. Have fun, boys. Like, I was around those households too, and most of those people turned out pretty damn good too, right? So it's all about, like Steele said, how you raise them and what your choices are. I'm not going to tell anybody how to parent their kids. I do have strong feelings in certain areas, but again, I'm not here to tell anybody that they're doing it wrong, unless, of course, we're in the section of like parents doing drugs in front of their kids and being high and not taking care of their kids and abusing their kid. Like, now we're in a different realm. Okay, now I'm going to step in and say you guys are fucked up and you shouldn't have kids. All right. So, but GTA 6, I would be on the side that I would not let a kid underneath 16 play this. I think my kid, I'm trying to think. I think he started playing GTA. Well, I know he was playing over his buddy's houses earlier, but I think his first copy of GTA was probably when he was 16 or 17, around that neighborhood. Obviously, I was divorced from my ex-wife at that time, so I was out of the household at that time, but I think he owned his first copy around 16, 17. And at that point, I was okay with it because, again, kids are naturally exposed to more stuff nowadays than ever before.
Yes.
And it's free reign, and I don't necessarily agree with that at all either. Again, if you guys disagree with me, that's fine. I'm not going to argue this, but it is a difference for me still. And so I would be on that side that I would not let underage 16 player play that at all. So for me, I like to keep kids as innocent as possible for as long as possible. That's my standpoint. Keep kids as innocent as possible away from adult stuff as long as possible. Like that's just me, because they're going to see and be exposed and experience enough stuff later on. So for me, that's the way it was. So.
And that's absolutely fair. I can only go by my own comparison of what I would do today. I wouldn't let, so for an example, I have a 13-year-old currently. Would I allow her to play GTA 6? She would have to demonstrate to me that she'd be able to, right? Now she doesn't play those types of games as is, not saying that she would never get into them, or whatever the case. But it would just really depend, because I do set a bar as far as like, you have to demonstrate to me that that's okay. And I don't let either one of them communicate online even the way that I used to, because there are many more crazier people. There's also a thing, I know some people don't believe in it, but there is a difference between raising boys and than raising girls.
How dare you?
Wholeheartedly. There is a blatant difference. Nobody has to understand that. People don't have to feel that way, but there is a difference. So for me, as much as I might have not felt like it was a bad thing, again, I played I was playing Vice City in 2002. Well, mind you, I was more so playing Halo and other games, but friend's house, they had GTA and stuff like that. I was also playing San Andreas as well. They introduced some of the gang side of things, and as I got older, there was other things that I was exposed to. Like, again, I've been at gunpoint and whatnot, and I've experienced real life things that many other people probably won't ever, right? Not for anything that I've done purposely. It's all situational stuff, but and again, I'm here, so obviously I've been able to learn some things and adapt and experience and go through things myself to figure things out. I think for me, gaming early on, my parents made sure, at least my pops made sure to have me understand that it is just a game. And that's how I always looked at every game that I played from that point moving forward. People have been making sexy type characters, sharing them online, even with anime characters. And again, I was exposed to nudity in anime before I was exposed to porn, for an example.
Shocking.
Ghost in the Shell was one of my earliest examples of that. Although I also understood that was a robot, right? Was more android-like, right? It doesn't matter. It was still nudity that was being displayed. Sure, you could just establish some differences and whatnot.
Absolutely.
But and I didn't become some hentai lover after that or whatever. You did. I never saw the point in that, right? So it's very, that's why I stand more on the side that you have to decide what you feel is best for who you're raising, right? And then go from there. I can't give you a right or wrong answer, because if I base it off of mine, I've been doing this shit since I was 9 years old, right? And and the GTA or any of these other games haven't affected me in such a way where I turned into a killer. Now, if I would have went into the military straight after high school, there is a switch that I have where there is an extreme dark side that I have, right? And I am extremely aware of that. I am somebody that I know if I would have went into the military, I would have been probably a known killer and not cared. That's part of the reasons why I didn't go, because I noticed that within me. Right. And I didn't want to become some just robot doing whatever, and have no fear or emotion about it. I know that about myself. So some people may see that as extremely dark. But that is a switch that is there. That could be because of childhood trauma. That could be many, many other things. But there's a reason I chose not to go down that path. But outside of that, it is a very, I don't think anybody should tell somebody else because of what I experienced that you shouldn't do this. Now to Pong's point, I do think that violence should be just as considered as sexuality or nudity is, because I don't know, and this is a perspective that my mom has always given me. She in Germany, there's a lot of other things that you could talk to Germany about, but she gave me the example that in Germany they talked about that stuff in elementary school because they wanted to make sure that people understood themselves, right? It's about understanding the human anatomy and the human body, scaring people in different ways by showing them what things that are possible and everything else. So she was giving me some of the examples that some of the things that we are dealing with here, they don't necessarily have there, and she used it as a basis. I don't know how much truth there is to that and everything else.
I've never looked there. Hold on, Seal. Was she talking about like sex education?
Well, sex education and how it's treated, right? And how it's looked at. Right. I mean, like, of course, porn and stuff has always been frowned upon. Because no kid should learn sex ed from porn. Okay. 100%. No, 100%.
It is a false. That's where I think it gets dangerous, because it gives kids a false perception of what that act is about and how it goes down and what it entails. It completely not reality. Okay.
Right.
And I think that's where it's damaging. And that's why I don't have a problem with certain level of sex education early on. I was back in the generation where we didn't have any sex ed, right? And then they introduced it, right? And I got it because I went to Catholic schools my entire life, except for 1 year, fifth grade, right?
That's crazy.
So that was completely off limits back then in Catholic
especially
schools. Public school for 1 year in fifth grade, and that's where I got sex ed, right? Had I gone to a Catholic school back then, I would not have gotten sex ed. So that was the first time I was ever exposed to that like health class, right? And I was like, yo, and I remember talking to my mom because my mom was, I mean, again, you're talking about a long time ago, right? And back then it was very taboo. And I even remember, again, my mom was not a prude. She was not overly religious or anything like that whatsoever. So it wasn't that type of household. But even she was like, she was even like, you're learning about that now, huh? You know, because she was like, oh, okay, all right. I remember going kind of embarrassed, right? Nowadays, kids will care, man. Like I said, they've seen that, and I think that's a problem. But anyways, I was just curious if your mom was talking about sex ed, if it was different. But that was my experience with it. I do agree that should be taught, a certain level of it. Now they've gone extreme on that as well nowadays, which I don't agree with. But a certain level of sex ed should be taught for sure. I do agree there.
So it's just, especially for when it comes to games where it's not like always blatantly obvious, and there's so many other examples as well. You see it in movies. You can't be okay with it in movies and then not be okay with it in games. It's just, for me, it's more so the consistent side of it. I do think, again, porn should be regulated at some point. There's a reason why it should be 18 and over, and all that good stuff. I think for sure. But it's one of those things where it just really comes down to more as you have to put the onus on the parents more than anything. Making sure that you're going through the right steps to make sure that they understand why it can be scary, why you don't want them to experience certain things, and also understand that they're going to do things out of your sight anyway. Right. So it's like, it's another one of those things that's a very steep hill to climb on either side. Because there's extreme violence and then there's like nudity. And it's like, how are you okay with extreme violence? People popping people's heads off and snapping people's necks and blood all over the place. And so it's okay to kill people, but it's not okay for nudity or for people to see. That's where
I wouldn't show my kids extreme horror, right? I wouldn't show my kid extreme horror, right? I would never allow my kid to watch like Saw or anything like that. Never.
Yeah, I even have a hard time watching that shit today.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, there is different levels to this, and it's a big topic because there's a lot of opinions, and nobody knows for sure. And because there's
no right or wrong, I don't think.
Okay, listen, there are people who can do hardcore drugs that never wind up with any problems, never wind up addicted, stop cold turkey, and live normal lives for the rest of their lives. And then there's a whole group of people that obviously get addicted, ruin their entire lives, wind up homeless, and die on the streets.
Yes.
Right? Again, every single person is different. And this is one of those topics where you can do everything right as a parent and your kid can still wind up in massive trouble, like because they make poor decisions. Like you can teach them everything the right way and they get out on their own and they fuck up their whole entire lives, no matter what the parents did, right? And then there's parents who are absolute shit fucking parents that abuse their kids, and those kids grow up being wonderful human beings who try to spread love and light throughout the world. And then there's everything in between. So everybody is affected different. So that's why these topics are really hard to get into and talk about, because even if you bring in professionals, you're not going to find all professionals who agree on one way or the other on a lot of this stuff, whether it's violence, whether it's porn, all that kind of stuff. You're going to find opposite sides, like that people have seen or talked to or studied, people who react differently to all of it. And it's very tough. It's a very fine line. Anybody who's not a parent yet, it is everything that people say it is. Like, it is very difficult to decide and make decisions about what you're going to do and not do with your kids. It is very hard in a lot of instances to know what's right and wrong, because there isn't a perfect guidebook. There is, as many books have been written about parenting. It doesn't matter. Your kid is like different. A fingerprint. Every person is a fingerprint. They're all different. They're all are going to experience and take in stuff differently than the next person over, no matter what the situation is. It is really wild, man, when we get in these conversations. So again, I just don't think there's any right or wrong. And no, Nixie, I was a full-grown adult when Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball came out. Thank you very much. Anyways, I was on my own. Thank you. Yeah. But no, I think it's an interesting conversation. Like I said, there's a lot I would change nowadays in society as totality. Steele probably wouldn't agree with me on a lot of it, because he grew up in a different generation, was exposed differently, and also just thinks differently. And again, I can't sit here and say he's completely wrong, right? Because he might, there's going to be certain kids and people who aren't affected in any way, shape, or form. And there's some kids who are affected with the slightest.
Some are sensitive than others, yeah, for sure.
Right, exactly. It's wild, man. It's wild to be a parent. It's wild to make these decisions for your kids and to have to, decide what you're going to do. I just think as video games become more and more realistic, I think that's another aspect of it as well. They get less gamey and more real lifey.
Especially GTA now. That's why that's an interesting point with GTA, because the GTA 6 looks to be more realistic than ever before, even in comparison to GTA 5. Like, even GTA 5, you could look at it and be like, oh, it's GTA. 6, if it truly looks that way, which again, unfortunately, games look the way that they look in the trailers now. Yeah, we're starting to really push that line.
Yeah, Laura, and that's what we were talking about, Laura, is that you're never going to be able to protect your kids from everything, right? And to Steele's point, having some control over how they're exposed to it is a good thing. I have never agreed with the allowing kids to drink in your home thing. Like, again, there are certain things that I just don't agree with.
Maybe at a certain age, like once you hit 18. I only say that like, and even that, I would rather you do it home.
I know.
Than you go, because I need to see what your limits are. Because because I was good about my limits and I understood even when I was young. I can't lie and say that I didn't sneak a little something in the school every now and then, a little tea, a little something, to sip on. And I have a history, my family has a history with alcoholism. So it's like, for me, and I don't like to drink. Like today, I cannot stand drinking. Now, did I have a phase between 18 to 21 that after I turned 21, where I didn't see the luster of it anymore, and I essentially stopped drinking after 21. Really, I might have a little glass every now and then, but I genuinely. And the other thing that's crazy about that is that I'm actually a happy drunk, right? Like, I'm the guy, like, you get me drunk, we're having a fucking good time.
I'm not angry at all. I don't get angry.
And it doesn't matter what I drink. Some people are like, tequila does this. It don't matter what the fuck I drink. I turn into a very happy-go-lucky person. But I also know at that point, there is limiters that start coming off at that point as well, right? Where it's just like, we're having a good time now, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like, I understand that as well. So it's like, you have to find out what you have to find out what that happy medium. It is so difficult to decide what's wrong, because I could say, no, you gotta wait, don't do this, but then find out years later that you did it anyway, and it's like, damn, well, I at least, or if something happens, because that's the way that I kind of look at it, because if something happens and I don't know what your limit is, or how you are, or what you're like in those moments, and then it's hard for me to defend or to know how you are going to be when you go out in public, right? I can control what happens when you're at home and kind of give you the ropes and be like, hey, that's your limit. You do not want to go past this point. You're putting yourself in a very bad perspective. Now, am I at that point yet? No, but it's just like, I do sometimes wish that I could have maybe knocked a few beers back with my parents and whatnot, instead of going to friends' houses or going to parties and being exposed to it that way, and kind of learning what my limit is that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I understand
See, yeah, Decado. I don't like that feeling. I don't really remember 18 to 25. I do. I've only blacked out once. And nothing bad happened or whatever, but I do not like that feeling.
Yeah. And I haven't had a drop of alcohol in, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, 3 years. I think I had a glass of scotch or two on one of the Xbox showcases a few years ago. We were celebrating. So maybe like 3 years ago, I haven't had a drop. And it's not because I have a problem. It's just not a part of my life, and I don't have any reason for it.
I don't see it.
But here's the last thing I'll say. Like, again, because nothing is right or wrong here, and I understand the concepts of what Seal was just talking about.
Yeah.
Again, I grew up in my parents had alcohol in the house, and my mom would have beers when I grew up. My stepdad had a very bad problem with his liver and had to stop drinking. So there just really wasn't alcohol, but I watched my mom have beers. My real dad was a drinker, right? He let me try beer when I was 3 years old, right? He let me take a sip. I
think all parents have done something like that.
I was a part of that generation, right? I still remember to this day at a family reunion. It's one of my earliest memories too. It's funny as hell. But I grew up in a household without a lot of alcohol. And it was always made clear that it just wasn't a good thing overall. Like, every once in a while was fine. Again, my mom would sit down and have a beer, my grandpa would obviously have some beers, blah, blah, blah. Like, again, I was around it, but it just was one of those things. But I was the goody two-shoes kid. I didn't go to house parties. I wasn't sneaking out to my friend's house or at my friend's house. I didn't have friends who snuck alcohol like that, right? Thankfully. So when I got on my own, the first time I ever got really drunk was actually my senior trip to Mexico. Ooh. When that was still a big deal, right? I was 17. Obviously, back then, Mexico didn't give a two shits. They probably still don't. But back then, it was even more. It was like, whatever. That's where you went your spring break. Yeah. I was the only dude out of my core group of friends whose parents allowed him to do the Mexico trip. I went with all the really popular kids who were party harding in high school. Those house parties, we lived out in the suburbs, so I never came down to the city. All those people lived in the city, never came down to the city to party with them. I knew them because I was cool with everybody, right? I was cool with everybody, but I just never hung out with them like that. I went on my own with all these dudes and girls that I didn't know, and smashed.
Oh, that's
just like,
dangerous,
yo,
that is dangerous.
Like, it was, man. So that was the first time. Yeah, it was the first time ever. And then, when I turned 18, graduated from high school, turned 18. And then my first girlfriend was 4 years older than me, and we moved out together. I moved out with her, so she was 22. I got a fake ID because obviously she was going to bars, and we were all going to listen to live music and stuff. So from that point on, right, I went hardcore. I tried everything from the span of basically 18, 19 to 25. I tried everything that you could possibly pretty much think of. Okay. Because I was partying hard. Right. But the thing I was going to say, Steele, is because how I grew up, because of what was instilled in me, the thing that pulled me out of a lot of bad places during that time frame is that I always had that conscious thing in the back of my head, a conscience and a thought process. What would my mom think? What will my dad think?
That's fair.
That was instilled in me. And even though I did things that they never would have approved of, ever, it pulled me out. When I made the decision to stop doing something or to get out or be like, yo, okay, you're just doing way too much. You got to be done with this. That instilled in me from early on, helped me pull through. Where a lot of people don't have that instilled, that did help me pull through because that was always in the back of my skull during that entire time. And some people could say, oh, guilt is bad. You shouldn't have guilt, blah, blah, blah. It's just a experiencing human being. I think it does encourage limits, and it does help you in a lot of ways. It can help you in a lot of ways. Even if you make a bad decision, to reverse that decision or to stop that decision and to make a better decision down the road.
The point is to learn. Like,
so, yeah. But some people just never learn, or some people, again, there's everything in between. There's no right or wrong. Everybody's going to, even if you instill that in your kid, you could completely throw that out the fucking window and never think or care about what you as a parent ever told them ever again. We've seen that all the time. So that is the one part where I looked at my kiddo and I was like, I was going to give him some of that. Like, I was going to make sure that he had second thoughts. And guess what? He's 24 and he barely drinks because, he watched his mom be not good with alcohol, and also with me just telling him, hey, go do your thing. Obviously you're old enough, go do your thing, just be careful, watch it, and always constantly talking about it. And he's made good decisions. He drinks every once in a while, but not over the top, and that's the way he's always been. So but again, just an interesting discussion, man, because there is a lot here. There's generational gaps, for sure. And there is no right or wrong, for sure, in parenting, outside of the obvious ones.
Of course.
There's a lot of give and take here with your kids and understanding who your kids are, and hopefully doing the best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy that, I mean, again, this is real life conversation. I think has to be included as well. Yeah. As far as the gaming verse goes. I mean, the government
East side, I literally had a stripper girlfriend. So take that for you.
He was getting busy. He was getting busy. See, I never had those experiences. I was completely like stuff like that. Like the hard drugs, I just never had interest in doing any of that shit. Like,
and that's cool. That's awesome.
And I am very grateful. Like, and it's still, I've been offered that shit so many times, bro. Especially when I got like, I don't tell nobody take this the wrong way, bro. Especially when I got out of high school, I had like my first group of like white friends, I should say, like actually accepted me for me, and then like all the other in between shit, because up to that point it just wasn't like that. There was moments where they were getting into it, and I was just like, yeah, man, that's not for me. It's just one of those things where it's like it gives you perspective. Like the same thing with smoking. I didn't smoke anything until I got out of high school. I literally didn't do anything until I got out of high school. Party, none of that.
I was good at two shoes all the way through. And nowadays, with fentanyl and everything else,
bro, it's not something to play with.
I wouldn't do. I don't care who I knew. I would never touch a thing nowadays.
Yeah, it's crazy. That shit's cut all kinds of ways. Hey, there's been some exchanges that I've done over the years, but I've never done it myself. So I know what goes into this and how people try to make some money, man. And fuck.
Eastside, did you meet yours inside or outside of the club though? That's the important part. I met mine outside of the club and didn't even know until after the fact. So. But yeah, bro, it's crazy. Life is crazy, and it's fun. It was a fun conversation. I didn't even think we were gonna go that long on it, but it was a good way to end the show. Again, these are topics you're not gonna get everywhere, folks. And with two guys who are willing to go ahead and have some discussions about this stuff, and you guys were definitely having some great points in here outside of making fun of me and probably what I was like back then. You wouldn't believe some of my stories. You wouldn't believe this dude right here and some of my stories that I've been through. Trust me, like crazy. I'm very lucky to be here today. Let's put it that way in a lot of ways, right? I had guardian angels, and I truly believe my grandparents watching over me for large stretches of my 20s.
Facts.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yobi says, I blacked out once years ago, drank 8 beers of Heineken, got home. I was laying next to the toilet, blacked out, and woke up in the bed. Don't remember how I got there. Yeah, I don't like that feeling. There was one time, there was the second time where I should have probably ended up almost blacking out. But I was driving. I think the only thing that saved me is I was driving my 97 Volkswagen GTI. And it was a stick shift. And I think that's the only thing that saved me that day. Because I decided to drink, and then I had to go home for whatever reason. I think my mom didn't let me stay the night or something like that. And I had to come home, and That was the first on. I've drunk and drive twice. The first time was in my Dodge Neon, where I was on the way home from. Actually, that wasn't even from drinking. That was just me being fucking tired. I passed out at the wheel, did a 360 in the middle of the street. Nobody else was around, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. That was fucking wild. But the second time, I was drinking, and yeah, man, seeing the roads curve and being all over the place, your vision not be straight. I'm telling you, the only thing that saved me is the fact that I had to shift gears because it took focus. That's the one thing, and why I always love like stick shift is because it takes that effort. You're still doing something. You have to be aware of what you're doing at all times to be able to drive and whatnot. Yeah, man, times. Sometimes I never did it again though. I never did that shit again. I was good. I just don't like that feeling. But I do like the feeling of being drunk, man. It has. Oh no.
Like you and me sound like we would have had a good time together, bro. Because I was the happy dude. I was friends with everybody. Never got angry. Even if somebody was angry, drunk with me, I never got angry. Exactly. I would always try to just laugh and put my arm around. Like I was the social drunk. Like I was that dude. Like everybody was my friend. I wanted to talk to everybody, and just have a good time. I wanted everybody to have a good time when I was having a good time. That's how I always was drinking. Crazy, man. Total social drinker. Total. Love it.
Decado, and I'm glad you're all right. You said I dated dealer for 3 years. Oh man. That's a rabbit hole no one should ever go down.
Yeah, no.
I've seen some people.
That and the stripper girlfriends, man, they will introduce you to things that should not happen.
Yobi says, "Be careful, Paul. Still likes to get naked. I don't think you want to drink with him." Hey, see, I don't get like that. Not with dudes. That's weird.
Yeah, no. No, that's never been my thing either.
Yeah, no, I don't. I was actually. I don't like to be all super touchy and feely for folks. That's just weird. Good, having a good time. It's cool. Nonetheless, I like that. That's super dope that we can have that conversation, ladies and gentlemen. How was that for a way to wind down the show for you all?
Yeah, you guys, appreciate you all sticking around for a topic like that. Again, it gets interesting, man. It is. It's fun to talk about this stuff with people, and obviously we have just a fantastic chat who's been with us for a very long time, and you guys get so involved. And again, everybody in there is right. Again, there's so many different ways to look at this stuff, and it's never right or wrong. And this day and age is different from when I grew up, of what is available to everybody, including kids, which changes the whole entire game.
Absolutely.
Because boy, it's tough, man. My kid was right on the cusp of when kids started getting cell phones, right? Just right on that cusp. And we held out giving him a cell phone for as long as humanly possible.
My mom told me straight up. She was like, when you can afford to pay your own bill, that's when you can have your phone.
Yeah.
I didn't get a phone until I was out of high school.
Right.
Yep. And that was in 2010. So it's funny how that shit works, man.
Jesus Christ, Psycho.
Oh God, Psycho.
Not every story has to be told, Psycho.
Yeah, that was Psycho. I have to ask, you didn't see a problem that you were with a coke dealer's girl?
I mean, Danger Will Robinson, Psycho legitimately putting himself in really bad spots. Wow. Psycho.
Yeah, that's I'm surprised. Like Psycho, I'm just glad you're alive. I'm glad you made it home safe.
Yeah. Psycho, talk about.
I've seen too many people either get beat the fuck up because of shit like that or shot. Bruh. I'm just glad I didn't have to be around that, Anyway. Well, ladies
Psycho's
and gentlemen,
life could be a movies, by the way, too.
Yes,
in a lot of ways.
Psycho's name is definitely fitting. It's quite Psycho. Yes. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. He's definitely about that life. You treading. That's one of those areas you just don't play around with, because dudes is weird about their girls, man.
No.
Boy, especially with drugs around. So,
well, still, guess what we did? We got the show to 5 hours, bro.
We did. That was a bit wild. And because we've went on for quite some time, I'm actually going to go ahead and forego this day in gaming today. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you were able to enjoy every facet of the conversation we were able to jump into today. I want to thank everybody who not only subbed, but for one, gave us your time today and listened to us either now on the back end, or even if you listen on the audio side of things when I end up getting that uploaded. Usually it's about Sunday or Monday now, especially with schedules and everything. But nonetheless, when you check it out, it's much love and greatly appreciated. And continue to leave us reviews and comments and things like that. It helps us with get the numbers and everything up going and get the attention that we need. So that's always well appreciated, but it's always a magical time to be with you guys here on a week-to-week basis. So with that, I'll end it with, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That's He is a 7 everywhere. Twitter, otherwise known as X, is one of the easiest place to chop it up with me. Other than that, it's going to be the Xbox ecosystem, just because it works so well between the PC and the console itself. And other than that, every Saturday morning, right here as you are today, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, you can catch us on Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. And obviously talking about other things as well, right? Real life is part of our hobby, passion, and exactly, Bo. More First Descendants coming up for sure. Hey, make sure anybody that doesn't have us added, make sure you add me up. And if not, make sure you send it a message or something. Other than that, much love to everybody, and I greatly appreciate you for being here. But Paul, get these beautiful people out of here. Let them know where they can find you at. And again, another fantastic show, being able to chop it up with you. And who knew we were going to go these directions today?
No, I didn't, man. It's so much fun here. That's why I love you, brother. That's why I love doing the show with you. That's why I love our chat. That's why I love everything about Living Split Screen. Love all my shows, obviously. That's why I do so many, and want to keep doing them. But man, Living Split Screen with you, Steel, it's different, man, here every Saturday. So appreciate all of you for being here and joining us in this craziness, this nonsense, this BS that we do every Saturday. We just have a good time, passionate. Hopefully you guys had some thoughtful things, that made you stop for a minute and think about that. That's all we're looking for. Made you laugh or made you cry or whatever the case may be, man. I just hope you enjoyed your time again, because you're giving us your most valuable commodity that you own, and that is your time, each and every Saturday for 5 freaking hours. And whether you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, love you all the same. Nothing but love and respect. And Tim the Sorcerer, by the way, sir, have a fantastic vacation. Please. He is going vacation okay. For almost a month, Steel. Listen, yo, Tim, nice. Enjoy, man. I have had a vacation like that once in my life, right? I went to Ireland for 3 weeks. I have never taken another one of that kind of extended break. I don't even know what that would feel like to me at this point. So please enjoy it, man. I hope whoever you are going with, I hope you guys have a fantastic time, man. So enjoy that. But otherwise, again, thank you all for being here. Great episode. Listen, you guys know how to find me, Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Xbox, Steam, GOG, Epic, wherever. Follow you back. Oh, I should mention too, I did. I knew this was going to happen the more times I said it, because again, the few times I get FOMO, I will be playing a little bit of Age of Mythology beta. I did pick up the premium, upgraded premium package from Xbox while we were live. So I will be playing a little bit of beta. I'm going to have Steel carry me around in First Descendant, hopefully this weekend too. I got to get through Pyromaniac and move on. So we'll be probably playing some of that as well, but I will have some thoughts on the Age of Mythology beta too. Otherwise, right now, we don't know if we're going to have the shop podcast. So PTK just hit me and Fuzzy up in the DMs and said he's not feeling well today. So we may or may not have a shop podcast. So keep your eyes open. If we do have the shop podcast, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, you know the drill. PTK Blam's channel, Blam, Fuzzy, myself. And if we do wind up going tonight, I'm sure PTK will have a guest or two roll on through. So be there for that. But keep your eyes and ears open. He's just feeling a little under the weather. So no big deal, but just, got to take care of yourself first, man, not push it. So, but we will let you know if that's going to happen or not. And then next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Game is the channel. Boomstick is the man. 5 days a week, but Tuesdays it's Xbox Factor podcast. All good things green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. And then, of course, my week starts PM in the PM Pong and Mav in the PM over on the Fun Speculation Network, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We had a late start this week due to me, but normally we're there 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, two-man show like this where Mav and I catch up on our weeks because Mav and I don't talk in the background much either. Mav is extremely busy with real life too. So we catch up. And we have a good time on Thursday nights. Be there for that. And then Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate, where the family gets together. And we don't know how many are going to be there. Last night, it started out as the three amigos, me, Mav, and Fuzzy, as it has been. But then all of a sudden, 3-Bit shows up out of the blue. And then all of a sudden, Game Pass Dad shows up out of the blue after his comedy show. So we wound up having a great 5-man crew last night. Lots of laughs, but we talk a lot of gaming as well. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Xbox Ultimate every Friday. And then, God willing, be right back here with this man next week. Live, raw, and uncut on another episode of Living Split Screen. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. It's the golden age game, people. I hope you've had a great start to your weekend, whether it's Saturday or Sunday right now for y'all. Please get out there, play what you love what you play. There's freaking thousands of things to go enjoy.
Only more coming.
And I'll talk to y'all real soon. Yeah, and way more coming too as well. Love y'all. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Much love, ladies and gentlemen. We'll catch you next week on episode 157. Much love. Y'all stay safe over the weekend. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Got a thing for you, and I can't let go.